Welcome to the Hawks Nest stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I thank you for watching today as we've got game day. Those are always the best days here on the channel. Nice little matchup here with the Minnesota Vikings coming on in, hoping they can come into our house, our town, our stadium, steal away a victory. We can't let it happen today, folks. No. Got to take care of business. Max Brosmer, backup quarterback, third stringer, or the next great Tom Brady. We may find a little bit about that one in this game as well. A game you want your Seahawks to definitely come away with because of how hard the schedule is going to get. It's going to get much tougher here. Not necessarily next week. It'll get a little tougher next week, but then the week after that gets very tough. So got to take care of business here. Got to handle this at home, especially retain some of that, I don't know, dominance at home, but just the home field advantage that we sometimes have seen lost in recent seasons. I hope you and yours are having a great day. I appreciate everybody watching as you walk on in the house. If you can just do me the favor, that little button there you see on the right, that's a like button. Just hit that sucker if you can. It does help me out, and it helps everybody who's looking for Seahawks content right now or searching on YouTube for people that are covering the game right now, where to find it. I thank you guys, though, for watching. Hope everyone's having a great Sunday as we motor our way along through this season. I just say a little shout out to everybody here at the top. Chad, good to see you. Megan, my lady from Dan Enda. Hope you're doing well. Says, let's have and go Hawks. Cameron, how you doing, man? So we need to send the Panthers a nice Christmas gift. We'll beat the Falcons next week for them. There we go, man. You guys did us a solid this week. We'll do you a solid next week. That's well said on your part, because we're going to get the scores here in a second, but we had a very nice turn of the fate for your Seattle Seahawks today. Captain Rex CT, how you doing? It's good to see you. Kevin Cowden, hello. Says, nice Panthers took down the Rams. That was it. That was exactly it. Niners will sneak into the first. Watch, laugh my ass off. I hate them. Niners, again, continually just keep winning. The zombified Niners, body rotting off their body, no longer having all of their fingers, just pustules. And yet they still go get those dubs every week. What are you going to do? What are you going to do, man? Brock Townsend, 348. Thank you for the $1 donation. He says the big cat equals Brosmer's worst nightmare. Go Hawks. Actually, I probably should do this with my my monster voice for this one, man.
Big cat equals Brosmer's worst nightmare. Go Hawks.
There we go. I think that was a little more fitting, wasn't it, Brock? Yeah. Pumpkin agrees. Pumpkin's in firm agreement, but thank you for that, Brock. I appreciate you for the don't know. It's good to see you in the house as well. Gaming Taco says, I love the Panthers. Well, let me not bury the lead here, because we got games starting up here in 2 seconds. The early morning games are in the books. And yeah, we got we've got the Jaguars. We got the Jaguars taking down the Titans 25-3. Texans handling business with the Colts 20-16. Dolphins are maybe going to win this game against the Saints. That one's going down the line. But we have really the best development of the day was the Los Angeles Rams falling on the road in Carolina, 31-28. So last minute fumble there by Matt Stafford led to a turnover, and the Panthers were able to get a first down and put that thing away. And so the Seattle Seahawks now, as many people are saying here in the chat, John Hobbs, Rondaz, Yakum, as many are mentioning here in the chat, you have now a nice situation set up here where Seattle potentially here can go get this division, and then on top of that, go get the first round bye, because there was a little bit of a tiebreaker situation that was not working in your favor if things fit to form with the rest of the season coming into today, and that was even if the Seattle Seahawks actually beat the Rams. Browns fall to the Niners. Niners, like I say, we keep taking care of business. That's the part that didn't work out so great for us today. And the Cardinals put the fear of God in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as they almost were able to come back into that one. 2017 Buccaneers able to get the win there. Cardinals, yet another game this year where they lose by a very close mark on that one. So some interesting action in the early set. Texans took out the Colts. That Seahawks win over the Texans, looking a little bit better in recent weeks. The Texans taking down both the Bills and the Colts. And so you have we got a couple quality wins actually legitimately on the schedule now, even coming in today with Texans at 7-5 now. And the Jaguars going to move to probably here, I'm guessing, if they can hold on the Titans, to 8-4. Or they'll go to they'll go at 8-4 as well. So that was not looking too bad as well. Not too shabby. Alberto, it's good to see you in the house, man. How you doing? Kevin says the rest of the season is going to definitely be an interesting stretch. It's going to be very, very interesting coming down this home. And I think Hawk fans are hyped up for this team right now. There are still those that are hanging out on the edges that are going, I don't know. I might need to see it. I might need to see this. Also, a Rams fan apart from the Hawks Nest, I don't mind. Thank you, Alberto. But it's going to be a challenge. We looked at last week on the roundtable a little bit of how the schedules work so well in their favor leading up to this point, and how that is about to reverse course in a pretty major way into the other direction here. Not necessarily in this game, but coming on deck to the Saints. Cool Breeze in the house. Hello, Cool Breeze. Pretty boy Brosmer. I know we're going to get with this kid. He plays on time. He plays in rhythm. That's good to an offense like that. It's good to see Industry Worth in the house. Hello. But we will see today if he's got what he's kind of got to offer here in his first start as such a young kid on the road. We saw last year how hard this can be with Bo Nix going up against this kind of defense, because the defense has a lot of different abilities of being able to just make life difficult for the rookie, not give him clean looks, not let him know that what he's seeing pre-snap to what he's going to see post-snap across the board. A lot of blitzing. We'll see what McDonald's going to do, but I do wonder on this, trying to think about this matchup a lot on how you're going to try to run this if you're Minnesota. We got the opening kickoff here to the 5-yard line. It'll be taken out there. Nice cut back here by the kick returner. He makes a nice little kick. Usually when they come to a stop, they're about the 20-yard line and cut it. Doesn't work too great in their favor, but he did an okay job there about the 33-yard line or so. I appreciate you guys for tuning on in today. So how come the Vikings here? O'Connell's a guy that runs the West Coast offense, likes to take usually his deep shots, a lot like Kubiak does within that. They're going to come out with a pistol look formation here with Brosmer right out the gate, 2 tight ends. And off inside here to Aaron Jones. He is going to be caught by Ernest Jones in the hole and drugged back for a very short gain. Ernest back in the lineup after that knee injury. Held him out here to the last 3 weeks. We're looking at the Vikings, couple of interesting points of note as well. No Darisaw in this game out of left tackle, a very, very valuable left tackle for them. So he is out, as well as the rookie Donovan Jackson, their left guard. So the left side of this offensive line for the Vikings is a little bit in perilous shape here heading into this football game. Shotgun look here, 2nd and 6, play action pass. Brosmer drops back to throw. DeMarcus Lawrence has got this thing snuffed out. So does Devin Witherspoon, and he knocks Aaron Jones out of bounds. I don't know if they gained a yard. Just a little bubble screen attempt out there, throw to the flat, and DeMarcus and Witherspoon were all over that play. Tayakata is starting today for the Seattle Seahawks at free safety. Another one of those question marks coming into this game. Seahawks in those beautiful throwback jerseys. Shotgun, 3rd down, bringing some heat. Here comes the pressure. Brosmer's going to be brought down by Uchenna Nwosu. We do have a flag on the play. Brosmer's indicating he thinks it's on Seattle. It's going to be a hold on the Seattle Seahawks. Josh Jobe getting called for it. Let's see if we get a replay or not. That's not where the hold was, jackasses. Play the replay of where the hold. Okay. I don't know. I couldn't see it. They didn't telecast. Decided to give us a shot of Tariq Woolen, who wasn't called on the play. All right, handoff, first down here. Ripped down to the line of scrimmage by Leonard Williams, and Ernest Jones helping out on Aaron Jones. Not too sure on the call there. $12:43 to go here in the first quarter. Second down 9. Another shotgun look here for Brosmer. Another 2 tight end look for them as well. Brosmer dropping back to throw. He's going to hit it out here into the flat to Ernest Jones. Ernest Jones able to dance away from the first tackle and get upfield for a few yards there before he's knocked out of bounds. This will bring up third down and short. So out the gate here, a lot of quick passes from Brosmer. They're worried about that offensive line. Don't know how rookie's going to be throwing deep down the field a little bit, so you can kind of anticipate some of this from a McDonald perspective. Quick snap here. 3rd and 2, pressures there. Boy, Leonard Williams just drug Brosmer down. That was absolutely a blindside there, where he just caught Brosmer on the just back hitch of his drop, caught him around the shoulders, and ripped him down. Will Fries just got demolished. I don't know if Fries almost didn't touch him with the big cat. He was so quick, that cat. And look at Brock Townsend here, huh? With the first dono of the day, hitting with a psychic like smash here. Big cat, Brosmer's worst nightmare. He didn't just publish this, he posted this early on today. Punt. Drives back. Rashid Shaheed all the way down at the 3-yard line where he decides to fair catch it. Probably want to let that thing go when it gets down to the 3-yard line there. He just kept getting driven back further and further. Adam Baum, thank you for the $5 donation. Adam, appreciate you for that. Says, go Hawks. Thanks for the content, B. Oh, my pleasure as always. I love what I get to do, and especially for days like this, I really love what I get to do. So I thank you for that, Adam. Appreciate your kind contributions of many times over to this channel. Thank you so much for that. Go Hawks, man. Let's go get this win today. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Great Turkey Day. Games, great turkey. I can't speak today. Sanchez, excuse me. Great Turkey Day games, topped off by the Chiefs game where the refs weren't overtly fans. Yeah, it did seem a little bit like there was a tit for tat with the Chiefs in that game, didn't it? Where they're getting calls that go against them, other calls going against it. Kind of went a little bit back and forth a little bit there, I thought, and it was fairly well officiated, where everything evened out as you'd expect in a game where there might be bad calls against you. There's going to be bad calls against the other team too. Kind of it'll even out over the span of a game with that, and I felt like it did in those games. I felt like all 3 games were. I'm not usually a guy that can get through all 3 going back to back to back, and you're by the 3rd game, your eyes are glazed over, Sanchez. But I actually was enjoying those games on Thursday, just watching them all start to finish, just chilling there. And it was fun kind of watching them play close games, some scoring. It was good. It was really good. When the Chiefs lose too, I mean, I'm sorry, but it's always kind of nice to see that, especially my prediction of them not making the playoffs, which I made preseason looking okay. Sanchez, thank you for another $2 donation as well. Says, how the Bears keep doing it. See, Dub looks awful. Well, that's part of bringing in Ben Johnson, is that you hope you can take the collaboration of a Ben Johnson with what he can provide structure-wise, and you can meld that into what Williams does off structure, and that those two things pair together, and then that makes you awesome as an offense. I don't know if it's doing that necessarily, Sanchez, to your point with Caleb. I think he's finding ways to make some plays in there. He's not doing it from a clean standpoint necessarily, and how you normally would look at the quarterback position and how they do tend to do it. But then they've got the on script stuff that Ben's going to be able to put in there, and then you have as well a very good defense in how they're playing, and that's going to take you a long way. All right, so this is a little bit of a worrying place here because the Seahawks have had some troubles here in the shadow of their own end zone at the 3-yard line here. We're going to go with a handoff to Walker. He's going to bounce around through traffic here and fall forward for about a gain 2.5. So we'll see if this thing eventually turns around in a different way, but I can see how it's kind of working from those parameters. Caleb gives you the off-script stuff, and you get a run game, defense playing well. They're going to go empty here. Quick bubble screen to Walker. Walker up on his feet, loose. Nicely done there by Walker on off contact. He ran into a man, kept his legs turning, got another 5-6 yards after the play. Looked a little weird there. You had a double pump on the bubble screen out to Walker in space from Darnold, and he was hesitant for a second to throw that. That's always, especially again, as we've had some issues down in this end of the field when we're sitting kind of in our own end zone like that. But Sam's able to get it over there to him, and Walker does a nice job. Good blocking as well out there. Barner out there leading the way. Maybe JSN 2 back there. So we got 1st and 10, a little bit of breathing space at the 21-yard line. 10:07 to go in the first quarter. Shotgun look here for Sam Darnold. Looks like the Vikings jumped off sides. Walker gets the handoff inside here. He is going to push the pile well and finally be pulled down, but not before. Looks like he gained at least 6-7 yards if they're giving him the forward momentum. Flag on the play did look like it appeared to be on the Vikings to me. I saw maybe Sam hard counted him. Yep. Sam seemed to have hard counted him. Good job, Sam. Give him that hard count, Darnold. Give him that hard count. Thank you again, Sanchez. $2 dono for multiple donos. I don't think they're going to end up as the number 1 seed, man. Johnson's doing a good job. Pumpkin making her appearance. All right, so Seahawks will take the penalty 1st and 5 now. I formation kind of look here from them. Okay, you're going to make me nervous. Sam drops back, a little bit of a delayed handoff there to Kenneth Walker. He's able to bounce it outside. Ken running well here early on. Nice 4-yard gain. This is a play that was supposed to go up inside, and this is one of those places where Walker and that vision to get outside can help you so often, where things are just completely muddled up inside, nothing happening there, and he pulls it out wide there, and he's able to find a little bit of a nice gain where there was none. 2nd down and 1 for the Seahawks. You love these kind of places from a Kubiak standpoint. The whole playbook opened up to you. Darnold back under center here. Two tight end look. Darnold dropping back. He's looking. Throwing late. There we go, Sam. That's what we like to see there. So breaks the pocket, doesn't see anything. Those are one of those cases with Darnold where we said, okay, where it's gone kind of bad for you a little bit of times here this year is in those moments of where things are not really clean. You got a lot of guys dropping back in coverage here. Looks like the Vikes kind of anticipated pass there on the play. You're not seeing a lot. Wouldn't have minded seeing him maybe try to run for the 1st down there, but take the throwaway. That's a fine result as well. 3rd and 1, we're going to get the barnyard here. And Barnyard gets it. Woo, let's go. The barnyard doors are open. Let's go. Get the goats. Get the cows. Barnyard doors are open. Nice Oots push back there. Oots on the left butt cheek with some solid push there. Seahawks 2nd 1st down the drive. Empty look here. First and 10, ball at the 32-yard line. A lot of guys, the line of scrimmage here for the Vikings. They're showing blitz. They're bringing blitz. Sam's got to get rid of it. He finds Cooper Kupp in space. Kupp sidesteps his angle, still keeps his feet, gets up the field nicely. Kupp with a nice little move after the catch. He came to a complete stop, hit the brakes like Top Gun, and he flew right by. Boop. See ya. Nice cut there by Kupp. Good job by Sam there, recognizing the blitz was coming true. Part of what's going to be the important part of the attack today is how you deal with that blitz when it comes. They're bringing it again here. Sam again recognizes it, throws it to Barner, who has it in his hands and out of his hands, incomplete there. Straight drop there by Barner. Hits him right in his hands. Looks like he's looking back. It looks like for into the sun is Barner there, and that may have been a bit of an impactful thing there on that point where he couldn't see it. The Viking player saying I should have caught, but I think that sun kind of made it hard to quite view what was going on there. Second down and 10. Shotgun look for Sam. Hand off here to Walker. Walker is just going to get swallowed up in the backfield there. Linebacker just jumped right back there, Wilson, and was able to corral him around the legs and bring him down. So bring up a third and very long. 7:08 to go here in the first quarter. Vikings are going to threaten a blitz here. You never like to be in these situations against them because this is where Flores really gets into his bag. Sam dropping back to throw. He's under pressure. He's under pressure, and he's going to get sacked here. Big loss on the play. Seattle just had 3 routes going down the football field. Nothing really run short. Charbonnet's in chipping. Barner's in chipping as well as they're trying to deal with the blitz there. But all of the rest of the coverage defenders drop back to depth, protecting against the first down there. And the blitz, the pressure just got there too fast. Charbonnet did a nice job picking up the blitz, but just it got home too many guys. So 4th and 24 will lead to a punt here now. Ball will bounce. Ooh, takes a nice Seattle Seahawks bounce here as Dixon was able to roll this thing all the way down to the 12-yard line. So we'll see again on Sanchez on the Bears, man. I don't know if they're going to be able to keep this up. I think they're a good team. I think they're a playoff team, but number 1 overall bye. I think some of that's a little bit of, Rams having a unusual loss and the Eagles continuing to look a little bit faltering and hard to say on this one. War Chief, thank you for the $5 donation, War Chief. He says, aloha B, aloha Hawks Nest. Listening on the pod at work. Rams lost, so let's go and reclaim what's ours. Top spot. Go Hawks. Hey, you're having a real thin path, to your point, very narrow path in order to go and get in both the division and the first round bye, even if you'd gotten the Rams win with how the games would probably play out. And that's with Seattle, quite honestly, having to do a lot of hard work still through the end of the year just to get to that point. But now there is actually a little bit of an opening. Hawks, I got to still take care of a lot of business. They may have to basically win out to make it go down. But there is now an opening that was not as much really there, that was so very tight coming into this day to go get that division and go get that bye. I don't have to tell Seahawks fans as your 3 Super Bowl appearances in your history have come when you've had the number 1 bye and home field throughout the playoffs. Those 2 things are nice. Very, very nice to have. But thank you, War Chief. Appreciate you for that. Hope you're having a great day out there and the work is not too hard. Megan, thank you for the $10 donation. A great way to start the celebration of the 49th of my 49th year on the earth. Rams lose, Hawks win, and the Hawks Nest on my tablet. It's great to be me. I can't wait for the round table this week. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm sure Jake's going to have some excuses. And, he's going to be left out wondering, or he'll just be like, well, it's a random thing that just randomly happened. But it was good to see the Rams lose that game. You turned on early on with the team, and they quickly got the 14 points to Carolina and a couple of interceptions with Stafford. And I always say that, if you get Stafford a little bit out of his comfort zone, just a little bit, get him a little bit too freewheeling and dealing, he's a guy that can toss you a couple picks in a game, and that can make the difference. And a game like this that came down the wire there between those two teams, that really was probably as much the difference, some of those interceptions within that. But hopefully we can cap the rest of this day off. Now, Megan, we got to take care of business against this Minnesota team, which is a tough team. I know we're favored by a lot coming in this one, but that defense with Flores can give you fits. We just saw that on that drive, and you never know what you're going to give this Brosmer kid. I have a feeling a lot of times with the coaches, O'Connell, this is certainly true of Shanahan, having a kid like this that you got to kind of protect and work around can make you have to be more honored as a play caller. All right, 1st and 10 here. We got a play action pass screen here, which is going to go out here into space to Aaron Jones. He's going to take up the field for a nice little gain of 12 yards. Thank you, though, Megan, for the $12 or the $10 donation. Appreciate you for that. And happy birthday. Happy birthday out there. All right, 5:26 to go here in the first quarter. 1st and 10 for the Vikings. A lot of shotgun for them here, and a lot of 12 personnel early on in this game. We'll go 11. I'll go with the I formation look here. Drake Thomas shoots the gap in the backfield, just completely mucks that play up from the jump. Drake completely instinctively read that thing and fired his shot. He got in that gap, and he just really took the fullback in on right back there and made the running back reroute. Nice job there. Brandon Peely also in there, holding the line. Yeah, they'll give him a yard on the play, just barely. 2nd down and 9. Play action pass here. Ball's tipped up into the air. Jordan Addison had it in his hands. He was open. Looked like a good throw by Brosmer. And the ball just kind of got right off the ends of his fingertips there a little bit. Nice route there. It might have been a little bit out. Let's see on this one. Brosmer got maybe a little. It's always said you hit the receiver on both his hands. He's got to catch it. That's your job. Yeah, you got to catch that. That's catchable. 3rd and 9 here. Seahawks showing a blitz. Mafia's got to be careful. He is almost lined up off sides. Dropping off here into space. Got to rally. Nice job there by Devin Witherspoon. The completion is made, but they will be short. Good job defensively there. That's what you want to do today. Get him on 1st and 2nd down to get him in the 3rd and this long, because then you can bring out all that heat and pressure up at the line of scrimmage. You're going to make this kid uncomfortable. You're going to have him overthinking at that point. This is as much the key in every game when you see the Seahawks defense, because they're at their best when you can really have them going at an offense that's in 3rd, 9, 10, 11. Like the likes. We saw it to the reverse side of us on the other end of this. But with Mike, especially because he's not going to always be as willing on the 1st and 2nd down to get after it with that. He's going to play a little more straight up. 4th and 2 here. The punt is off and deep here. Man, skyrocket in flight. Here we go with Rashid. He's going to try to cut this back and through, and he's going to be brought down after a very short return. Both these punters showing off the big leg. Seattle will take over about the 13-yard line with 3:27 to go here in the first quarter and no score. I'm going to be right back. Levy, thank you for the $5 donation. My Hawkeyes hammered those godless Huskers. Now I need a W for my other bird team, and my Thanksgiving weekend is complete. Go Hawks. Let's go, man. Congratulations on your Hawkeyes. You guys there's some Midwestern programs that are starting to kind of quietly rise up. And look, I mean, the Hawkeyes have been a pretty legit one here for a little bit of time, but it does kind of feel like some of these ones are starting to gain a little bit of steam. What you're seeing going out there with Indiana as well. I'd love this for college football. I mean, I know the Blue Bloods are great and all the traditional powers and all of that, blah, 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 blah. But it's kind of cool having, some of these, certainly programs have been around for well over 100 years at times, having their opportunity now to come into it and say, hey, we're here too. We got NIL money. Our cash is green. Plus, they're just well coached. And Hawkeyes, how can you not like them? That's just one of those hard nosed teams here in recent years, where they churn out the tight ends out there and whatnot, linemen. And every time you turn on the table with them, they're always getting after it and smashing. But congrats out there to Levy. Let's get this dub today, man. Thank you for that. All right, what do the Hawks dial up here? Second drive. Got a couple first downs first drive. Had to play it a little bit careful with being in the shadow of your own end zone here. Still backed up again now. 1st and 10. Hand off to Walker. He's going to be out in space here. Patiently just gets behind a blocker and kind of holds on behind the blocker for a moment there, waiting it out before he can kind of fall forward for about a half-yard gain. First drive. Going a little bit with the inside run here, coming back outside. Second down 9. Vikings showing a blitz. Walker goes out to the flat. Comes back underneath. Cooper Kupp here. That ball's a little bit low. Incomplete. Trying to be careful there and throw away from leverage. Don't know if he gave Kupp really a good chance there to make a grab. 3rd down and 9. Vikings again going to send the house. Or at least looking like they are. Hey, sending it. Sam rolling out to his left. He's got to throw this away. Seattle Seahawks in the first 2 drives here do not have a particularly good plan for the Minnesota Vikings blitz, which is kind of strange because this is what you were anticipating they were going to do coming into this game. Well, why not a screenplay here, for instance? Or some just Sam just having to run for his life off the snap because he's got a free rusher here doesn't seem. And maybe somebody just blew their block in protection, but it did look like the Vikings were sending too many guys. Then you can block. So it's got to be some other answer there. Then Sam's got to scramble out of that. Fair catch call here at the 37-yard line by the punt returner for the Vikes, and that's where they will take over from there. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation, Jay. Game day superstitions and rituals. I have to wear my number 31 jersey. I don't know if I really have any real rituals, Jay Gundy. I like to have the 1:00 games. We got a hold here on the Vikings, so that's going to take them back 10 yards, but they do still maintain possession. I don't have anything necessarily that's something I do like the ritual of, just because I've been in this my whole life. You get up in the morning time, you turn the TV, got your first games up, red zone rolling, kind of just looking at the game, looking at what's going on, who's going to be active today, who isn't, kind of getting a feel for everything, and getting warmed up into it a little bit, getting just kind of into the flow, I guess would be my that's not really a superstition or ritual to what you mean it as, So I do have my Largent jersey, which is the that's the one I try to wear with special occasions, but the luck of the large in jersey has not been working great in my favor, unfortunately. Not recently. It's been blanked out a little bit recently, Jay. I don't know. Maybe I got to come up with one. Garth Knight in the house celebrating 3 years. 3 years, says a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that, Garth. You're so kind for that, brother. Says Brando, those Viking fans had you on behind the lines, had me a little afraid of their defense. It's a tough defense. It's got a defense that's both was really good last year and has had a lot of development placed within it. It's not sitting on a lot of injuries right now at the moment, which you would have them maybe playing below where they could be at. So it's going to be a tough task for us to take this defense down. It's no easy day at the office, and you having Flores, a guy that's going to blitz at the number 1 rate in the NFL, and he's going to come after it. And he's going to really make your life hell. And how Kubiak plans and has decided to deal with that today is going to be dictated whether you find success or not. Now, the one thing is that when you are going to blitz like that, when you are going to, throw the house at your opponent almost not play-by-play basis, but a lot of play basis, what's that going to do? That's always going to leave a lot of risks, usually on the back end. It's very hard to blitz and cover up and have guys to that backside. We know Jackson's taken the top off the defense many times this year, almost every game. And so that's a little bit of where you can see maybe the counter on this, but they're going to get you. Days like this with this defense and this blitzing, there's going to be plays that are going to make you look silly. That is what you get with this kind of style of defense, but there's usually a price to be paid. So we'll see if we can make them pay it today, Garth. DJ Owen, thank you for the $20 donation. DJ, my man, thank you for that. I'm kind of you. First and 10 here. Ball at the 27-yard line in Vikings territory. Under center is Brosmer, dropping back on a quick pass. He's going to let it rip, and that ball is going to be a little wayward there. I don't know if that's a miscommunication between him and Addison, but didn't quite look like they were on the same page there. Had him open, it looked like there. Second down 10. 2:24 to go here in the first quarter. Hand off inside out of shotgun, and he will be corralled up there by Drake Thomas. Nice job. Thomas playing well here out the gate. A couple other Hawks in on helping it out. Leonard Williams, Jenna there too. Let's bring up 3rd and 8. Let's see what Mike dials up here on Brosmer. Twelve's getting loud. Seahawks trying to communicate. You can tell it's loud there. 5-man front from the Hawks. Eamon Wari also adding up there. Then we've got another guy up there. 7 guys up around the line of scrimmage here. They bring it. Nope, drop 2. Bring 5. And this ball is going to be thrown over the head of Addison. That's what you do to these rookies. You just get them thinking. So you bring up 7 there. You end up bringing 5. You're still bringing a blitz. You're dropping then the 2 out. You hope you're dropping with the 2 out to get to the flats, to get to the hot route reads. So you're trying to get the quarterback to go pre-snap. Holy Lord, I'm going to get blitz to hell here. I got to get it to my hot route read. Oh, he's going to be over here. Snap. Oh, the defender I thought was blitzing is going to that hot route that I wanted to throw to. Damn it. Let me try to throw it to Addison over the top. It's nowhere close. Here's a punt by the Vikings now. Driving back Shaheed again. He's had a great day as the Viking punter. Shaheed able to do something with this one. At least he gets it up the field into Seattle's best field position of the day here for their 3rd drive, and 1:26 to go. So that's ideally what you want to do to these rookies. A vet, a Matt Stafford type. You do this type of stuff to him too much, he's going to have an answer. He's going to develop within that and figure it out. But a rookie, first start on the road, in over his head, you want to fill that cup until it runneth over. That is what you want to do there. And McDonald is doing that out the gate with this kid, which is nice to see. Don't want to just sit back conservatively. Don't want to leave him easy reads. Don't want him thinking what he's seeing prior to the snap is true to post snap. You want to vary it up. You want to keep him just all day swimming. 1st and 10 for the Hawks. Darnold under center here now. Two tight end look for the Hawks. Sam dropping back. Nothing there initially. He's going to break pocket. Boy's got some time to throw here. He's going to whip this down the field and tried to throw it up there, and ball will be incomplete. Didn't quite see who he was trying to get that to. Maybe that was Cup he was trying to come back to. And the telecast is doing an awful job of showing replays today. Arroyo was the guy that I guess they were trying to target down there. 2nd down and 10. Hand off inside to Walker. Walker dancing around here and patiently, kind of a Le'Veon Bell kind of run there. Like sort of bounce here, sort of stand for a second, bounce over here. Look at that for a second. He did carve himself up a nice little 4-yard gain, though. 3rd and 6. It's much better than the 3rd and 12 or 3rd and 9 we can sometimes be into here. Promise you, DJ, we're going to get back to your dono here. 1 sec. Fast moving first quarter here. Clock winding at 44 seconds to go. Another blitz look from the Vikings. You got to have an answer here, Coobs. They're bringing it. Got to have an answer. Late throw to Barner. Barner with the catch. They're going to say he was down, but he did make the catch on 3rd down. Nicely done. Low throw. Barner went down there and got it. Pocket was starting to collapse in there around Darnold. Man, again, he's good throw, good catch there by Darnold. Darnold's got yards to go get if he can think early on at times by just got to do a little bit slower in the process. But when he's got a hole opened up to run, go take it. He's trying to get a 3rd down conversion there. So he's got to get 6 yards, which is why he's kind of being really patient there in the pocket. That will be the last play of the first quarter. So you understand what he's doing there, and that it's not just necessarily that play, but just in particular, you're seeing a couple spots already in this game where if you got some moments to use your legs in this game, especially if the offense is going to have a little bit of a tougher pull in this one, not the worst way to go, not the worst of ideas to employ. Again, DJ Owen, thank you for the 20. Go Nation. Kind of you, man. So very, very kind of you. He says the Rams lost and the Panthers just helped us out. Let's get this win at home. Go Hawks. We can take the NFC West. Hey, we can go take the NFC West. The first round bye is still in position. You look at where the Bears are playing in that division with the Lions, desperate now, the Packer team, having some pretty good wins here in recent weeks, starting to seem like they're getting a little bit better and in shape. So you got a lot here still on the table for you that you can grab and pull it all to your side. The poker chips in the center of this table right now, you can pull them your way. It's going to take us taking care of businesses. And we saw today and we've seen it a few weeks here where teams come in and you got a team that, you're going to take care of business with them. You're going to handle this team, no problem. But come to find that these teams are NFL football teams and they can give you a fight. And we're going to get that today with this kid. I know we were favored. I know that, we've got some things working our favor for this game, but this is a Vikings team that won 14 games last year and won those games defensively speaking with the same kind of defensive personnel they're rocking out there right now. So it's not going to be easy. We got to take care of business, but you're absolutely right, TJ. Something that was going to look very, very hard, especially if the Rams got to win today against the Panthers with the way their schedule kind of stacks out. It was going to be very hard for you to have that potential chance to go and get into the division. It was going to look much more likely. It's going to have to be on the road. It's going to have to be going that long path, probably going on the East Coast, maybe inclement weather, maybe even Lambeau Field at some point. No, I don't want to do that. Nobody wants to go do that again. We've done that again, and we've done that in the past. That's not been fun for our Hawk teams. It's not worked out great for us. We want the ball, and we're going to score. DJ Owen, thank you for the $20 donation. You're very kind for that, man. I really, really appreciate it. And well caught on your part, man. It's right there now for us. It's right there. All right. Seahawks come out here. First down. Ball around the midfield mark here, 46-yard line, Seahawks territory. Shotgun look for Seattle. Kind of a two-man backfield. Shaheed to Darnold's left, Walker to his right. Lighter front here from the Vikings. Darnold dropping back to throw. He's going to come back inside to Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp with the catch. Nice job. Something you do get with the Vikings that they will do is that though they are a high blitz team, much like McDonald does with his blitzing, Flores does try to establish protections against stuff deep. He does try to keep things to where he's going to at least have a safety back there, usually deep. He ain't going to go usually full casino style. You're going to get a lot of 5-man blitzes with the 6 guys back in coverage versus usually a 4-man to a 7. 4-man coming, 7 going into coverage. 2nd and 4 here. Darnold, drop back throw again here. Got to get rid of it, Sam. Got to get rid of it, buddy. Cooper Kupp able to come up. Like the ball was fumbled there. Kupp able to come up and get the ball. Hopefully he's okay. He's coming up slowly here after the play. Sam has got to have that internal clock speed up, man. He is just sometimes sitting back there, 1,000, 2 to the 3. And then after he's to the 3, then he's going to try to run it. It's got to be so much quicker than that. You can't. Throwing a catch here to White, of all people, on 3rd down, and White's going to get this and go forward for a nice gain on the play. Good conversion by Seattle. Sam threw a rocket into Cody White out there, and White made the reception and chugged hard along after the catch with bodies on him to go and get the 1st down. Quick decision making and use your strong arm, buddy. Just like that. First down for the Seattle Seahawks here. Now the ball at the 32-yard line. 2 tight ends. Sidestep by Charbonnet after the carry. What a nice run there by Charbonnet. Has to sidestep right after the handoff. The first tackler comes back inside, sidesteps another way, and then is able to crank forward and go get himself 7 yards on the play. That is a beautiful run by Charbonnet. Just a hell of a cut to first break that first tackle and then cuts it. He's got to cut one way and then cut right back the same way he just cut from, and do it in a heartbeat, 2 steps to avoid 2 defenders there. 2nd down and 3. Good hard run there by Charbonnet. Pitch play here to Charbonnet. Seahawks trying to get it sealed. Almost get that thing sealed. Still get a nice little 4-yard 5. Well, we'll give him 6 yards on the play there. Another 1st down run. That's a tough seal there. I think you asked a receiver to try to get that out on the edge. Is that Kupp trying to pull that off? That's Barner. Barner did a good job. You have a 5-man front from the Vikings, so it's going to be hard to run that wide with that. It's not typical 4 there. You're getting that extra 5th guy in there and real wide. Almost able to get that thing sealed there in that play. 11:15 to go here in the first quarter. Ball at the 20-yard line. 2 tight end look here. Handoff into Walker. Walker looked like he had a hole there for a second, but he was captured in the hole for a short little 2-yard gain. Shotgun look. 3 wide for the Seattle Seahawks. Dropping back to throw here. Looking to get to Cooper Kupp. Cooper with a nice stiff arm. Nice stiff arm there by Cooper. Able to complete that catch and run there to really get yourself something there on the play. I mean, it's, again, put perspective, it's a 5-yard gain, but initially that guy gets his hands on him. It's about a 3-yard gain. He'll get a couple extra yards there. 3rd down and 3. Trips to the far side of the football field. Vikings not showing a blitz here initially. Looks like they're going to bring at least 5 here. They do bring that guy up. They're going to run with this. Nice job there by the Hawks going with the run. Looks like the Vikings blitzed up off the left-hand side of the Seahawks offensive line. So Seattle countered that with the run to the right and over Lucas's side there to go get the first down. Another way you can attack the blitz is hitting them off of where the light numbers go from where you're going to try to draw the box heavy to one side. Because you want to draw the box heavy to one side to end up getting a free rusher as you can. Charbonnet running well here too out the gate. 1st down and goal. 11-play drive here for the Seattle Seahawks. 2-tie handoff here to Charbonnet. And he will get swallowed up in the hole there. No real movement there at the line of scrimmage from the Hawks in that play. Beautifully long drive here, 12 plays, 60 yards, consumes 7 minutes and 46 seconds of the clock. 2 tight end, 2 wide receiver look here for the Hawks. Boy, another handoff there. That's kind of a conservative play call. Wilson jumps back in the backfield and rips down Charbonnet. That was a strange call there. All right, it was only a 1 wide receiver. So you had a 1 wide receiver look. You're going with 2 tight ends and Oots. Ugh. All right, tall task here. 3rd down and goal for Darnold. Ball at about the 11-yard line now. Trips to the far side of the field. Darnold drops back to throw. Got to make a quick decision here, Sammy. And he's going to get sacked. Andrew Van Ginkel gets back there. Seahawks had Barner blocking Van Ginkel, but he was also supposed to also get some help there from Charbonnet, which didn't come. Myers here with the field goal attempt now, and he will punch it up and through. Seattle will take a 3-0 lead. Industry Word, thank you for the $2 donation, Cal. Appreciate you for that. Good to see you. Megan, thank you for 46 months. 46 months, a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that. Megan says, I got the Pete throwback on today. Let's go, Megan. Well, maybe you'll be establishing a new lucky jersey, huh? Maybe, just maybe. I'm just saying. Possibly. Good to hear. Good to hear. Maybe working so far. Thank you again, Cal. Another no-no. Appreciate that. Dalton, thank you for the $5 donation. Dalton says, let's go Hawks. Thanks for all your hard work, buddy, and your knowledge. Oh, it's my pleasure. This isn't a hard job at all when I get to hang with you folks and get to do what I get to do today. I am blessed. I'm honored to do this. And it is always so much fun. But thank you, man. I appreciate it. Appreciate you watching, listening, and showing your support to the channel as well. It's really, really, really kind of you. Let's get this dub today, man. Let's get this better season than we've had here in about 10 years, and a really good positive year where things aren't just in the win-loss column for the better, but things are really moving right and moving well. Let's see if this team can finish this off and really, really come alive in the way we think they're possibly able to do so. But Dalton, I appreciate you. Thank you for that, man. Very, very kind of you. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, stupid baby Rams lost like stupid babies. Idiots. So stupid. They're so dumb. Why are the Rams so dumb, huh? There's a drop.
Target neutralized.
You left us an opening, Rams. You shouldn't have done it. You shouldn't have did it. But you did it. Now we're going to have to walk through it. Okay? That's the way this works. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5 donation. Martin, I just want a win. If it's a good performance, great. If it's a blowout win, fantastic. But please just make sure we win and get to 9-3. This is where I'm at as well with this. I would love to have us go out there and get multiple touchdown lead in the third quarter, and we're all complaining about how we, would take our foot off the gas or some silly stuff like that. But if it's going to be a tough game, it's going to be a tough game. Those are going to happen throughout the course of the year. This is the NFL. This is the sport of parity. This is not basketball, baseball. This is one where the worst of the worst can still hang with the best of the best on any given Sunday. That's why that term is out there. That's why it's a thing. And we've got Sam Darnold going into the tent. He was kind of walking around a little gingerly out there earlier. Let's see what's going on with maybe Sam. Here's a return now by the Vikings up to about the 30-yard line. Martin, thank you for that $5 donation, though, man. Let's get the 9-3. I think we all got the same feeling on this one. Just find a way to do it. Just find a way. Hopefully Sam's okay and back in the old blue tent. I'm with you, Martin. No, it's great performance, great. But in this NFL, it's all just about stacking those W's up. And once you start to get a thing like division in your sight line, once you start to get one of those things like a bye week in your sight line, man, you just all the more say stack them up all the more. All right, the Vikings are going to take over here at the 29-yard line after on their fourth drive. They've had 3 punts here. Brosmer is going to drop back here and find TJ Hawkinson wide open in space. He's going to be brought down after a run and catch for about 12 yards or so. Seahawks again getting some pressure there on Brosmer, but able to navigate to his left there and find Hawkinson out in space open. Okay. Darnold looks like he's okay. Brosmer, 5 of 8 for 39 yards here to start things off. Played pretty good. Had a couple throws where he's been not quite on it there with Addison, but he's not been too bad here. 6:21 to go in the second quarter. Brosmer dropping back to throw. He's got Bahana up there and throws it to Jefferson, and Jefferson with the drop. Uncustomary drop there from Jefferson. Brosmer put a little bit behind him, but we've seen Justin Jefferson make that catch a ton before. Maybe he was feeling Kobe Bryant bearing down on him from behind there, but a couple drops from the Vikings receivers here, not helping out the rookie quarterback. Second down and 10. Seahawks bringing a blitz, 5-man blitz here. A quick thrown completion to Addison. He'll gain about 6 yards and fall down there. I'll give him 5. Third down and 5. Fast moving first half here. 5:52 to go. We might have a first half at this rate, just about being only an hour long. Brosmer dropping back to throw. Seahawks, no blitz, just 4-man front. Brosmer throwing off of his right side to the other side there. And that will be knocked incomplete. What a job by Nick Emanwari. Emanwari might have been out there on Jefferson, and I think he went up and was able to knock that ball away from him. Yeah, Emanwari on Jefferson in tight coverage, just draped. Beautiful play. Could have had a pick there. Almost had an interception. How about the rookie? How about the rookie on Justin Jefferson? Tight end coverage. 4th and 5. Another punt here from the Vikings. Seahawks look like they're going to bring some pressure. Viking punter gets it off on a short punt here. It'll be fielded as a fair catch at the 24-yard line where Darnold and company will come back out on the football field. Opportunity to do something that they've been pretty good about this year, which is 5:26 to go on the clock. You just had a long drive there before. Can you work another long drive? Can you go get another score? Can you steal a possession away at that point because you get the ball at the start of the second half with a chance then to really, potentially take this game and put it in your strong, tight grip. We'll see what they can do on this, but certainly that's going to be a little bit of, I think, what their instinct is going to be to try and accomplish here. Keon, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, can we just always wear the throwbacks? Can we just always wear the throwbacks already? Come on, can we just do it? I mean, I've mentioned this. You put a fan poll out there, you let us all vote on it. You're going to find that the overwhelming majority are saying this is the way. It's nationally looked at. I mean, anybody that's seen our throwbacks say that why don't they just wear this full time? Those are awesome. Those are amazing. You gotta wear those things full time. I don't know. I don't know why they don't necessarily, because they are so nice, but they should. Tell you what, they should. I wish they would. Thank you for another $1 donation there, Cal. Appreciate you. Taker, thank you for the $2 donation. Glad Seahawks don't have to face the infamous number 9. Yeah, we don't get Anakin Skywalker in this game. You don't want that Darth Sith energy. You got to work against Taker. We get Max is not built like that. I didn't see any of the eye black on Max. I see that eye block. I know you're a badass. I see that eye black. I know you deal with the ways of the Sith and their dark magic. We got to pass, man. We dodged a bullet, Taker. We dodged a bullet, my friend. Daniel Schultz with a $20 donation. Thank you for that big old donation, Daniel. He says the Vikings are not going to go down easy. Sam will have to chip away at them. Our defense will be able to hold them as we've seen so far. Have to find the holes and exploit it. Go Hawk. Go Hawk. Go Hawks. Let's go. Yes, you touch on a really important thing here with this, which is just that you bring more guys up at the line of scrimmage, you bring more pressure. Vikings, number 1 pressure-based team, number 1 blitz team in the NFL. You're going to have to embrace, the short passing attack by and large. And how you execute in that's going to determine your success. Oh my God, Sam sacked here on first down, and I think we have a fumble. Man, he gets hit and the ball just comes out. What in the hell's gone on with our pass protection today? He's dropping back and he's smashed the second he drops back. Oh my God, dude. We've blown so many blocks in this game. Like, we're not prepared for the blitz, man. Sam has got, I don't know. All right. Ball on the 13-yard line. Handoff inside here. Brought down instantly to the ground there by Ernest Jones. Nice tackle by Jones. Seahawks just have had too many free rushers. The Vikings are just decimating the pass protection scheme of the Seahawks, where they're getting free rushers at Sam. Sam's looking to the other side of the field with the read, so he's not looking where the blitzer's coming from on that side, and the guy's on him instantaneously. You want the guy to hold the ball, but he's not seeing the guy come and hit him either. But we got to get just have him throw literally like 2-step drop it or something here. All right, throwing it out here into the flat to Hawkinson. Hawkinson will be cut down after a short 4 or 5 yard gain, maybe. This will bring up third down, 4 minutes and 32 seconds. Daniel, thank you again for the $20 donation. Your dono is well timed, and I agree with you. The Vikings are not going to go down easy. This defense is a problem. They are difficult, and right now they may have some difficulties our offense isn't as great about dealing with. We have not had as much the problem in dealing with the blitz this year. We will have pressures, we'll have breakdowns and pass and when we're dropping back to throw for sure, but not like this. And usually we've gotten some, quick answers here. Seahawks just don't appear to be like we're prepared here for what the Vikings were bringing up on them with these pressure fronts. Third down and 6. Brosmer dropping back to throw. He's got a completion out there to Addison. Addison will make the catch, but he will be short of the first down. It'll be about 4th and a yard and probably about a yard and a half. Depends on the mark. And we'll see what the Vikings decide to do here if they're going to look to go for it. Looks like they're going to try to go for it here. 12-man getting loud. 3 minutes and 21 seconds to go in this first half. Vikings 8 of 15 on 4th downs this year. They're going to drop back to throw here. And Brosmer's going to flip it. He's going to throw it intercepted. Ball's going to be picked. Ernest Jones going back the other way. Ernest is free. Ernest is going. Ernest is gone. Touchdown Seahawks. DeMarcus Lawrence all over the play. A play action pass roll out to the right. Brosmer under instant duress from DeMarcus Lawrence, getting drugged down. As he's drugged down, tries the old underhand pass, let me just throw it away thing. And in doing so, the ball comes right up, right on up. Ernest Jones jumps, man in the right spot for, I think, his 4th interception of the year. And a rookie moment there that you get from Brosmer where you just to tell the kid, take the sacks, let our defense take back over. It's okay. Didn't want to take the sack, treating it like almost a 4th down at the end of the game in the mentality a little bit. And the Seattle Seahawks able to come back and go get the pick. How about the defense? Extra points up and through. What about the defense, though, coming back and answering on that fumble of Sam? How many times have they've been put on a short field this year, and yet they have stood tall to that tough task and answered that bell and came out and gave you big play after big play. Sometimes a 4th down stop, sometimes just holding them to a field goal. In this case, a 4th down stop and a turnover and a touchdown. Their offense, did we do enough for you now? You got enough now? Have we helped you enough? Hell of a start to the day, though, from the Seattle Seahawks defense. And an interesting decision there by Max as you're being drugged to the ground. He sort of tries to do the old submarine pitcher. You ever seen a submarine pitcher in baseball where they drop low and then they come up under? It was a little bit that kind of move. And he's being drugged down by DeMarcus at the same time. What an addition DeMarcus Lawrence has been to this team. Defense is balling, man. Daniel, your dono was perfectly timed for all that stuff that just went down after that donation. All of it. Thank you for that, though, Daniel. Appreciate you. Cars, thank you for the $5. Appreciate you, Cars, too. My Jayhawks lost this week and aren't going to a bowl game now. Hoping my other Hawks can win today. Also, so happy the Rams lost. Yeah, I was delighted to see that the Rams lost today. That warmed the cockles of my heart. And didn't know that they were Panthers were going to get it. You watched Panthers last week against the Niners, and you go, boy, this team's unwinding a little bit, aren't they? But they are one of those teams that's in the NFL right now that is kind of plays differently at home than they play on the road. Kind of almost seems like every team in that division is sort of like that. The Falcons kind of feel like that. Buccaneers kind of feel like that. Like they're just kind of a different breed when you get them on the road from home, and much stronger at home. Sorry to hear your Jayhawks. We're not able to get going. And, I'll say this, Cars, you guys have pushed out a lot of NFL talent last year in the draft. And it wasn't all guys that were necessarily drafted like high, but between guys that were picked and then guys that were, the undrafted, you lost a lot of talent. It's always hard in college football unless you're one of those Alabama kind of programs to lose that much NFL talent and then come back the next year and not miss a beat. Some programs can do it, but happening to even the Huskies when they had that national championship with the Michigan Wolverines a couple years ago, and then you lose Penix, you lose a couple offensive linemen, you lose your three wide receivers, a couple guys on defense, a couple tight ends. It's like you gotta come back next year. It's hard to replace that. But you guys seem like your program's coming on strong as I've seen it be at in my lifetime in watching college football. So let's see, maybe bounce back, get a good recruiting class, pulling the right guys. You never know, man. Let's get this dub today, though. Kickoff goes back to the second 2-yard line here. Brought up Looks like trouble initially there. Seattle is able to rally the troops around him at the 31-yard line, bring him down there, where Brosmer will take over with 2:52 to go here in the second quarter. Seahawks up 10-0. Both teams with the full allotment of their timeouts. Cars, you're awesome. Thank you for that. Cal, thank you for the $1 donation. I appreciate you, Cal, for that. Very kind of you. Says a churro for Pumpkin. We will definitely get Pumpkin, and it'll be on you, Cal. We'll definitely get Pumpkin a churro victory salmon for the audience here if we can get the dub today. That is a promise. My lips to your ears there. All right, handoff inside here. Oh my God. Derek Hall just threw a guy around. That's going to be fun to go back and watch the 22 on that one. Hall chucked a dude. He straight up tossed a guy. Short 2-yard gain as well, but that wasn't where the fun happened. Seahawks defense playing fiery. Brosmer, quick snap here. He's under pressure. And we've got a flag here. Wow, I guess the 12s are getting loud. Nobody could hear the flag there until they were about halfway into that play. It's going to be a false start of the Vikings. Let's go. Another indicator the 12s are getting loud today. Let's go, 12s. That's vet center, Kelly. Second and 13. Seahawks showing blitz with Witherspoon. He's coming. Witherspoon's coming. Brosmer gets fumble. Oh, good job there of causing the fumble there on Jordan Mason. That play might have been well set up for the Vikings there, if not for the defender came up and was able to rip it out of his hands after the catch and slow him down. This will bring up 3rd and 12. Witherspoon came free on the blitz there. This will go down to the 2-minute warning now, too, by the way. But Witherspoon came free on the blitz, and they seem to have an answer for it to the right side of the field there. They didn't show the replay. Some defender came up and ripped it on through there. Get an update on that one in a second. Whew. All right. Exciting first half here, folks. But industry worth, Cal, I'll definitely get some churro for Pumpkin on camera here after the stream if we can get that victory. That Sunday dub. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Yes. Where are the quick outs and jet sweeps? Quick outs especially. I'm mixed the jet sweeps in. I think that's what you've got to do with this, where you're saying, okay, we're going to try to run our traditional offense. Our offense is getting overrun by pressure, and we're not answering to the blitz really well. And what's my answers to the blitz? And how can I start to come with some more quicker answers for Sam and company here? Throws out into the flat. I mean, that very one where you had the strip sack fumble, Sam's looking out to the flat, but he is taking a second, it seems like, to get to the first read down the field rather than get to the flat. I know some of this is you want to do that because you're trying to draw the defenders to depth, and then you throw it out to the flat to give Walker some space to work with. You're not anticipating you're going to have a free rusher off the edge where your tight end just blows the block, Caller up, busts the block completely. So some of this gets hard to disassemble a little bit with that, where another second there, Walker probably has the throw out to him in the flat. But more of that is the emphasis here, Sanchez, and more of an understanding right now that our pass pro is really struggling here out the gate and keeping Sam clean from an instantaneous standpoint. Not from they're, long pressure, they're getting there, but oh my God, light switch pressure is getting back to Sam instantaneously. Robert, my brother in the house, celebrating 53 months. 53 months, Rob. 53 months. Says, I got a fever, and the only prescription is more touchdowns for the Seahawks. Let's go, Rob. Shadowbot, 28 months as a Hawks Nest member, says, pick 6, EJ. How about Ernest Jones? And my prediction at the start of the year was a breakout season for Ernest Jones, and I predicted not a 1, not a 2, not a 3, but a 4 interceptions for the middle linebacker this year. He's making me look mighty smart, Shadowbot. Thank you for that long support, man. All right, Brosmer out now here. Tall task on this one. 3rd down and 12. Seattle showing just a 4-man front here, maybe anticipating that the Vikings are going to think that they're going to blitz, and they still get pressure home. Still get home. DeMarcus Lawrence finds his way in there for a sack. Seahawks call a timeout. Call a timeout here, coach. Call a timeout here, coach. Marcus Lawrence working off that right side. That's Brian O'Neill. That's a good right tackle in this sport. DeMarcus just pushing him back with power as he does. Gets the win, gets the sack, and love the call there from Mike, who probably the Vikings are probably thinking they're going to get a blitz call there from Mike because he's done a lot of that when they're in those 3rd and longs. Instead, he kind of dials it back a different direction there. Good counter call there by Mike, breaks some tendencies. Seahawks do not call a timeout. Let this clock wind down to about 1:04 here after the return. We got Shaheed going up the field here, finding some space. Shaheed with a nice return. It took a while, but he was able to get back up the field nicely. Good job by the Hawks blocking there to not hold and not block in the back. They were showing some good technique. One guy kind of got a blindside block in there, and he just sort of stuck his hands back and stood in front of the guy who was blocking to not get the blindside block as he was coming back, as Rashid reversed his field there. Smartly done. All right, 58 seconds. Seahawks do still keep all 3 timeouts at this point. Justin Jefferson just looks done. Oh my gosh. He looks so done. 1st and 10. Ball at the 45-yard line. Handoff inside here to Charbonnet. Charbonnet sidesteps the first tackler, able to run forward here, still moving the pile, getting about a 9-yard gain there. Clock will still continue to roll here. 46 seconds to go, and clock is running. They come right back with the next play call here, 2nd and 1. Dropping back to throw is Darnold. Goes to JSN there. Can't quite complete it. Jackson held without a catch this first half. $36 seconds to go here in this first half. Seahawks up 10-0. Handoff inside here to Charbonnet. Charbonnet working hard, and he'll get the first, it looks like. Seahawks got to call a timeout. Coach, you got to call a timeout, buddy. Seahawks are not managing this clock well at all here in this 2-minute drive. From the fact they didn't call the timeout in the first place after they got the stop. I'm not sure why you're playing this so conservatively. You've taken out of your hands now the ability to go get a touchdown from a McDonald perspective here, letting that 45 seconds burn in the first place. I know you're trying to protect your defense, and you probably aren't, feeling great about the offense with throwing the ball a lot here, but a very, very weird management of the clock here at the end of this half by the Hawks. You just kind of lost an opportunity here to do as much damage as you possibly could. And you might end up sitting on one of these timeouts at this rate. I might come back out of this timeout and have a play call set in where I run the ball again back on this one, where I try to run it again, see if I can catch him on a nice run up the gut with 3 timeouts anyway. I know they're going to blitz. Sam's going to check the play. Probably check to a pass here at a mess. Yeah. Got to get rid of it, Sam. Gets the ball out. Shaheed gets, I believe, out of bounds. 7-yard gain. Sanchez, you were asking for out routes. There you go, buddy. Sanchez was on it with this. Where's Sanchez donos here? Sanchez dono here. Quick outs, jet sweeps. There's your quick out right there, like we talked about. That's what we want to see. Work it out in space there like that. When you get the blitz like that, just go take it. The corner's going to be an off coverage and drop into depth. 2nd down and 3. Ball at the 38-yard line. Another pressure-based look here from the Vikings. They're going to bring it for the most part. Ball tipped up into the air. Incomplete. 15 seconds to go. Like Cashman blitzing on the play right back in Sam's face there. Whew. Third and 3, shotgun look, 3 wide to the far side of the field. Another blitz look here from the Vikings. They're bringing it every single time, and the Seattle Seahawks just do not have an answer for the blitz right now. Offensively speaking, there is no answer here for this blitz. Yeah, they keep tipping balls. They keep getting down. Just not, it ain't working here. I don't know how many times this half we end up with a free rusher in Sam's face, and the offense is just not seemingly like if the Vikings are bringing this much pressure and they're showing you with transparency prior to the snap that they're bringing this much pressure. You've got to have an answer for this, man. They're not changing this up. 56-yard attempt here for Jason Myers. High snap gets pulled down by Dixon. The kick is up and has just enough to get through. Seattle will still grab 3 more points here at this half, which may factor in very bigly on this, considering the fact the offense is having some of the struggle. But from my standpoint on this, the frustration comes in, and that what I'm watching the Vikings do here is blitz as high amount as ever. They're not changing up 4-man fronts to blitz to 4-man fronts. They're sending everybody at you. And yet, offensively speaking, you seem to be caught off guard through this whole first half by them taking this approach. And that the team doesn't have any real answers into how to attack this approach right now. It's kind of strange to see, because I could get it if they were varying it up or they're bringing blitzes from this side, but they're dropping out to that side. But it's a lot of some similar kind of style of blitzes where you're just bringing a lot of extra defenders hoping to overload the protections, and it's working, and you're getting the free rusher. So Kubiak's got to find in this next half here in the halftime, and I quite honestly don't understand why I wasn't thinking about it coming into this game, how to deal with this. You're going to get some tip passes. You're going to get some of this a little bit, I think, when you're trying to deal with blitzes, because blitzes mean quick throws to hot route reads, but there's not a lot of variance. We're not seeing any, for instance, like screenplays called in here. That's another way you can beat the blitz. Like, that's not being brought in at all as well here. So see if we can find some adjustments into the second half. Good to come away here with this 13-point lead, and this will be returned up to the 31-yard line. Mike Morris there on the tackle. Vikings will take over, and I'm guessing they're going to go ahead and take a knee here and call it a day. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation, says, I called that pick 29 seconds before it happened. Let's go, Keon. Let's go. Well done. That pick makes this half feel a lot better, doesn't it? Whew. Shadowbot, thank you for the $2 donation. Pick mother effing 6. And they will down the ball there. That will finish off this half. Seahawks take a 13-0 lead here at halftime against this Vikings team defensively, who is getting after it. Sam Darnold, 15 dropbacks. He's been hit 5 times. He's been sacked 4 times. A couple fumbles from Sam here. Gotta get together. We are ahead. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $5 donation. That is why you take the 3 points on the road. It's true. Yeah. It's the 3 points is a real thing with that, man. Especially when it comes down to the 2 teams being to me even, MJ. You got 2 teams that are even, both bad, both really good. Which one's playing at home? Probably you give the nod to. Especially if there's not something stylistically that's some hole between one and the other, where this team can't stop the run. This team runs the ball really well. Unless there's some like real straightforward advantage like that. But thank you, MJ, for the $5, man. Let's hold on to this lead. Hold on. Hey, Joss, thank you for the $2 donation. They put 9 on the bench, but his energy never rests. The dark energy never rests. If they pan over to him on that bench, to your point, Joss, you would see those yellow eyes glowing, and he'd be wearing a cloak. Like, why is JJ McCarthy wearing a cloak on the football field? I don't know, but are his eyes glowing yellow to you too, Bill? Yes, they are. That is quite frightful. It is. Hopefully the children are watching. Gotta be careful. We might still see 9 yet in this game, Joss. We're not out from under the dark shadow of the Sith. Mr. Dog, thank you for the $5 donation, Mr. Dog. Someone as good as D-Law that doesn't have to play every snap makes for a very good pressure front. The guy is fresh every go. This is where you want to build your pass rush. People get, I think, hyper concentrated on having the grade A2 guys that are coming off the edge, or a grade A front that can be strong 1 through 4. But to your point, in our time of watching, and especially because we got this lesson taught to us, Mystery Dog, pretty heavily during the Legion of Boom years, and the way that Coach Carroll constructed his defensive fronts, and having the early downs to one thing, having the cheetah packages, or the NASCAR packages, it was later known, where you'd bring out that faster front to be able to generate the pressure, but you also load balance the snaps on those teams. And you provide a guy like Cliff Averill, for instance, an ability to have a Red Bryant on early down snaps that could take up the run and, be a clog over there and be a plus for that. And then Averill could stay fresh to come in there and go 100 miles an hour when he was coming off the bench and make him better as a player. It's hard in football to play that 55, 60 defensive snaps on a defensive line and go all out every single snap. It just is. Especially if you're out on a particular drive where you've been out there for 7, 8, 9 plays in a row. You want the rotation. And the really good part of the rotations, like you're talking about too, is that not only do you keep the guy fresher throughout the game, but this is also about the load management of players throughout the course of the season, wanting to get to your strongest shape by the end of the year, wanting your players to perform at their best at the end of the year. But how do you do that when you've had to go through a long NFL season and their body is beat up? Well, one way to do that is to load manage their snaps and to give them those rotations. And then you get the fresher player down the line. You get the player that can play at his best down the line when you need him most, when everything is on the line, so to speak. But DeMarcus Lawrence, what an offseason John Schneider had with some of the additions that he was able to bring in here. And I think Cooper Kupp has been a net plus result for us in what he's brought. And it's been worthwhile. I think not just what he brings on the field, but off the field. In addition to that, Sam Darnold has certainly been very good for us. And then we've got, of course, too, here, DeMarcus Lawrence, and what a fine addition he has been as just a still a marvelous player, even at his age. And look forward to having him here for the next couple of years. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation, Jay Gundy. He says, screens to Shaheed into the blitz side. It's what you traded for, not just the deep threat. Well, thank you for that $5 donation. And I agree. This is the way where it doesn't have to be necessarily hitting the hot read or the quick throw out of Sam's hand. It can be to the bubble. And to his point, the bubble is going to have much more of a likelihood of being knocked down at the line of scrimmage. And we threw the bubble screen to Kenneth Walker out the gate on that, what was the first play of the game, where I think we got 10 or 11 yards to him. I forget what it was. It was, it's like, I think a 14-yarder there to Walker on the very same thing over there, just a little bubble screen out to him. And that's one place where I would go to, as Kubiak's side of this, is out route should be open all day for us. Corners off coverage, bringing the blitz, corners and off coverage to drop to depth to protect against the blitz. Got that. Now let's build in and try to bake in maybe some of these bubble screens here as counters for Sam, and maybe even live counters that he can just kind of lean in to call into at the line of scrimmage if he happens to see it. Like, I'm just going to throw a little pop pass out in space here to one of our receivers and let him go work with all of the space that he will have to be able to work with out there on the outside. I would like to see the same thing there, Jay Gundy. Great point on your part. Cameron, thank you for the 39 months, 3 years as a Hawks Nest member. That's a long time. Appreciate you for that. It says, feed Walker in the second half. Get out with a win. Indeed, you're running the ball pretty well. Charbonnet's looking pretty good. There's been a couple of stuffs in there. You have the one penetration on the one play to Charbonnet, but overall it felt like we were finding some holes there in the run game a little bit. Got to stay committed to it. Got to limit down the passing attempts in the second half a little bit. Probably got to play this a little conservative, in part just because of how many issues you've had right now in pass pro in dealing with, just the instant pressure that Sam's, running into right now. Damian Treyway. Thank you for the $7 donation, Damian. Bradford's been caught commenting on his bad play memes on Insta mid-game, laughing out loud. Yeah, I saw that he had checked his phone or something at halftime and saw, people making reference to it and going viral, then him commenting on it. And, Bradford the problem with Bradford really with it is, other than maybe not developing as far as we would like him to develop here, is that when it goes wrong for him, it goes really wrong, and he just looks he looks like a guy that doesn't know what he's doing. But playing and play out, that's not what you tend to get with him. It's you do tend to get he's not a great he is one of the worst probably guards in the league overall. Let me make no mistake about it. But it's the brutal plays you get with him where it isn't just snap in and snap out, but when it does go bad, and when it is those plays where he's the famous one he's known for now is, why is he always with his back turned on looking back at the quarterback, and that's what he's kind of getting known for a little bit with it. But he's the highest graded lineman last week on the team. He's had some of those weeks this year. There's when the performance goes bad too on given weeks. That's the other part of it. It'll go really awful, and it will just be just as bad as you can just about get. So he's a little bit of a roller coaster ride, and the dips go low. You may not stay strapped to the seat. You may have to hold on to the bottom of the seat with your legs when it does the loop-de-loop. And you're like, if I let go of my legs right now, I'm going to fall out of this thing and splat my head. It's going to be a little bit like that there, Damien. But good news is he's under contract for next year. So you get yet another season of this experience probably next season, I would estimate. I don't guarantee it, but I would estimate it. Thank you, folks. Appreciate all of your guys' donation and support to the channel. You are amazing. All of you are always on this front of things. Cal, thank you for your support. How did we end up with cap space after the deadline? I think we ended up with more space after the deadline. Yeah, you're 17-4. You were like 20-21, Mr. Dog, before the trade deadline. Got to take some check downs and bubble screens. Use the pressure against them. That's it, man. If they're going to, it's one thing if Flores is going to vary stuff up and come from different angles. You'll get a Blitzburg zone blitz, kind of look this snap, and then you'll get a delayed blitz to this snap, and then you'll get a corner blitz from this snap. But they're bringing all the blitz up around the line of scrimmage, just bringing a ton of guys right up at the line there, and then they're sending it. They might drop one guy out, but you're even going beyond what's typically what you get with Flores, which is a lot of the 5-man blitzes, the fire zone blitzes. You're getting a lot of the 6 today, and so these are the counters to go with. I don't care if he's under contract for 8 more years. He shouldn't start another year for this team. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying what it is. Oh man. Yes, WR. Yep, they are loading that box. Nolan has had the hot router dump off several times, seeing ghosts. Got to lean in it. Sam's got to be a little even more quicker in the decision making here. A little bit. Yeah, Patrick, O-line still the biggest weakness. Still a problem. Still needs to be addressed. Feels like we kind of say that every year, doesn't it? Every year. Get some more coffee. I'm going to be right back, folks. Hit your like button. I'd appreciate it. Let me, it's a good time right now, too, as well. Let me thank the sponsor of the show here. The least I can do is they are so kind to sponsor us as they have throughout the course of this year. And that sponsor is, of course, going to be Sleeper. Sleeper is the number one sports app running in the game right now. Number one running the game right now, as they have they got great number of picks on this site compared to some of these other sites where you don't get as many selections, as many kind of variables on that. You can get in basketball, football, pair them together, baseball in there when it's running during the year as well. Put a nice little ticket pick together on that. And when you use my code NEST, they'll match you up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. $100 from me to you through the channel using my code NEST. But wait, there's more. Because if you just create an entry, no code needed, no money needed, just create an entry on the Sleeper side, they will put $20 into your account instantaneously, just like that. So $120 from me to you, and you show some love to the channel at the very same time. Terms and conditions do apply. Please see their site for details. Now, I have been hearing from some Seattleites and Washingtonians that there's still some restrictions here in the state where it's supposed to be opening up very soon. Keep an eye. It's supposed to be opening up any day on this as they're getting the last little bit of rules figured out and unsynced. And then as well, you can always use it on a casino in any casino in the state of Washington on their network because they are allowed on that. These are my picks for today. I've been able to get the one hit here with Walker at 9.5 receiving yards. I'm not looking particularly good on the other side of it, with the Vikings only having 4 yards for Jordan Mason and Sam Darnold without a touchdown thrown in that first half. Let's see if we can get back in the second half, and maybe I can get this right and figure it out at that point with it. But thank you to Sleeper for sponsoring the show. It's very, very appreciated. And let me get some coffee, and we'll be back here with the second half shortly. Okay, Seahawks due to receive the opening kick of this half, and we are off. This will bounce down into the end zone there. Shahid will down it there. Seattle will take over at the 20-yard line. $84 total yards for the Seattle Seahawks in that first half to 48 total yards for the Vikings. Seahawks able to edge out with a little bit of time of possession at 16:34 to 13:26 for the Minnesota. Darnold 7-15 for 77 yards. Brosmer 9-15 for 53 yards. So both defenses bringing their A game today. Seattle takes over at the 20-yard line. 2 tight end look here for them to begin things. We got a 6-man front from the Vikings. Seahawks are going to try to pitch this wide here to Walker. Walker, loose up the football field. Walker almost keeping his feet, just about able to bust that one out. Great run there by Walker. Very decisive. Play looked like this was going to be hard to pull this off, but the Hawks ended up with actually a fairly nice numbers game to one side, and Harrison Smith able to just get an ankle of Walker there to bring him down, as he was just a heartbeat away there from busting it. Nice run, though, to open the half here. Ball at the 44-yard line. 1st and 10. They're going to pitch it back the other way now. Walker trying to break through there. He cuts it inside there as he's just about to break it wide and takes it in for a couple-yard gain there. Give it 2 yard. Darnold's going to change the play here and back up it in the shotgun. Dropping back to throw. Hits Walker in the flat. Walker's got nowhere to go. This be about a loss of a half a yard on the play. You like the intention there, but the Vikings were just bringing the four-man front on that play. They weren't actually dialing up the blitz there. And Sam kind of knew it, but he treated it a little bit like a blitz play from the Vikings. Third down and 8. Seahawks have struggled in this area throughout the course of the season, and they have not been particularly good at this today. It's like you got a false start here. Sam going to throw this up over the top and then just throw this out of bounds there to JSN. Looks like you got the Vikings to potentially jump there. Second time you've been able to do that in this game. Jackson still looking for his first catch, by the way. Offside, indeed, on the Minnesota Vikings. Third down, and this will bring up a 3rd and 4. Or a long 3 or 3.5. Sam in shotgun. Walker to his left. 3 wide. Sam dropping back to throw. Hits Walker out in the flat. Walker sidesteps the first tackler there and able to whirl his way around to go get the first down. Short gain, but a first at that. Again, liking the option of Sam getting them out to the flat there. They want to throw that a lot. I got no problems with that here. It's not going to get knocked down. You get Walker out in space with some opportunities there to work. Yeah, he's got that pen working. 1st and 10, ball at the 45-yard line into Minnesota's territory. 12:05 to go here in the third quarter. Another pitch out wide, 3rd one of this drive. Walker starts it in, gets it back out here, runs over the tackler at the end of that run nicely. Goes right over Rodgers there that's called finishing the run right there. And you take that from a 2-yard gain to a 4-yard gain by doing that. Boom! Get down. Boy. Get Isaiah Rodgers into the blue tent. Check that dome. And Rodgers is going to come off the sideline here. Give him a second to kind of seeing some of those Looney Tunes birds around his head kind of spin an empty look here. Quick snap by Sam out to Kenneth Walker. Kind of a weird pass there by Darnold. I don't know if that was because Turner came off the edge so quickly there. What happened there? Oh, okay. Yeah, he's got Turner coming off the edge there, anticipating that throw. And he was able to tip that ball. 3rd down and 6. Boy, we got another flag here. This looks like another potential false start by the Vikings. I don't know if they feel like they've got the cadence set on Sam or what. This is the 3rd time, though, I think you've seen them jump here. Yeah. 3rd time in this game that they've jumped off sides. This is where Sam's very smart here to stay on this. There's something that they've done in this game to try to feel like they can jump the snap count on him. Could be a big penalty there, too, because you take this down to still as a 3rd down here, but this might inform Mike a little bit more sooner about, yeah, this is a big play. This takes you to 3rd and 1. Now you're to the barnyard here now. It's going to come out for the tush push. They're going to reset this back out now. Play action. Another tip pass. Oh, boy. I don't know how many tips the Minnesota Vikings have had today, but it's a lot. All right, let's see what Seattle does here. It's a long field goal. Oh, boy, oh, boy. It's been struggle today offensively. Seahawks are going to try for a field goal here with Myers. Snap down, kick is up, kick is through. So Seahawks are able to get 3 more points and go up 16-0 in this game. Boy, good job by Myers. Hell of a job by Myers today. He's had to hit some deep ones. Yeah, Darnold's got to be the most tipped quarterback in the sport about. I think you've had about 5 or 6 tips today alone. Minnesota's defense is just on it in everything we're doing in the passing game right now. Jeff Jennings, thank you for the $10 donation. Jeff, he says, when Jalen Sundell gets back, put him at right guard. Maybe the way to go here, or at the very least to try to get a look of him in there at that right guard spot. You know, may not be the worst of routes to try to attempt at this point to see if you can get cumulatively just a better offensive line. But I would guess that the teams probably would put Sundell back in at center and that they would probably try to ride back in with that again if he does come back, Jeff, but doesn't mean you're not right. And that maybe that's a thing to try out here at this point. And as much because you thought this new scheme was going to help out Bradford, you've been waiting on him to develop. You brought him in as a guy that was very talented, very athletic, has all those natural size dimensions that you want to see on a big right guard. He was a RAS, relative athletic tester, really high percentile athlete for the position. And you knew with that, being a guy who only started very few times at LSU, that he was going to take some time to develop and round out as a player. You knew that generally first getting him. And then you hoped in bringing into more of a detail-centric scheme like this with Kubiak that you would be able to have him take another step in his game. But I think we continue to keep waiting for the steps to be taken with him, and you sort of just end up kind of getting the good with the bad, and something feels like more often than not more bad. And once you get this many years into it, it is like, well, is the good coming? Do some guys just never quite make it over the hump of that development? And I think you could make an argument to me that, he's at that stage of things. He's at that place. But coaching staff does seem to have their decent regard for him and belief in him, being a guy that is their best option, I guess, for like a better term, Kind of wild this game. They're showing the stat tracker here. We've got between Justin Jefferson and Jackson, we're 11-14 in the third quarter, and neither has a catch at this point. But Jeff, thank you for the $10 donation. I love the idea, and maybe worth running on up the flagpole once Jalen does come back. Fielded at the 4-yard line here and brought back up to the 32-ish. Cody White there, bringing down for the tackle. Jeff, you're awesome, though. Thank you for that $10 dono, bro. Very kind of you. See what the Vikings do now here. First half. Good amount of passing with Brosmer. Trusting in his ability to throw here on the road. Got a 1st and 10 with him under center. 3 wide. Big Cat able to get in the backfield and reroute the ball carrier. Ernest Jones comes up and makes the tackle after he does so. Seahawks really good here in the run game. Big Cat having another just grade A game. Playing like one of the best, if not the best, defensive tackles in the sport. All around. Run and pass. Pass rusher, run defender. Full meal deal. Second down. 11 yards lost in the play. Too high a look here from the Seahawks. Just a 4-man front. Brosmer. Picking things up around. He's got a man wide open down the seam. Nick Emanwari gets attacked with DJ Hawkinson, and he hits Hawkinson right up the seam there on the biggest play of the day so far for the Vikings. First down. Emanwari in kind of a press coverage look. And just kind of got caught, I think, off guard on the route there. think he was looking for him to more sit down or cut in, and he just took it right up the field on him. First and 10. Onto the Seahawks side of the football field at the 39-yard line. Brosmer again going to check the play here out of I formation look. Oh, Drake Thomas with a blitz, a run blitz, and he knifes into the backfield and takes him down. Drake continuing to play so instinctively from the position. Talked about it earlier, pull the trigger. And he tell me that that's not a pull the trigger type play right there. I mean, he gets there so quick. He's caught the lineman off guard, who's supposed to be trying to block him. Well done. 4-yard loss on the play. Brosmer back in shotgun again here. 3 wide. Seahawks showing a blitz. They're bringing the blitz. Oh, Brosmer. Dangerous throw there. Witherspoon coming on the blitz there. Supplying the pressure and trying to get to Jefferson, and he overthrew him a little bit there. What a great job by Witherspoon there. A nice little side cut there. And Boye Mafe back, tipped that ball, getting in the passing lane, it looked like. A couple Hawk defenders doing good things there. It's been what you've seen on a lot of these plays today. Multiple defenders doing something right. 3rd and 14, another blitz look here from the Seahawks. Press coverage on the outside. Brosmer in shotgun, dropping back to throw. He throws this ball out into the flat. Got to rally up into space here. Ooh. Fumble? We got a fumble? I think DeMarcus Lawrence might have just sent Aaron Jones to the netherworld. I think Aaron Jones might not get up off that field. Oh my gosh. And we do have a fumble on the play, folks. Seahawks take over. So Aaron Jones catches it out on the flat, taking up the field, makes a side cut move, but you got to stop a little bit to do that, to have the guy go past you. DeMarcus is hustling the whole way. Look at the old man hustling his way up the field there. Comes back over the top with the rake, and just comes down with a club move. I mean, that thing looked like he was swinging like a mallet down on Aaron. Aaron remains on the ground kind of, oh my God, what just happened? And the ball ripped right out there. I mean, he hit him with the force of a jackhammer there, coming from behind when he was bringing down the mallet. What a play. What a play. Let's go defense today. They are bringing it. And DeMarcus Lawrence, he's had a couple games this year. He's just been absolutely magnificent. And he might be having his best game of the year right now. Forced the pick 6. Just forced another fumble for you. Game ball to DeMarcus. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation. We're up by 13 with a terrible first half on offense. That's good with me. It ain't the Mike Glennon game we were talking about last week. Indeed, perspective, always what we're trying to supply a little bit in this stuff when we're talking about it. And a lot of fans last week talking about, you got to beat this team this way and that team that way when you're playing lesser foes, and that establishes where you are as a team. And it's one where we were talking about that's not necessarily the way it is, where we can go back to even that Legion of Boom years, and some of those games you had to play throughout the course of that year were not just pure, sheer, utter dominance against the lesser foes, that those lesser foes could give you a hard time. And that this is not just a lesser foe, by the way, that we're talking about, like we're playing the Raiders this week. We're playing the Giants this week. We're playing the Dolphins this week. These can't get right organizations. The Minnesota Vikings team is very talented. They won 14 games last year in a pretty tough division that had the Detroit Lions and the Green Bay Packers. And so to discount that a little bit because they're going through a little bit of a rough edge in certain parts this year, especially from the quarterback play, I think kind of discounts a little bit of what they did last year, what they've done the past few years there under O'Connell. So I'm okay with it too. Love to have the offense play better. Certainly frustrating seeing some of the things happening offensively in recent weeks where they're not playing more improved ball. Like the defense is getting better and better. We're not necessarily seeing that same establishment to the offensive side, Keon, but there's time. There's time. Plenty of time to get that right. But I love the positivity, man, and a good reason to look at this and see glass half full with how things are going. Seattle Seahawks are going to take over after the fumble. 1st and 10. We're going to come out here under center here and hand this off to Walker. Walker is going to bounce this outside. Looks like the Seahawks are going to have potentially a holding call out on the edge there. That got called pretty quick. Walker, a nice little run there on the bounce, but probably going to take this back 10 yards. Thank you, though, Keon. Appreciate the donation. And that will be a 10-yard hold there. What a hustle play there by DeMarcus Lawrence. A guy like that that's been like this many years hustling like that. Tell me that doesn't inspire the younger guys on the team, especially on the defensive side of the ball. First down to 15 for the Seattle Seahawks here. Darnold throws it out here to Barner. Nice little screenplay here to Barner. Let's go. How about that? Screenplay goes for a very nice gain. 12 or 13 yards there. Good job. See? There we go. You know what I mean? There we go. That's what we're talking about. You can use this stuff. Second down and 2. Nice long drive here. Nice long drive here would be just nice, wouldn't it? Second down and 2. Jackson goes in motion. Hand off here to Walker. Walker rips through the first tackler. Able to get past the line. Walker running really well here in this game. First down. 4-yard gain. Keep that clock a-cooking. Arnold coming back under center now. A little up-tempo look here from the Seahawks. Play action pass. Out to Barner in the flat. Here we go. Coming up with some creative looks now here. Barner with a nice catch and run. He'll be cut down after a gain of about 9. 2nd and 1. Another just established kind of throw you see in this half where there's a little bit of an adjustment, not a lot of adjustment here from Kubiak. We're working some of these shorter throws out into space, getting the ball out of Darnold's hand a little bit quicker to counter some of this heavy amount of pressure the Vikings have been sending at him with the blitzes. 2nd down and 1. Hand off into Walker here. Walker bounces through the first tackler, spins out of Wilson's tackle, falls forward for a couple of yards. Love the commitment running there. There's some pull there from an offensive coordinator standpoint at times in this game, I think, where you'd think, hey, 2nd and 1, let's go take a shot play or let's go get aggressive there. I don't mind them just sitting here hammering away at this defense a little bit right now. With some of the struggles you've had with pass protection and dealing with the blitz today, with having a 16-point lead, with how your defense is playing this game, leaning on this team. I'm not saying be hyper conservative here, but just you don't have to be hyper aggressive either. Sam dropping back to throw. He's going to feather this up over the top. We do have a flag down the football field here, right where the coverage was happening. Let's see what the call is going to be. Yeah, legal contact on the Minnesota Vikings. Byron Murphy, the Minnesota Vikings, Byron Murphy is going to get hit with illegal contact on JSN here. And yeah, he's got his arms extended out down the football field as JSN's running through the course of his route. That should be a fairly easy call. Jackson still without a catch today. .547 to go. Automatic first down for the Seattle Seahawks, as this will take them down all the way into the 34-yard line into Vikings territory. 3 wide receiver look here now. Hand off. JSN able to get a nice gain up the middle there. We do have a flag on the play again here. It's getting a little bit flag laden in the second half a bit. Is this on Minnesota? Looks like it's on Minnesota. Do they line up in the neutral zone? Or was this them holding one of our offensive linemen, not letting them pull? Yeah, lined up in the neutral. Fourth offsides in the game for the Minnesota Vikings today. I didn't see the hard count from Darnold there. It looked like maybe he was just lined up in the neutral zone. They're going to get Allen for it. 1st and 5. I can't say the last time I remember a defense having 4 offsides. Sam dropping back to throw. Flips it out to JSN, who's going to get his first catch and a first down. Little 6-yard gain. Seattle taking the easy throw here. Taking the simple thing. Doesn't have to make it too hard to overthink this. Keep that clock running. Just what the doctor ordered. .452 to go here in the third quarter. Seahawks up 16-0 with a 1st and 10. Ball at the 23-yard line. Sam under center. 2 tight end look here. Pitch wide. Not much there to be had on that play. Charbonnet trying to just fall forward and get back to the line of scrimmage, and might have carved himself out about a half-yard gain on that one. Delete the fetus. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I've had it with Clint. It's not the answer at OC. There's some frustrating parts he's brought in, but really some good parts as well. And I mean, delete, when you look at the bottom line, come into this game, 3rd highest scoring offense in all of football, and doing so with one of the least invested offenses in football as far as monetarily speaking goes. 2nd down and 10. Handoff here to Walker. Walker pursued on the backside there, trying to find a hole and pick his way through traffic. Can't find much. Seahawks going very conservative here. This is going to lead them to a 3rd and 10. I get the frustration, I do, but I think he is a good OC, and I think if delete the one thing is once you have him for year 2, you should have better results into year 2 with OCs than you get in the year 1, as they were able to get the finer details put in, like McDonald with his defense this year. Empty look here from Seattle. Vikings drop out of their blitz here. A reception is made there by Rashid Shaheed. Nice catch by Shaheed. He is going to be short of the first down, and I'm guessing here the Seahawks are probably going to try to take another field goal attempt. Good throw by Sam. Looks like a good catch by Shaheed. Jason Myers will come out now for a 34-yard attempt. Myers 3 of 3 today. He's hit a 33-yarder, a 54-yarder, and a 56-yarder today. He is going to come out for the 34-yard attempt. Something's going on here as we're getting some thought. A little bit of a delay here. Hold is down. Kick is up. Drifting left. But he gets it just inside the left upright. And that'll be good. Myers, MVP today, along with DeMarcus Lawrence. 19-0. The Seattle Seahawks extend their lead here and are making this really hard on the Vikings. Good job there of at least getting a lot of clock drained there on that drive a bit here to kind of shorten this thing down. A little conservative, but I think they're trying to be a little protective here. And again, play to the defense is playing so well against this rookie quarterback today. That's a bit of it. I get the frustration, delete. I do. I'm not pushing back on any of that. I think you'll find with time he's a really top end coordinator. We get a year 2 experience of him. I expect this offense to be even better. You're also going to then get that investment into this offense. Partly why you can't put as much money in this offense right now is because of the dead money you had to sustain on Tyler Lockett, on DK Metcalf, on Geno Smith. Huge chunk of the dead money this year is kind of to that, and they want to build up the defense as well at the same time of that. And so that has made this harder for an OC at times to have as much to work with. Specifically, I think having a more of a competent and full offensive line. Dilly, thank you for the dollar donation. Says, did Ryan Grubb change his name? Appreciate the support, man. That's good. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Flores says he was going to blitz. Kubiak didn't believe him. Yeah, Kubiak's like, I know it. Yeah, nice try, Flores. Nice try. I know what you're trying to do. You just think because you're the number one team blitzing the NFL, and then you're telling us you're going to blitz, that you're going to blitz. No. Nah. You're just trying to mind trick me again. I know what you're doing, Brian. Okay. It's all a big head fake. Be right back, folks. Oh. Didn't believe him. It's like, don't you try to do your little mind games with me, Brian. It's not going to work. I'm scripting up 7-step drops all day. No hot routes. .316 to go in the third quarter. Myers with the kick here. Vikings have had some pretty good returns today. This will drop at the 5-yard line where he'll be taken up from there, and then he'll be caught up about the 32. That's about where he's gone back all day today. 32-yard line. Bring it out there where the Vikings will take over here with a lot of work to be done in this game. Aaron Jones going over the sideline holding his arm. Marcus Lawrence broke him. He looks like he's in some pain. He will remain on the sideline here, where the Vikings will take over with 3:08 to go in the third quarter. Ball at the 33. 3-4 look from the Seahawks here to start things on the 2 tight end look. Handoff inside to Jordan Mason. Mason will gain about 4 yards. Brought down there. Play action pass here. Brosmer rolling it back. Seahawks all over that play. Start to finish, all over that thing. Ernest Jones with a nice tackle in space on Hawkinson. He makes the catch, but he is brought down instantly. Seattle not fooled there in the least. Justin Jefferson still looking for his first catch, as they're showing. He's never had 3/4 of a football game that he's held without a catch so far in his career. 3rd down and 5 here. Wari matched up on him in the slot. Jefferson will go in motion. Ball be completed to Hawkinson. First down. Brosmer is able to do his best stuff today, working it to Hawkinson. 5 catches, 52 yards on 5 targets. It's been there whenever he's gone there. First and 10 for the Vikings. Ball at the 44. Shotgun look here for them. Well, they get the completion to Justin Jefferson. Uh-oh. That's going to draw a flag. Wari decided to do the I'm going to spin him down and torpedo him into the turf move, and that's going to draw a flag every time. So it goes from being a 4-yard loss to a 15-yard penalty flag on the rookie. I don't know why they feel the need to do that. You ain't getting away with that. First and 10. Onto the Seahawks side of the football field after the penalty at the 45. Brosmer dropping back to throw here. He's under pressure. That ball's going to be picked. Kobe Bryant with a pick, and he's going to fall down. Slight overthrow there by Brosmer, and Bryant waiting over the top. It's actually a J.J. McCarthy interception you've seen a lot this year from the Minnesota Viking offense. Just couldn't quite get it there accurately wise to Jalen Naylor, the receiver. Naylor, one of those throws in this game from a Viking receiver standpoint where it technically is kind of going right in through your hands, but it's also at that outer edge of being catchable, where it's like technically it's getting the tips of your fingers, but boy, is it extended a little bit far to go and try to make that reception, and he's climbing the ladder as high as he can go to get up there. But a nice interception by Kobe Bryant, and this defense just continues to be nails today. They are locking this Vikings offense up and taking advantage when mistakes occur. Love to see it. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $5 donation, MJ. What team would you want to face first round this year? For me, I want a revenge game against the Bucs. I guess for me, it's like I'd pick probably the easiest game that I would look on the schedule and see as a potential. So I think for me, I would love to see the Panthers win that division and take the Panthers on. I think that we can match up against the Panthers really well, and I think that we'll see. We'll learn in a couple weeks because we play them in a few weeks, of course, too. But that would be a team that if it got in as a home team, I would certainly have no issue in playing them. Bucs are tough. They're so close in every game. Even if they're not playing well, they're going to stay close in the game. They might get a Mike Evans back. I don't know if I'd want to face them, MJ. I think I'd be more in favor of trying to face let's go win the division and maybe face the Niners again in the first round. The zombified Niners and where they're at. Something like that. Even the Bears. I don't fear the Bears going to the playoffs. I fear going, not fear, but I'm very uneasy at the thought of going into Lambeau. That does not sound like fun. That Philadelphia, I know their offense is cratered and maybe they're really regressing in a major way as this year continues to move along, but they still feel like a team that's dangerous. I'd go with those others, probably, but I get the revenge factor. I do get that. Thank you, MJ. Brian Kennicott, thank you for 26 months, 2 years as a Hawks Nest member. D-Law may have rearranged his social security number. Go Hawks. Let's go. Let's go. Seattle out here on the football field now with 1:02 to go here in the third quarter. Sam under center. We're going to go with a pitch play out wide here, creatively designed and set up there. Walker will get himself about 4 or 5 yards. Well done. Well said, Brian. Well said. Go Hawks, bro. Man, Brosmer had Naylor. They're showing that route. He had Naylor inside. Drake Thomas did a good job of getting back to depth too, but like if he kind of in-cut that a little bit more than throw it over the top, then he might have had him there. 2nd down and 6. JSN with the catch and run here. JSN still on his feet. JSN still going. Finally brought down after a nice catch and run. First down. Let's go. Jackson, 17 yards up the field there. Bubble screens. You look at Kubiak in the second half and what we wanted to see as far as adjustments in the second half, he's bringing it. And that's, more throws to the flat, more screens, more bubble screens. He's making some adjustments here, which is really good to see. It's my brother from another mother. Mr. Kane in the house celebrating, I said 51 months as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that, Mr. Kane. Says, just saying, when I type HTL or HTL and S, I'm saying hit the like and subscribe. Thank you for your wonderful work as always, brother. Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. And please do, as he's reminding us here, if you guys can for me, I know it seems like a weird thing, but when you hit that like button, it tells YouTube to push me out on the algorithm, to push me out on those searches for people that are looking for Hawk content right now. We got over 1,100 people in the chat right now. Slam that like button, hit that sub button, sub on up. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything, and it helps channels out like me tremendously. We're on the road to 30,000 here. That's the next one we got on our sideline. You can help us get there today by hitting that like button, by subbing on up. But thank you, Mr. Kane, for reminding me on that. And thank you, man, for 51 months. 51 Hawks Nest member. Appreciate you. One of my OGs and my brother. Jeff Jennings, thank you for another $5 donation as well. Dust Year OC and 12s calling for his head. I think Dust Year OC for calling for his head. Shaking my head. Yeah, people are jumpy right now. I think a bit for wanting to see this team come together and this thing to take that step. And it's been a little bit of time for us, and I can feel in the fan base, even through the off season, this sense of, is it time yet? Is it now yet? Can we get there yet? And you see this offense show some signs of being able to be able to match a little bit of what the defense is doing to its side of the ball, and then it just kind of has its things where it goes backwards a little bit. And I think to give the folk the gentleman above that was mentioning a little bit about that, Jeff, I think it's just the frustration comes in on some of these games that, Kubiak can seem to have overthought it rather than just kind of taking the simplest course to finding success on a game, where he sort of goes 3 or 4 steps too far down the line a little bit. But to your point, top 3 scoring offense, first year as an OC, very little money being invested in the offense compared to other teams in the NFL. That factors into play here a little bit. And you're going to eat what we're eating, $70 million of dead money on a cap. That's $280 million. You're going to feel it. It's going to come up in places and spots on your team. Doesn't mean you can't overcome it, but does mean you're going to feel a little bit. All right, Hawks come out here now. Kick off this fourth quarter. 1st and 10. Pitch play here to Charbonnet. Charbonnet dealing with so many bodies here. 2 guys in the backfield. He's got fights off the first, can't fight off the second, and it'll be a negative play here. Seahawks just want to wind this clock. That's what they're going to be trying to look to do this fourth quarter. But Jeff, thank you for the $5, man. Appreciate your support. Very kind of all of you guys today. Really appreciate everybody for all you guys do for this channel. You are all amazing. Amazing. 2nd and 14. See if they try to throw a little bit here with Darnold, or they just try to go back with a couple of runs here. Blitz look from the Vikings on Sam. Walker getting out there in the flat. Sam's just got to dirt this thing, as that was dirty from the start. Tell you what, teams are going to definitely be looking at these blitz packages by the Vikings and what they're doing. And look, Vikings do it as well as anybody in the sport. So easier said than done to copy this and apply it. But how can you not think that they're going to see a lot of stuff on this tape of the Hawks and that offensive line and want to try to take advantage of it? 3rd down and 14. 3 safety look from the Vikings. 5 men up around the line of scrimmage here. They're just going to hand this off to Shaheed. Shaheed is going to get a nice little gain before he's run out of bounds. And that'll bring us to 4th down. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I missed the NFC West roundtable. Is Z-Bot starting to freak out? Yeah. It's a weird thing where it's not even freak out. Kind of. I guess you'd interpret it as freak out. He's getting a little, he's getting that little stage a little bit like we see with Jesse, where he knows he's got a good team, but he thinks that they've missed the angle on greatness for this current set. Here's the punt by Dixon. Good snap. He'll send this high in the air. Oh, Nehemiah Pritchett slipped. Jerry's trying to down that ball, and it'll go into the end zone. Good punt by Dixon. Just Nehemiah couldn't get his foot set as he was coming down. So, Z-Bot came into it pretty dark right from the jump before we even went live. And then Jake and Jesse both were throwing shots at the Bills, throwing strays at them throughout the show because they could sense he was kind of going through it by what he was seeing. And so, he's got a bit of a sense of like, man, this thing is kind of like not right, and we might be at the end of the run of this, and we might have to be letting go coach, or might be having to let go general manager, and we might be resetting this, and Josh is getting older, and Drake May is getting good. It's not a great combination for him with what he's going through right now, and especially understanding with the Bills, they don't have a Super Bowl in their back pocket. Their back pocket is 4 straight Super Bowl losses in the 90s, and so it can get dark very quickly there with those folks. But yeah, he's hanging on, and certainly today's score is not making him feel any better about that team with what's going on with him right now. Jake and Jesse were cruel though, man. They were throwing strays at him the whole show. It was cracking me up. DeLevy, thank you for the $5 donation, DeLevy. Appreciate your support on the double donos. The defense is clearly a contender. We just need the O to keep progressing. Is there anyone on the defense we need to worry about losing this offseason? Certainly. Tariq Woolen is a guy that I think you're going to have a hard time retaining with what he's going to get on the open market. The very same thing that you can apply to Levy to Kobe Bryant, who just got another interception. I think that's his 3rd this year. And he's a guy that takes away the ball, and he's improved mightily as a safety. And I think somebody's going to give him like $13 million per year. And I think that's going to price him out of Seattle's range as well. So, those are 2 guys right out the jump. Kenneth Walker's a free agent. I've maintained that at this point with Kenneth Walker, I'd be willing to even franchise him if that's what we've got to do to keep him here for another year. If we're worried about giving him a kind of contract or he's wanting too much, then, franchise him, because I think some team out there is going to pay him a good contract, recognizing that our offensive line play and our scheme for a lot of his time here has held back his production. Those would be the 4 main guys you do, I think, have to worry about. Drake Thomas is another guy. You have Tyrese Knight there as a guy that can jump in there if, maybe Drake has something go down with him as far as him getting some money in free agency. So yeah, you do have some guys. You have a lot of money to spend to Levy, so you could retain everybody that you want to retain if you really wanted to. But you also probably have to give out contract extensions to Devin Witherspoon and Charles Cross and Jackson Smith and Jigba. That's going to probably hit the wallet pretty hard too. So you're going to have to lose probably a couple guys in the mix of this. 1st and 10 here. Bubble screen out to, I think that's the tight end. That was weird. It almost looked like that wasn't supposed to go to him. They're throwing that out to the fullback, actually. Were you supposed to make that reception, buddy? That was a weird looking play. I went for a 4-yard gain, but it looks strange. Vikings are going to go and hurry up here. 13:05 to go in the 4th quarter. Clock continue to run. Another interception. Ball picked up in the air. Ernest Jones again, the man on the spot. And he is going to be drugged down to the ground. Ernest Jones with his 2nd interception of the game. Are you kidding me? Jones coming back from his injury and in the right place at the right time. We saw earlier this year with the Marvin Harrison interception where Marvin juggled the ball. Ernest was right there to grab it away and pick it off. Same thing here. Justin Jefferson with a bobble. Actually looked like maybe even you had Josh Jobe come in there and make a nice play to force that. He might have tipped that up if we can see a replay there. But he comes in and is able to tip that ball up there for Ernest. And Ernest is there to be the right man in the right spot, right time, and make the pick. The Seattle Seahawks defense is suffocating. Who needs an offense when you got a defense like this? Offense just needs to keep progressing. DeLevy, I think even if you do lose a couple of guys that I mentioned here, I think Josh Jobe is another guy just there in coverage. So there are some guys. I would estimate you're not going to allow yourself to lose all of them. You'll tactically let this guy go, that guy go, but you're not going to be in a position to feel like you can't afford any of them. I just think with like Kobe, for instance, you don't want to pay both of your 2 safeties top end money. You did that with Quandre Diggs and Jamal. You're probably not looking to do that again. You may get a guy like Jobe back because it's not going to cost as much as Reek, but Reek's going to probably cost $16 million on the open market, $17 million on the open market per year. If he keeps playing like he has here down the home stretch, it's going to work out that way. So we'll have to do some work defensively, but offensively, I would expect that progress. A lot of reason to believe that can continue to be the case because they're not losing really anybody. And you're going to be able to bring everyone back if you really want to. Rashid Shaheed and Walker are kind of the 2 notable parts of that you got to wonder about. But aside from that, everybody else comes back. So there's a lot of reason to believe that will continue to get better, especially if Kubiak retains for another year and does get hired to do a head coaching job out there somewhere. Certainly will be the case. But thank you to Levy. Appreciate the donation, man. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. It says Skull Nation, all but crowned Brosmer this week. strange it was it not, Sanchez? Was it just Cope? Were we watching Cope in action? Cope is this way, is it not? It's one's called that for a reason. And you felt like there was a heavy amount of Cope coming from the Viking Nation this week where they were kind of like, no, JJ should sit. We need to see what we got in Brosmer. No. The guy we took in the top 10, like, no, it's actually better he sits. He needs some time. He needs some time. Let's bring out the true prodigal son. Let's bring out the true future. Let's bring out the true answer at the Viking quarterback position. And his name's Max Brosmer. And they were telling all of us this on Twitter, watching him talk, showing highlights, Brosmer time. And you kind of win. You win as a Hawk fan. What am I missing here a little bit? Darnold back in shotgun here. 1st and 10. He's going to go out to Charbonnet. Charbonnet going to take this pitch. Woo! Charbonnet, nice cut there. He was right near the sideline on the pitch, looking like he had nowhere to go. Kind of hit the brakes and then cut hard inside and found a little bit of a crease there. Turned nothing into something good. And I think that's just a drop on Jefferson. It looks like just a pure drop on Jeff. Second down and 2. Back to Charbonnet. Charbonnet, guy around his feet there right after the carry. Byron Murphy, the nickel there, just slamming into the backfield post snap immediately to bring him down on a short 1-yard gain. 11:49 to go here in the fourth quarter. Seahawks up 19-0 here. Hoping to put the finishing touches on this drive here and fully put this Minnesota Viking team away. Christian Haynes out at right guard for your Seattle Seahawks right now. Darnold under center on 3rd and 1. Handoff inside. They try to do a fullback dive to Charbonnet, and he is going to be stopped short of the first down. Do we go with another Myers field goal attempt here? I'm Seattle here. I might just run this clock all the way down to 1 second and call a timeout and think about this for a second. It looks like that's just what Mike McDonald's going to do. Call time, Mike. Just call time. Just call time. Timeout. There we go. They are going to attempt a 41-yard field goal attempt here. Why didn't we have the timeout? Man, looked like that. Just tell me you did not just take a. Okay, thank you. Don't take the penalty there. First timeout for the Hawks. Myers today, 4 of 4 so far. 56-yard, 54-yard. He's been on it. So yeah, it was weird watching the way the Viking fans were kind of so much on board. Where as a Hawk fans, Sanchez, we're looking at that going, look, it's an undrafted rookie free agent quarterback. You've gone through McCarthy. You had to move off Daniel Jones this offseason. You have Carson Wentz out there that you tried out ahead of this kid. Where's the confidence coming from that this guy's somehow an answer for you? And they're like, no, we got to see what we got in Max. I mean, they said it to me on the FC on the Behind Enemy Line show. It's like, we kind of want to see what we have in Max. Like, what you have in Max? I know we got our Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevance that come along, and Tom Brady's that'll come along. And Seattle's going to go for it here on 4th and 1. Play action pass, throw out to the flat here to Barner, first down. Love it. Go for it. Field goal doesn't do nothing for you here. There's nothing for or hey, at least if you're going to 4th and short, you got a chance, go for it there. And Darnold, nice completion out to Barner there. Play action pass, throw it out to the flat. Vikings will load up for the run there. Got him wide open. It's not going for a lot, just a short little gain. Keep that clock rolling. Keep that defense fresh. 1st and 10 for the Hawks. Ball at the 21-yard line. 10 minutes to go in this game. Pitch play wide here to Charbonnet. Charbonnet bounces it back inside off the broken tackle and falls forward there for a nice gain. Charbonnet running hard. Both backs running well today. Buffalo Bills coming back on the Steelers there. They're up 16-7 now. Clock continues to roll. 9:20 to go here in the fourth. Sam under center. 2 tight end look here from the Seahawks. Another handoff to Charbonnet. Fights past the first tackler. Charbonnet's down the field. He's got an angle. He's in. Busts it through. Charbonnet getting through the first tackle with ease. Ripping free and then hitting the NOS button. Hitting the turbo. And then cooking his way into the end zone. Seahawks offense gets their first touchdown of the day here. That feels good, doesn't it? You love that for the offense. Running it when they know you want to run it. Barner and Caller up down there running a great double team. Caller pulls off the double team, then gets back down to Byron Murphy. Beautiful block by Caller up there with that timing. So first help out Barner, seal that first block, get down to the second block. Charbonnet runs right behind your back for the touchdown. Love to see Mike come out of that timeout saying, let's go for it. What's 22-0 versus 19-0? What's the difference there? Let's stay with the clock, stay with time. 4th and 1. We can go get that. Seahawks go over 100 yards rushing now in this game. Rewarding the defense. Doing a good job here this week, too, with the time possession is going to work out really nicely in this one. We got 32 minutes and 2 seconds for the Seahawks in this one to 18 minutes for the Minnesota Vikings. That is the kind of disparity that you like to see. But yeah, strange against Sanchez. I don't know, man. We get our Brock Purdy's and our Toms, but this is not the norm. You shouldn't treat it like the norm. Those ones, they shouldn't have treated like the norm. But as I said, I think there's some cope involved here. B. Comsey, clearly, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, this is our light work. You want to be a great team, you want to be a contending team, yes, you got to take on the good teams and show you can stand with those teams, that you're good enough to be right there with them. But a part of it as well is taking care of the bad teams. And if you're really good, you should be able to fully put them away and put them away early. And we've done this many times this year, to your point, Be Calm. Many times this year, you put teams away and put them early. Not a thing where we're in the third quarter, heart attack Hawks. We're not saying any heart attack Hawks this year. We're never saying that term this year, hardly but ever. And it's partly because you just do so well in these games to get up so demonstrably that it makes it easy down the stretch. We're going to have a whole fourth quarter here where we're just going to basically be hitting the cruise control button. It's kind of nice. It's made this year very enjoyable for me. I could continue to do more of this. I could get used to this. Jet Hawk 5150. Thank you for 9 months as a Hawks Nest member. The tip passes are because of Sam's long windup on his release. Definitely will contribute. You're right about that. Definitely will contribute on that. And he's got a little bit more of an elongated release than some quarterbacks do. It's a good point. It's a very good point. Blaze, thank you for the $10 donation, Blaze. Sounds like the field goal is the meager staple of the Seahawks diet after splurging during Thanksgiving. Oh, well, whatever it takes, I guess. That's right, man. You put on the 10 pounds of weight. Now they're on the treadmill today, trying to sweat this thing off. They got the meat sweats going, the turkey meat sweats, They got the gravy mud butt. The combination of two is just, you got to get through it a little bit. You enjoyed it going down, but it ain't as fun coming out the other way. That's all right, man. By any means necessary, 26-0. I think you look at that. Oh, we're just going to purposely knock it out of bounds. That was a choice. That was a weird looking thing there. Okay. You get him through, get some drives rolling here. You'd love to put some more touchdowns on the board here in this one, but bottom line, brass tacks, 26-0. That's the score in a game like this. And it's not a Minnesota Viking team bereft of talent. They've got some guys. They got some dogs over in that defense. We're playing well today overall. Offense, you'd like to have a little bit more, but even the offense, there's some good things to pick over in this game. How the running backs have run, how you continue as this year has progressed along to get better and better is how how you're run blocking specifically. All right. 1st and 10 here for the Minnesota Vikings. They get the ball at the 25-yard line, huh? Okay. Hand off there to Jordan Mason. He'll take it for 12 yards there and a 1st down. So they're going to run the ball. Okay. Thank you, Mr. O'Connell. And thank you, Blaze, for the $10 donation. Very kind of you. Jordan Mason's going to remain on the ground there after the run. Whatever it takes, Blaze. Whatever it takes. Just get that dub. Thank you, though. Appreciate the $10. Corey, thank you for the $5 donation. Corey. He says, we need a bell cow back. I don't think Walker has good vision. Why can't he stick his foot in the ground and get downhill? Hit the holes. Is he scared? Well, I mean, it's definitely, this is in the eye of the beholder a little bit in watching Walker. And this is also where I think that the truth kind of goes into sort of both realms rather than being a sort of an all or the other there, Corey. For me, at least on my perspective of it, is there certainly times with Kenneth where he bounces too much, where there's a little bit not enough of decisiveness in his history here in Seattle? Yes, throughout his history here, and even the times this year that's been at play. I do think that he's gotten better this year at being accommodated to a new scheme, and that this running scheme is different than the ones he's had in the past, where it's going to more ask the running backs to be more tighter in the choices that they make when they're trying to freelance. It's going to ask them to get downhill quicker. And, when you look at Walker this year right now, Corey, if I'm not mistaken, double check this here to make sure I'm not speaking out my wazoo. But if I'm not mistaken, which I am not, we got a quick throw after we come back out of the injury timeout here, completed and then knocked out of bounds for a gain of 10. He's averaging his highest yard per attempt this season at 4.6 yards per carry. And 4.6 yards per carry is pretty good for a running back. You love to get that for a running back, I think. That's still without having really consistent Corey run blocking. And that's really the key to me on this is let's get back. Let me get to the game here. We'll bounce on that. I think this is a good discussion. Let's get next time out. Corey will bounce back into it. We've got a handoff here inside to the fullback, I think that is, and he'll be brought down 36. Xavier Scott. Technically a running back. He's a big running back, 6'1", 220. He's a big boy. 7:36 to go here. Minnesota's just kind of, they're technically looking like they're trying here still, but they're just kind of, let's roll this thing. Let's roll this clock down. They're letting the play clock wind down under 10 seconds here. They're not in a hurry. Brosmer dropping back to throw. Ball's off his back foot here. Ball will be dropped by Addison. That might be his second or third drop of the game. At least his second, maybe his third drop. 3rd down and 6. The Seahawks want themselves a shutout here. You know it. Twelve's getting loud. Trying to help the defense finish this day out. 1 for 8 today are the Vikings on 3rd down, averaging almost 9 yards per 3rd down. Pressure, mounting. Gets it out to Addison. Brosmer throws it off his back foot and is able to get it complete out there. Woolen in coverage. 1st down. Brosmer in shotgun. Hand off inside here. Come on, guys. Get him down. Jeez. Jordan Mason back on the field here with a nice run after going off with the injury. Guess he feels okay. His best run of the day there. Peely. Oh, Peely giving it back to the guy for giving it to our guy. I love to see him having his teammates back there. Lucky he didn't get called. Did they call the flag on that? They might have called the flag on that. Oh, we got a hold on. Oh, they're calling the personal foul on Brandel. Usually it's the guy that gets the guy back that they get. Usually it's going to be Peely that you get back there, but they're getting Brendel for coming in late on that pile. Because Peely was retaliating for his buddy. But they're going to put the personal foul on the Viking player. Interesting. .636 to go here in this game. O'Connell is working the official hard. I think he's probably saying, hey, he did the thing. Josh Jobe coming off the field here now. He looks like he's okay. I don't know what's going on exactly here. So Jobe came off the field there late. It all ends up with a 1st and 10 for the Vikings after all that. Kind of a confusing sequence of events there. Hand off to Jordan Mason. He'll be brought down to the ground for a 2 or 3 yard gain. Did Jobe get concussed? Oh my God. Yeah, Jobe got potentially concussed there. He got slammed right in the forehead by Brendel. That's dirty as hell right there. That is dirty as hell. Hopefully Josh is okay. 2nd down and 5. Dropping back to throw here is Brosmer. That ball's going to be picked by Woolen. Woolen with the pick, and he wants to house this thing. Woolen cut back up the field. He's cut back across the field. Woolen finally knocked down, and then he fumbles it. And he might have fumbled it back to the Vikings. One can't believe it. Oh, Woolen just read that the whole way too. He felt the eyes of Brosmer and went and got the pick. Great tackle there by Naylor. He put his hat right on the ball for a receiver. That was as good as it gets there. Put his hat right in there and knocked that ball out. Vikings take back over 1st and 10. Ball at the 37-yard line. Pitch play out wide here to Xavier Scott. He'll take it for a couple of yards. We got a flag on the play there. Looked like a hold there on Uchenna. Ooh, Ernest Jones is coming up a little bit slow on the play. Holding on the Vikings. First and 20. 5:17 to go in the fourth quarter. Ernest Jones over there to make the plays back on the field. Man, this division's good. All three teams are going to be at 9 wins after this week. Top of this division. Just so good. Uh-oh. Who's on the turf here? God, I wish they would show us the... Ernest Jones is going to come off here. God, what a warrior he's been. Coming back out today, getting a couple of picks, leading the way with 12 tackles. Got the pick 6 return. I'm okay with him sitting down the rest of the game. Let's get Tyrese out there and let him roll for a while here. The work has been put in, you know. 2nd and 13 for the Vikings. Ball at the 41-yard line. Brosmer dropping back to pass. He is under pressure. Byron Murphy is all over him. Swallows him up for the sack. Murphy, another one added to the register. Nice job by Byron. 3rd down and 21. This defense is not giving an inch today to this Vikings offense. Murphy just forklifted his guy backwards. You're going to try to one-on-one block me. I'm taking that. Third down and 21. Hawks showing a blitz. Drake is coming. Justin Jefferson with the catch. He falls forward for a very short gain. This will bring up 4th and forever. Clock does continue to roll. All right, 4th and 13. Vikings going to go for it here. No surprise there. Seahawks again looking to bring the blitz through, and they're going to get home. Drake Thomas, who's played a whale of a game, is there with Uchenna Nwosu, and the Hawks defense just takes it to this Vikings offense today, says, no soup for you. Brosmer will walk off the field, 19 of 30, 126 yards, 4 interceptions. Mike was going to put him in the spin cycle today. You knew that. This is McDonald licking his chops to get a quarterback like this that he gets to play. Oh, you're undrafted. Oh, you're a rookie. Oh, you might have some limitations physically. Yeah, I think I can get after that. I think I can work with that. Hell of a game. Hell of a game from this defense today. You hope they could step on a team like this Vikings offense that's had such a tough year. And that's just what they did. Even like the call at the end there, still getting aggressive, bringing Drake Thomas, your linebacker, on the blitz here. He defeats the running back chip and goes and gets the sack. Drake's been really good. Again, boy, he's got a variety of plays in this game. You're just like, great job. Love it. Hand off here to Charbonnet. He will take this falling forward for a couple of yards. Seahawks on Justin Jefferson today. 2 receptions, 4 yards on 6 targets. As good a job as you can possibly do on Justin. Certainly having Max at the quarterback is going to limit you down a little bit here. But he did, the 2 catches he's got are basically on manufactured touches. 2nd down and 8. Drew Lock on the field for the Seahawks now, up 26-0. Nothing. And off here to, that's not even Charbonnet. We got Myles Gaskin out there now. He'll get wheeled around for a 3rd down and 8 now. And that'll take us to the 2-minute warning. So, Corey, I get what you're saying on the bell cow thing. I just, from my standpoint, I think Walker's been kind of underutilized here and getting more out of him. And that a big part of the reason with some of the vision and some of that's come from not having as much of the consistent holes there for him to run through. And if we can just get that bettered up and get him more improved space to work with, I think that he can be a little bit like that. I think too, we're kind of moving outside the edge, the area as much of bell cow backs as we're kind of going into more of the collective, the committee. I think that's going to kind of start to be the new standard that we see teams really kind of operate off of a little bit there. But if Walker goes, you're definitely going to be looking for a back in the draft at that point. I don't think you're just walking back in with Charbonnet and McIntosh and Holani next year going, we're fine there at that point. You're going to get something else. So totally understand. If you do keep Walker, he's going to cost you a little bit of money this offseason, so he ain't going to be cheap anymore either. But thank you, Corey. Appreciate the donation, man. Very kind of you. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. Says Jake can stop acting like the Rams secondary is anywhere close to Seattle's after today. I don't think he will, but yes, he should. As he hyped to the nines as he was on that secondary, it's one of the places, and I think Jake's got a lot of reason and right to be confident in his Rams team being good, and that he thinks they're Super Bowl contenders. He's not alone in that. But certainly his outlook on the secondary and being the best in the division and being like almost even a strength of the team to me is nowhere near accurate. And, they're fine. They play well together as a collective group, but I would take our secondary over theirs every single time. It's not even a tough decision. But Jake will be a little bit humbled this week. I have a feeling, Jordan, just a little bit, this much, that much. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, best birthday gift ever, and the Rams lose. I know the only thing that would have made better is if the Niners had lost too as well, right, Megan? But a nice little birthday gift for you. 26 is not the nice little comfortable win. Just wrap yourself up in the comfortable wind blanket. Keep yourself warm. Feels good, doesn't it? It's nice winning this way, huh? Not too shabby to win this way. M. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation, M. Jordan. Defenses hit their stride this time of year. Points are harder to come by. It's good to learn to win games like this. Go Hawks. Great thoughts all the way around from you on that one, my man. We got Locke coming out now here on 3rd and 8. Looks like Seattle's going to try to run this ball here to Myles Gaskin. Gaskin, don't go out of bounds, buddy. And he manages to stay inbounds on the tackle, keep the clock rolling. Hawks will probably punt this out over to the Vikings now, and maybe the Vikings will just take a knee and call it a day and let's just get out of here, huh, Minnesota? Your day's done. This game's done. Let's just all call it a day, huh? But indeed, defenses get better as the year goes along. Offenses tend to be ahead of them early in the year when it's warm, when the weather's nice and there's no wind. You get in the deeper stretches into fall, into winter, things get colder, more wind. It just gets harder offensively to function by and large. And you got to know how to win sometimes games where it isn't all working right for you offensively. What I do like about what they did offensively in this game is, number one, you found pretty good consistency and run the ball in this game. You stayed with it. You found consistency with it. You could kind of lean back on it throughout the course of the game. Love that part of it. I like, too, the adjustments that we got to see from Kubiak in this game as this punt will go back to the... Ooh, nice job there. Very well done out there. Down the ball at the 2-yard line where the Vikings will take over, and that's probably got to inform them as much as anything at that point of let's just take the knee and call this a day. Take the knee. But well said on your part. I love as well the adjustments, Jordan, today on the second half. More of the throws out in the flat, not trying to take shots down the field. Let's just take this quick passing attack. Let's just keep these chains moving. Let's keep the consistent drives going. Let's keep the consistent points being placed up on the board. First quarter was the only quarter in this game that you didn't score points. And so there is some footing to be found within this, even with some of the stuff that is mildly frustrating within this game. Darnold played a pretty clean game. Yes, the two, fumbles, the one that was lost, but some of that's a little outside of his control, just a little bit. But he didn't throw any near picks or close calls interception wise. Hand off here inside. And he'll gain about 10 yards on the play. Great thoughts there, Jordan. Great thoughts. Corey, thank you for another $5 donation, Corey. It's very kind of you. I do see potential with Walker if he could just split the defenders a little bit. We see it from Sharps. Is it an issue, size issue, or is K9 afraid of injury? Just two different running backs, I would say, Corey. It's where that 20 pounds of difference can make so much of an important factor, or even 15 pounds of difference can be we got the final run of the game here. This should wind us out, and the Minnesota Vikings will be done after that. No. So Seattle Seahawks will take the win. I just think that with him, if you get him running like that a little bit, he can't fight through those arm tackles because he's just not built as big as other backs are, but he also gives you a good side of that too as well, in his elusiveness, in his speed, and his explosiveness. These are things that are needed for this West Coast offense. When you look at especially the Shanahan offense as of recent, it's not as much about bell cow backs that are 6 foot tall and 225 pounds. It's more about finding those guys that have first the prerequisite quickness, burst, speed. That's what you want. If you can get a little bit of size then on top of it, you'll take it. But you really want that first and foremost. And that is something you have with Walker. And I mean, just to flip this to the other side of that with Charbonnet, I wouldn't discount what you're saying about Char being able to work through tackles better when they get their arm on him versus Walker. But the flip side to that too is that Walker's faster to the edge, and you are operating an outside zone principled system right now, which is going to more ask its running backs to get to the edge than it's going to ask them to run inside. And so having a guy like Walker is more to me of a bit of the prerequisite there and what you need. But it is down to just kind of, splitting the carries up a little bit, having the counter puncher in there. But really at the bottom line from this comes down to, Corey, and this is of course something the analytics have hammered home over the last 10 years. And to me, they have proven their case on this beyond almost any ability of anybody to counter it in argument wise. And that is that running back success and finding productivity on the ground is going to come from scheme. It's going to come from commitment to running the ball. It's going to come from good run blocking. It's going to come from having a defense that gets off the field to give you a chance to run, so you're not behind on games and having to score every time. You take care of those things on the front end of this, I think either Walker or Charbonnet are going to be plenty good enough to then take advantage of that down the line from it. But you've not necessarily been able to give them those parameters up until this point. Got the great defense, but the run blocking's been shaky. Schemes finally come into bear this year, but prior, the scheme was pretty crappy. So once we see those things in line, I think you'll see an improvement kind of across the board on this. And those guys look a lot better because of it. Thank you, though, Corey. Appreciate the donation. And if anything's come, the part of this too, with my assessment is Walker coming forward this year, Corey, and kind of first, you could see him kind of not struggling, but kind of learning the system and the scheme and what he needed to do. Feels like as the year's gone along, he's operating a little bit more decisively within the scheme. He's really running hard. He's getting through tackles. He's kind of running like a guy trying to, earn himself some money in general terms, Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, would you even tune into a Chicago New England Super Bowl? Yuck. Yeah, that'd be a tough sell for me. That would be one that would fail to elicit much excitement. I'd have a hard one there. I'd have a hard time there on that one. Ew. Yeah, you're right. That might be the worst possible matchup we could be looking at. Though I think nobody wants to see Kansas City anymore. Like, no more Kansas City, please. Please, no. Slobby1 Kenobi, thank you for the $2 donation, Slobby1. Chances of KOC being fired, Mr. O'Connell? I can't think that there's a really good chance that that's going to happen. You paired him up into McCarthy, and look, he's here for the McCarthy experience and signing up for him as well as to be drafted and brought in. But you gave him this guy instead of a Darnold, and that this guy was a far off in his performance and ability to perform from what Darnold was at. And if you have an offensive minded head coach that doesn't have a quarterback that can make his offense function, Is that on the coach or is that on the general manager for giving him a quarterback that couldn't function? So I think I'm not trying to make it all down to the bottom line of that. There's a lot more details and a lot more intricacies. 1 second here. There's certainly a lot more intricacies involved with this Sloby one than just purely that, I would say. But that being said, I think that does become a little bit of the bottom line to their situation when you hash out all of the rest of the other details there. And so I don't think it will happen. Who are you going to bring in to replace KOC? Who's the better head coach to bring in there? Teams can get very reactive at times, I think, where guys looked as this sensational head coach. Everybody, his future is super bright. It's awesome. And then you get a half season and bad quarterback play. And then the guy's like, is he the right guy? And it's a good question to ask. It's not wrong. Certainly there's going to be plenty of Minnesota Vikings chat boards that'll have this being mentioned, I would guess, a decent amount. So, it's not an unfair question, but I think Kansas City or Minnesota would be silly to move off of KOC. I think more of the answer is finding him the legitimate quarterback, once again, that can make his scheme and system work here the way it needs to work. And that probably means not just ride or dying with McCarthy into the future, Sloby. Actually finding him something tangible that can work. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation, Jordan. Rams lost today. Not only knocked Stafford down the MVP race, it also opened up the division and the number 1 seed. It's a great point. It's a fantastic point, and it's one of the most important things from today, that your pathway to getting both the division and a number 1 seed in the NFC was pretty closed walking into today because of the Rams and what they have potentially set up for them to be able to go out down the end of the season and close these things off and be able to go get their wins, get out. I think they play the Cardinals like twice or something. So the Rams were really well set up and suited and booted to be able to take this division where even if you got the win in a couple of weeks against the Rams at that point, and the Rams just kind of held serve, you were going to lose the tiebreaker. Now you can break the tiebreaker here. Now you can actually make the tiebreaker irrelevant if you can get that win against the Rams, but you still have to take care of business through the rest of your schedule. You got the Falcons next week. You got the Colts, got the Panthers, got the Niners, got the Rams. A lot of teams still set up here where this is not going to necessarily be easy. But it's now where the light had been closed and you're in the dark tunnel as far as potential the number 1 seed and in that bye. Now that door is cracked open. Now you, in many ways, Jordan, as we like to say on this, you want to get down the home stretch of the NFL season. You want to be able to control your fate, not just control your fate to get in the playoffs, but control your fate to be able to have a chance for that number 1 bye. I was speaking earlier in the show today. This factors so heavily into Seahawks history. The 3 times you have gone to the Super Bowl, you had the number 1 bye, home field advantage throughout the playoffs. That is no small thing, especially in that stadium that can be rocking and rolling when you get into playoff time, especially in that inclement weather, like we saw for a Saints team that had to go on the playoffs twice. A Saints offense that was very, very hyper productive, but you take Breeze and you put him in the outdoor elements with the wind blowing and cold air, and now that offense got really reduced on its ability to be effective on those days because of that. So, huge advantage potentially for the Seahawks, but they've got a lot of work left to be done, and this offense is going to have to play better down the stretch against some of these good teams if they hope to break through. Get a little more coffee. I'll be right back. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. We'll see on the MVP race what goes on with that. Kind of wonder about whether or not who kind of overtakes him if there is a way to have somebody overtake him at this point on that. He didn't have a good day today, but he still got plenty of time to still probably get himself solidified in the race for the MVP. But it's all about that division, all about that number one seed for us, Jordan. He can keep his MVP. We'll take the division. We take the division. We leave the cannoli. R. DeLevy, thank you for another $5 donation. DeLevy says, my birds swept the competition this week. Go all Hawks-based teams. Coming for your spot, Rams. Great cast again today, though. Great cast again, too, today. Yeah, that was awesome. Great to get the wins to Levy. We were bird teams. Congrats to them. And Rams were in your rear view, man. Objects may appear closer than they seem with your reflection. Check your back bumper. Look back. We're on your back bumper. We're rubbing the back bumper. If this was NASCAR racing, we're rubbing. We're rubbing. Rubbing is racing. That's what they say. Rubbing is racing. I love it, DeLevy. Thank you for the $5, man. Appreciate you. Great cast again today, though. Appreciate you. Very kind of you to say, man. Another good day here for our Hawks. Another fun one. 26-0. Another easy win. Man, I don't know what to do with myself, these easy wins. This is too much. Richard Stewartson, thank you for the $5 donation. A blowout. Yeah, baby. We win again. Go Hawks. Oh, we win again. Give me that win. Give me that win. Get in my belly. Get in my belly. Go Hawks, Richard. Blowout win is a beautiful thing. Nothing better in football. Winning Super Bowl is better in football. There's a few things better in football than, okay, we'll get a nice, comfortable victory out in front. Lean on them a bit. Get in that third quarter. Feel like you got it pretty firmly in hand. Just lean on them a little bit more. Close this damn thing out. It's hard to do in the NFL, folks. It's hard to beat teams 26-0. Vegas had this as an 11-point win for your Hawks. They had you win this comfortably, and you surpassed that by more than double. That is not easy to do in this sport and should not be discounted. And I'm hoping we're not going to get a lot of nitpicking coming out of this game where they could have played a perfect brand of football, and then I will be convinced. Like 26-0. You might have the best defense in the sport. You got a special teams that might be the best special teams unit in the sport. The offense has got more than a functioning enough base nature to it that today's day and the way that this has gone is not going to dissuade them still from reaching even the highest of high points this year. More's got to come together. Got to keep getting better. Got to keep finding some answers offensively when there's sometimes those days where answers don't exist. But I'm seeing so many encouraging signs here, Richard. Go Hawks, man. Cameron says, thank you for the $5. Cameron says, can we hurry up and extend Kobe Bryant? I think it's going to be hard to do on this. We know that the team came to Kobe Bryant at the start of the year looking to give him a contract extension. I would reckon to guess that extension would be something like a 3-year, $18 million deal, 3-year, $20 million deal. And Kobe Bryant came back and said, yeah, that's a nice offer, but I want more. And the Seattle Seahawks didn't come back with a counter at that time and say, okay, here's that more offer. Seattle said, okay, we're going to wait till the end of the season on this. And so I think that that's a very important part of the puzzle of the negotiations between Seattle and Kobe, because it does indicate that Seattle had a price that they were not really willing to go to. And I'm not sure Kobe's continued to match what he did last year. I don't think he's taken his game to like another level. I think he's matching his really solid play last year where he played like a top 20 safety in the sport. But if you weren't willing to pay the price at the start of the year, I don't know that you're all that much more willing to pay the price at the end of the year either. And the reason being is not because Kobe isn't a good player or worthy of the extension. The reason comes down to the fact that you're paying already right now Julian Love a significant amount of money in the safety position. No teams, remembering with this, Cameron, no teams in the NFL are playing two safeties, high water mark money at the same time. And when you're talking about Kobe now, 3 years, $20 million becomes now in the offseason, 3 years, $39 million, $13 million per year. Can we afford to be paying both of our safeties up around that mark at the same time? Does that financially smart for a team that's built for its defense to really be run from the front seven, for instance? Because that's a big part of this too, is what runs your scheme. It's not just a good player or a player excelling. It's also what makes your scheme go. Certainly good players make every scheme go, but you want to put your assets to the right places defensively to where you're actually having the engine be filled with gasoline. For instance, Coach Carroll teams, part of, Cameron, the price you had to pay in paying Jamal Adams and Quandre Diggs at the same time, top end money for the safety market, is now you couldn't afford another extra pass rusher in there to make the pass rush go. What made Carroll's scheme work? The front four, because he doesn't want to blitz. Got to get the front four getting home. Got to find viable, dangerous front four players, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way through. I'm paying both my safeties that amount of money. I can't do that now. So it's a load balance issue a little bit. Maybe the team does find a way on this one, but I would say just given the fact that they didn't step over this line at the start of the year and knew what they had in Kobe, knew he's a good player, but I think that this is a little bit of the positions that are devalued in the NFL, you do not want to be spending a lot of money towards. They're devalued for a reason. You know, there are those hardline rules that there's a reason no other team is doing this one thing. You probably don't want to do it. You might be a trendsetter. You might just be ahead of the curve, but you're probably actually going up against a pretty hard and fast rule that you're trying to break. And that's going to probably be an unlikely thing to be broken. You're going to probably have to pay a Kobe and take the price somewhere else. You know, do you lose a DeMarcus Lawrence type edge off your team so that you can have a Kobe Bryant kind of in a, not in an exact, that's the tit for tat, but is that the general price you end up having to pay a little bit? And I'd offer it might be on that. And I don't know if I would want to do that. I'd want, I think, more of the valuable guy up front to go crazy and to be a demon up there and then get by on the safety because so often, many times the safeties just don't have impact. The reason they're devalued is because they don't often always have impact playing and play out on every single play. They're back there being the safety option. They're back there keeping things clean deep a lot of times. And you can bring guys in at a pretty low cost to be able to get that performance without having to pay them. For instance, Tyakata has not given you a huge fallback in performance from what you had out there with Julian Love, who you're paying a lot of money to. You think with the amount of money you're paying Julian Love and the fact that Tyakata undrafted rookie free agent, that we'd be off the cliff on that one. But this is the way the safety position works. You can get plug and play guys that you can drop in there, and it doesn't have to require you to go over the top for it to make it work. It's nice to have, but it's not a requirement within this defense necessarily. Still, all that being said, Cameron, he's earned himself a lot of money. He's fully deserving. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation, Jeffrey. 3 games where Sam did nothing. Getting worried. Yeah, I don't know on that one. Tennessee game, he went 16 to 26 for 244 yards. He averaged 9.4 yards a attempt, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 118 quarterback rating. I'm not saying that that's a great day for him necessarily, Jeffrey, but that's a good day. That's not a bad day. It's not him doing nothing in a day like that. And yeah, it's against the Titans defense and maybe want better play there, but I don't think that he was bad in that game or nothing. The offensive game plan in 2 of these 3 games, Jeffrey, has not been particularly good. I think the second half, things got corrected here, and you were able to put some Band-Aids on the game plan that they walked into this game with. But, you know, if I'm looking at really, Kubiak has been so good in so many games this year in his play calling. I look at the Niner game, the Ram game, this game as being kind of 3 games where I don't know that he was really coming into the game with a very smart approach. And I think that contributed to Sam's performance in a pretty big fashion. I mean, I think you say, Jeffrey, in that first half, you know, is it his fault on this that he's got free rushers coming home and you don't have things cleaned up from a pass protection standpoint? It's kind of not. Is it his fault that, like, you take on the Rams team, for instance, and you have, as I talked about, that blueprint for how to beat the Rams, and yet you try to apply the blueprint that you applied to every team this year so far, but we're going to take our shots deep. We're going to try to push the ball down the field rather than work the short passing attack. I'm not saying Sam played great in these games and Kubiak was just the sole reason or to blame, But this is where I do come down to like, there's measures of this to give out. And in this game, in that first half, I thought the play calling was a little bit strange, where they didn't seem to be prepared for the blitz. That's not Sam Darnold's fault. He doesn't create the free rusher on that. That's your pass pro that creates the free rusher. He doesn't have the play call where you don't have as much tangibly as they went to in that second half, Jeffrey, to get some of the ball out of Sam's hand to deal with the heavy blitzing he was getting. That was really vacant and missing in that first half. And you had a lot more other concepts where it seemed like longer developing plays, which was allowing those blitz to get home. So it's a combination deal for me a little bit, but I wouldn't say Sam played great in this game or that he was awesome either. We would like to see him improved here. Thank you, though, Jeffrey. Slubby1, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I just want KOC for OC. Ship that one. Well, I think he'd probably get another head coaching job if he got let go. I'm sure the Arizona Cardinals would be one of the first people on the phone to O'Connell if he was let go. But yeah, he's a smart offensive mind. He knows what he's doing, and you put him with a viable quarterback, and that offense probably looks a whole lot better than they've looked this year. Speaks to how bad the performance has been of those QBs. Thank you, though, Sloby. Appreciate you. Quinn, we'll get it done. Thank you for 3 months as a Hawks Nest member, Quinn. Says, feel bad for JSN stats. Win's a win, though. Yeah, indeed. That's the tough part about this game is JSN comes out of this with just 2 catches for 23 yards on 4 targets. So he is going to be knocked pretty heftily off the record-setting pace that he was upon here prior, which does kind of suck. But all that being said, got the win. As you say, a win's a win, though. And not every week you're going to be able to light the world on fire, especially when your pass protection is not allowing your quarterback to stand back there to get the ball to him. Megan, thank you for another $2 donation. Says, heading out for B-Day lunch. Talk soon. Sounds good, Megan. You have a great birthday lunch, and happy birthday to you as well. Quite a nice day for you on that birthday front. Hope you're feeling good. Appreciate you. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for another $5 donation, Jeffrey. Rams and the Vikings completely shut down Sam, specifically shut down Sam. Would love to start seeing adjustments here on that. A win is a win, though. Well, appreciate the double dip donation on this. I again think they shut down the offense and the passing offense. I think that's more beyond just Sam on that. That's the play calling. That's the pass protection. And, in the Rams game, I had at least half the dropbacks of Sam where he was under pressure in the first half of this game. It was even more so a problem. He was getting hit even more often on the dropbacks. That to me comes back to a lot of the play calling there as much as anything. But again, this is where to me on this, Jeffrey, it gets hard on this stuff, doling out blame 100% to this direction or 100% to this direction, or saying that on the Sam in these games, it's been 90% on Sam and only 10% on Kubiak. I think I would tend to be divvying up the percentage of blame on that at the very least 50-50, if not sliding a little bit more of it into Kubiak's frame. And maybe you and I can get to the chat on this and our discussion on this a little bit, but you walk into this game knowing the Minnesota Vikings are blitzing at the highest rate in the NFL. You have Brian Flores telegraphing through the week that he's going to blitz Sam Darnold. Yet, where were those adjustments we saw from the second half in anticipation in the first half? All of that should have been brought out to bear within the first half. That doesn't go back to Sam Darnold. That goes back to Kubiak's setup coming into this game. The plan of attack in the second half should have been the plan of attack in all 4 quarters of this football game, because the Vikings weren't doing anything differently. They're doing nothing in that first half, but bringing up some of the same kind of blitzes over and over and over again. They might have been doing some different stuff on the coverages on the back end, but it was just a lot of extra guys up around the blocks. And we're not just bringing the 5-man blitzes. We're going to bring a lot of extra guys. So that's where, to me, the slow adjustment there and the bad game plan coming in is a factor. And it was there with the Rams game as well, Jeffrey. And this is something even Jake talked about when he saw us playing with Sam Darnold. It's like, why are you guys trying to go push the ball down the field on intermediary routes and deep routes? We're going to cover that. We're going to play that depth. You're going to the teeth of the defense. That doesn't have anything really to do with Sam, especially when you give him no outlet options, where I'm watching a lot of that all 22, Jeffrey, with the Rams. And I'm saying 2 chippers, 2 guys that you're dedicating to blocking those edges of the Rams, removing them from routes, running 3 guys into 7 guys into coverage, giving Sam no outs. I mean, it's a part of this that really can't be undersold a little bit on these particular games. And look, it's been an outlet to this year. Kubiak has not been that way through a lot of this year. and how he has set Sam up for success, not set him up to be failing. But I would offer that the first half of this game with Minnesota and throughout much of that Rams game, you were setting up Sam for failure. You're setting up your offense for failure. The lack of commitment to running the ball in the Rams game was setting your offense up for failure. I think it's just, to me, it's a little simplistic to go back just to Sam on this one again, though. It's also not to just undercut and say that Sam can't play a bit more better here, that there can be a little bit more from Sam and improvement from what we've seen the past couple of weeks too. But I don't think he's fallen off the shelf. I don't think that he's reverting here. I think it's a heavy combination between all these factors at hand, but it's also, to me, more heavily than anything else, Kubiak with a game plan that sometimes doesn't always make a lot of sense for the opponent you're playing here on when it's gone bad. When it's gone great, he's got him diced up. He's got him figured out. You can see that he's understanding the way to attack these defenses properly. It's just a couple games, and he's had a hell of a year as an OC for us. Top 3 scoring offense is not going to be perfect every week, but that's more of where I backtrack it to myself. Dogzilla coming in the house with a $20 donation. Dogzilla, thank you for that big old monster donut. Dogzilla says, from a friend, how many Hawks or NFL records have we broken so far this season? We listened to you during the games. Well, thank you for that, Dogzilla. I really appreciate that, man. I love doing what I get to do on this play-by-play with you guys. It's so much fun. And you guys are awesome every time I go live here in that way. NFL records the Seahawks have broken. I think you've got 11 straight games with Jackson Smith and Jigba of 75 yards or more, I believe is the number one record that's been set. I don't know if we've had a lot of other NFL records that have really been set this year as I think about it. Nothing that's really standing out to me. Certainly not from our Hawks. You have JSN breaking the single season receiving record for the Seahawks with getting over the 1,300 yards of DK. But I can't think of anything else that's been a record breaker this year. We got nobody that's gone. Jackson's been the only guy in the NFL really gone kind of crazy ham on, Stewart or Taylor out there at Indianapolis is rolling, but he's got to keep up a pretty blistering pace to even kind of catch some of the guys that have had all-time years for the running back position, if he's got a shot to do so there. Yeah, he had 21 carries, 85 yards, so he had kind of a quiet day today himself. It's been kind of quiet record-wise. I mean, Myles Garrett looks like he might very well break the sack record. When it's all said and done, I think he had another sack today. Yeah, Myles had another sack today, so he's got a kind of an outside chance of going and breaking the all-time sack record, Dogzilla. But this year, for as far as records goes, it's been pretty quiet. I think there's another Hawk record that's been broken. So Ernest Jones might have the most interceptions for an inside linebacker in Seahawk history right now, for a middle linebacker at least. I don't know if Bobby ever got up to 4 for a year. I can't remember on that one. But no individual game ones. Can't think of an individual game that set a record or anything like that. But thank you, Dogzilla. The $20 donation, I really appreciate you for that. You guys are just amazing and very, very kind for all your support to this channel. I really appreciate it, but you're awesome, all of y'all, with all of you guys do for the channel. I'll try to think if there's another record I'm thinking of or I might have missed, but it has been kind of a quiet year, Dogzilla, for Hawk records and NFL records. JSN doing what he's doing, but NFL record-wise, been pretty quiet too with that. Steven Pinor, thank you for the $2 donation. Love the channel, man. I smell a Super Bowl. Go Hawks. I love the confidence. And I think it is a matter of time before this team's breaking through. Could very well be this year. A couple little things need to still kind of come together, but the health's in a good stage. The team's playing strong football. There's a lot of room here where you can see them growing and rising to become that team. You want to be playing your hottest football at the end of the year. That's often a big dictating factor into who can get up over the top, who can break through when we get down to the end of the line there in the playoffs. But love it, Steven. Thank you for the kind words, man. And I love what you're smelling. I think I got a whiff of that too. Smells good. Oh, the perfume. Oh, the potpourri. The potpourri of that Super Bowl waft. I feel like Pepe Le Pew over here. It's going to start floating in midair towards the Super Bowl. Thank you, man. Takers X10. Appreciate the $5 donation. The 3 games we have lost were by a combined 9 points. The teams have a combined record of 25-12 after week 13 and will likely all make the playoffs. So the teams that we have collectively lost to, we've lost to in those 3 games by 9 points combined. And those teams that we've lost to, Buccaneers, Rams, 49ers, have a collective record of 25-12. So you've taken care of your business against the lesser. You've hung with the best and then just barely missed out. But you've been there step for step every point of this process throughout the whole course of this year. Great stat, man. Fantastic stat. And those teams you played, I mean, the Niners weren't in this division. They'd be at the top of every other division in football. Buccaneers are the top of the division in football, of their division. Rams the top of their division. You know, if you are losing, you're barely losing. You're losing to great teams. Love that stat, Taker. Love it, man. That's a great poll. Tiza, thank you for the $5 donation. Tiza. Do you think Mike will take some of those looks Brian Flores gave to our offense? It was causing some havoc in the first half. I think there's a lot that's kind of just naturally Tiza in the playbook that's kind of similar overlap with Brian Flores and Mike McDonald in what they do. There's a lot of it that is the stacked boxes that Flores will blitz more. He leans into it a little bit more than Mike does. He's a little bit more, I'm not as risk adverse to doing that. Mike is a little bit more risk adverse at times where he wants to kind of pick his moments and his shots. It kind of felt like in this game that Flores was like, we're going to go for broke. And what do we got to lose a little bit in this game, dialing it up in this way. So I doubt it, honestly, if there's anything he's going to really pull from him because they run it a little bit. There's a little bit of some key differences between the two, and specifically that dedication to blitzing like Flores does, where, he can run different iterations of a blitz and have slightly different modes off of each one. That's just a very slight alteration that he's going to run at times back to back, where Mike, you might have a blitz and then not see another blitz for 7 or 8 plays. And then here comes another one, and it's going to be a completely different one from a different angle that might wholly be built up upon what you're seeing from the formation on the other side of it. And that's where that adjustment comes into play with it. So I don't think necessarily on that. I think Mike would say too, is that offenses, and this is where we come back to Kubiak on this a little bit, where I think if you took Mike and you put him on the lie detector test, he'd say, this is where what offenses should be doing against a defense like that, that's going to dedicate that much, is attack with the bubble screens, attack throwing out to the flats, attack with the out routes, attack with just the pure screen game as well. Intermix all of that with a good amount of running away from the numbers. So if they're going to stack box to one side, you get lightened numbers over to this side, like we saw the Seahawks do with the pitch plays in the second half. You can get the numbers to one side working in your favor, especially when you pull a guy back across the formation. Those are the ways that you counter that. And we didn't see Kubiak countering it that way exactly in the first half as much. It was a little bit of just a little bit of you're caught off guard throughout that first half and what they were doing you with that, that was a bit of the oddity to me in this first half, was just, why didn't you anticipate that, Clint? Why didn't you think that that's exactly what Minnesota was going to do? So they're kind of, but they're not, there's some similarities there, but there's also some real keynote differences there that separate them as far as the type of defenses that they run. I think Flores is a little bit more willing to run man at times there, Tiza, whereas I think Mike wants to stay a little bit more zone based. He mixes up. He'll have some man, he'll have some zone in a play, but more zone to the defenders that are dropping to depth. Whereas I think Flores will go more man and just trust his guys. Thank you though, Tiza. Appreciate that donation. Very kind of you. Great question. Mark, thanks for the $5 donation. A great defensive win for the Hawks. Brian Flores is a great defensive coordinator, and he proves why he will be a head coach next year. Sam did enough to get a win. Indeed. And part of this is going to be the adjustment from Sam throughout the course of the game as you get in the second half, and you're changing up some of the play calling and playing a little safer with that. Then you're asking him as well to go to Sam and say, hey, look, Sam, we've had games this year where, if you just don't turn over the ball, we get a very comfortable win. I know you want to go make a play. I want to know you want to go push the ball down the field, but this may not be a game where we need you to do that. keep the chains moving, keep these drives going up the field, keep finding consistent points, that's going to be good enough for us. Our defense will hold down the rest of the line here. Our special teams will hold down the rest of the line here. And I think Sam kind of recognized that in the second half, Mark, where he didn't have to make those kind of throws. You were going to be able to just kind of lean on this team, tire them out. This was a drag them into deep waters kind of game, and then just drown them out there. And that's kind of what you did in this one. And so it's a defensive win. They were as dominant as you possibly can get defensively against that Minnesota Viking team. And when you get the benefits of that from your defense, you just lean back, tuck your hands behind your head, and you enjoy it. As well to your points on Brian Flores, I think it is a matter of time before he's a head coach once again. It's going to take the right spot exactly for him to kind of go land in, but he's a guy that's just such a smart defensive-minded head coach. He's on the forefront, the cutting edge in a lot of ways and what he's doing defensively, which is only going to attract teams to him that much more. Don't know if he does get one this offseason, but again, he's one of those guys who's done it before. There's not going to be a lot of real viable candidates across the board that are just sitting there waiting to be given a job opportunity. So it'll be kind of fun to see if he does get that chance this offseason. He's got that defense still playing very hard this year, even despite that offense and how poor they've been this year. He's still got them dialing it up. I was very impressed by the Vikings defense today. They came in with a great game plan. They came in going for broke, and it worked out for them through a lot of this day and until their offense just kind of sold on them a bit. Thank you, though, Mark. Appreciate you. MJ, my man Jordan in here again with another $10 donation. Thank you for that, Jordan. Appreciate the multiple donations over, man. You are awesome. He says, oh no, our team won 26-0. We suck. Our new quarterback, offensive coordinator have fixable problems. Give me a break. Can we just enjoy a win? Can we trust our team to make adjustments and keep getting better? Go Hawks. I love your thoughts on this, Jordan. It's one where I'm going to be interested to see where my chat is at as we get into the depths of it tonight, and talking to them and seeing where their head's kind of at on this, and if that's going to be a bit of a pervasive attitude out there of like, yeah, we got 26-0, and yeah, we're 9-3, and I love that the 12s and the Seahawks fans are hungry for greatness. And there's on one hand of this that I love they're impelled by wanting to see a better brand of football, by wanting to see great football. They've tasted it before and they want it again. I love that hunger, and I don't want to pour cold water on that hunger because I think it's actually coming from a pretty cool place. But to your point on this as well, you gotta have that perspective and recognize how many times in the NFL in Seahawks history of 50 years have you been 9-3 to start a year? A couple times. Couple. There are fans watching this team for 50 years that didn't get to see this kind of start to this kind of season, but a couple times. You've had a defense that's you knew coming in could be great this year. It has been great, and it's getting better. You have an offense that struggled out the gate to run the ball despite its commitment, starting to run the ball better. You have a quarterback in Sam that 3 weeks ago we were talking about MVP discussions, and now that's cooled. He's not in MVP discussions, but doesn't mean he's having a bad year by any measure. He's certainly doing plenty to help you go win these games. They showed a stat on the TV today, Jordan, about the fact that Sam Darnold's joining, I think it's Tom Brady and Peyton Manning, as having the most collective wins between two teams in a 2-year path of anybody in NFL history. You don't think Sam's got a part of that he's not a reason for that. I think that's mistaken. So you touch on a lot of good things here. You win 26-0, bottom line. Really not a lot there for anybody to really be complaining a lot about. We weren't going to learn anything from this game in the Vikings by going out there and beating them by 4 touchdowns. You hope to do it. You want to see it. It's very hard to do in the NFL. We're not going to learn any full answers about this team and being a contender or not until we get kind of down the line on this season. We're going to get answers to that stuff. But you keep stacking wins. You keep pushing yourself into a position to go get that number 1 bye in the home field advantage. That's what they are doing. And final point on that you touch upon that I think is absolutely true here is that these are all fixable problems. You made second half adjustments today. You fixed problems that came out of that first half. I'll sit here and bitch with the best of them about that first half. What is that game plan? How do you not anticipate that heavy amount of blitzing that Flores told you he was going to do early in the week? How do you come in with a game plan that seems to be caught off guard by that? How are your protections not ready for that? but you made the adjustment. It was fixable. It wasn't, oh, the Vikings just exposed some fatal flaw to this team that will never allow them this year to get anywhere past this point. No, it's that there was an adjustment to be made, an adjustment that many people, even in my chat and the donations at halftime, were mentioning specifically. A, B, C, D. Offensively do these things. You will find more success and more successive drives that move down the field. They did those very things in the second half. They employed them. It worked. So I agree, Jordan. I think that there's fixable things here. I don't think that there's inherent issues in this team's, the fibers of this team that keep them from getting there. And as you now have an open pathway to the number one bye in the toughest conference in the NFL, by the way, in the toughest division in the NFL, by the way, inarguably on both accounts, let's enjoy it. Let's sit back and certainly turn over where the team can improve and where the team can get better. No worries there, but let's also not do it at the expense of treating this like it's a loss or like we aren't playing some good damn football. Go Hawks, Jordan. And beautifully put on your part. Beautifully put on your part. Jeffrey with another triple donation. Thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate all of your support today, man, as ever. Very kind of you as ever, brother. He says, shame we need to beat down the Falcons and make Rams pick better. Being Sam or the scheme, Rams and Vikings do seem to have us figured out a bit. We could come to find that it is that way with the Rams. We'll see on the second matchup. I think if we come out in the second matchup and we work some of the offensive play calling that we saw from the 49ers, we're really embracing the short passing attack and really embracing getting the ball out of Sam's hand quickly and letting his guys work out in space. I think if you do that and then that doesn't work, then there's going to be a part of me that would be with you on that, Jeffrey. You're thinking, well, maybe they do have our number there. But you didn't really employ that last time you played them. So that would be the one spot I'll really look for. You didn't have as much of the dedication to running the ball against the Rams as you probably should have in that game with the lighter boxes that they put out there. So if I would like to see them also try to utilize that. Now, if that failed, so if you don't do the short passing and you're not able to run the ball despite staying committed to it in that second Rams matchup, I might find myself a little bit more and wondering if maybe they do just have our number a little bit with that. But I think that those, I got to see those adjustments actually first being trotted out there a little bit before we can kind of reach that point of saying, well, they certainly do. Because you just didn't, that's that counterintuitive nature of the play calling a little bit in those games that I think we kind of ran into a little bit. It does suck with the Falcons that unfortunately enough, I should say, the Falcons lost today to the New York Jets. So indeed, the Falcons continue to drain away here. They're now 4-8. And it's looking maybe potentially here, we're going to take them maybe to 4-9 if we get the win next week. And we got to go on the road to do it. Falcons can be a little bit of a different team when they're playing at home. They're 2-3 versus 2-5 on the road. So a little bit better at home, but you take them down to 4-9 at that point, you're looking at putting them right in the sideline of having a top 5 pick. They're giving the Los Angeles Rams, which sucks balls. I really am not happy about that. Got to do what we got to do, though, Jeffrey. Got to do what we got to do on this one, man. Ain't happy about that part of it, but hey, if it gets us the number 1 overall pick or number 1 overall bye, home field advantage of the playoffs, then sign my happy ass up. If any team ever comes to John Schneider in history, hey, we'll give you a future first. Just he needs to be like, yes, yeah, say less. I'm on board. Let's go. Just an instant yes. That needs to be a rubber stamp. Give me the first. Yep, you can have the second. Here's the third. Okay, give me that first. I'll take that. Brent in the house with a $10 donation. Thank you for that, Brent. Very kind of you, man. Was driving home at the end of a 50-hour work week. No Wi-Fi, have flip phones, so I missed the game. Glad we won. Just got my first tickets for the Rams. We're having the right games to prepare for what we need. Indeed, the schedule this year has been a big contributing factor, of course, the Seahawks being able to find the headwind that they found out the gate of this season. And it has done not only well to set us up to be able to stack wins and put us in position to really get down to the end of the season and be able to make some noise in the playoffs, But to your point, it feels like it's prepared us correctly to get to that right place we want to get to at the end of the year. This is a very artful, inexact science, taking a team and saying, how do I build this team out right as I get into training camp? Right? How do I get them through an intense training camp, but then not burn them out for the start of the season? How do I get it just intense enough to where they're still fresh by the time we get to the season so that they can take the whole rigors of a whole NFL year and they can handle that? And then how do I manage that through the season? And then how do I develop both sides of the ball to where when I bring on a new offensive coordinator or a new quarterback, that I can hope that those guys get better as the year goes along and more connected in their process as the year goes along as they get more used to working with each other. Find ways to get more consistent in different aspects of what we do and improve those things as we go down the line. And all of this stuff is individual little hills and mountains that you have to sort of scale in itself. But if you can get them all scaled, that's where you collectively get that team down to the end of the line that's truly prepared to go in the playoffs and be at its best shape. That's playing its best football. That's got things refined on both sides of the ball. You know, you've really sharpened that blade on both sides, where you just barely skim past it and you're going to cut your finger. And that's there right now for this team to get to that place. It is still requiring the progress. It's still requiring us to find games like this of dominance defensively and then adjustments from an offense in a day where it's sort of searching for itself. And it's going to reach a spot to a couple weeks down the line from now. Falcons is it. It's the last one next week. No more in a season with some easier wins on your schedule. In a season where I can walk through a few of these games going, boy, that was a benefit. New Orleans Saints, it's a nice team to play twice. Cardinals, getting to play them twice. Commanders, yeah, that's not too bad. That works pretty well. Vikings, hey, we'll take that. Now, you do have some good wins on this schedule as well, especially with a couple of these teams winning this week, making them look better. The Jaguars and Texans win looks a little bit better in retrospect. Steeler win maybe looks all right in retrospect, but those are certainly not bad teams. You know, those are certainly three teams that have a chance to all push for the playoffs. They do. But then you're going to get down to the stretch here now. Colts, Rams, Panthers, Niners. All teams with winning records, all teams that are going to be true challenges. Are you fulfilling your destiny at that point for this season? Are you getting to that culmination by those last stretch of 4 games at the end of the year when you hope you can be? And I think Mike's done a great job of trying to put this into form. I think John's done a great job with reinforcements like Rashid Shaheed in the house and bring Quandre in and trying to make sure that your depth's going to be in the right stage and place for this to really work and go. But now we're just going to get to see how it plays out and if it can happen. Thank you though, Brent. Sorry you had to do the 50-hour work week, man, but hopefully you're able to kick it back tonight and relax and maybe get a day off tomorrow. And congrats on the tickets to the Rams. That's going to be a hell of a game. Hopefully we are rocking the house in that game, making life hard for that Rams offense. Let's go get that win, man. Let's go get this division. Let's shock the world. Shock the world. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation, Jeffrey. He says, watching the Vikings video, they want to burn it down mode. I'd struggle if I was a Viking fan to understand where you get to burn it down mode right now. I know the pain of this season, and it's a little bit of the worry I have, Jeffrey, when I think to like this off season and moving into next year. And as we, maybe we're building up and hoping that we're getting to a place where we're taking that next step this year, and then off season taking another step, and you make some smart moves and everything's set up right. And you saw this with the Vikings this off season, Jeffrey, where they make the signing for Jonathan Allen. They re-engineer the interior of their offensive line with Donovan Jackson and making a couple of signings there at center and right guard. Deals that us as a Seahawks fandom would completely applaud and stand up and be shouting and just like, yes, this is the, yes. You bring back the 2 capable wide receivers, a DJ Hawkinson in the mix on that as well. You feel like you've got the right offensive system set up. Flores gets all of his guys back defensively speaking. Another year of Dallas Turner developing for them, along with the Jonathan Allen addition in there. But yet, despite it all being very smartly applied and you spending the money and you're really being aggressive, it just doesn't work for you. And now we can backtrack a big part of this down the line to the quarterback position, and that this is where that can weigh in so heavily. And everybody likes to have the quarterback position weigh in, Jeffrey, on how much the quarterback can kind of carry the load. That's sort of the determination of the value of the QB a little bit, is like, how much can you elevate the supporting cast? But there's also maybe a flip side to this, to where we say, how much do you de-elevate? How much do you descend the supporting cast around you, to where you make something that would be even a strength for a quarterback like Darnold to now look like a deficiency? And I'd offer, if there's one quarterback that could give that to you this year, it would be JJ McCarthy and what he supplied to that Minnesota Vikings team. And so if I pull on that, I don't come away going, well, I walk away saying burn it all down. I walk away from that saying you missed on the quarterback, and it's not the worst thing. Teams do it. It's inexact science of locating the right quarterback. Everybody's sort of throwing darts at the board. I think as much as anything, what you do here is you just have to recognize when the dart you've thrown is not the right one, and you've got to pivot to the one that is the right one. Do the Vikings do that this offseason? That should be more of what they have in contemplation of their mindset right now, not on tear it all down to the ground and leave nothing left. But I get it. This is a big hit. It's a thing where if you come in the year and you're a team like the Raiders and you had Carroll and you had some hope of like, well, we got Carroll in here now and Geno in here. Maybe there's some hope for us and maybe we could do something this year. But I mean, I'm going to be realistic. I know my roster's not ready. So when you have a bad year, I don't think it strikes you down so hard. When you had 14 wins last year, when you feel like you've been building up to this, when it feels like the natural momentum should be taking you forward into this year, and yet you run into a brick wall, that's got to be bitter. That's got to be a tough swallow for a fan base to try to take on. And one I'm going to be worried about going through this offseason with, as good as the Seahawks team is, of like, please don't get snake bitten with injuries. Please don't have some sort of weird regression for some odd reason that we just can't anticipate up ahead of time. Fire Poet, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Sam needs better support, not all on him. Go Rams. So Fire Poet, thank you for the $2 donation. This is the Ram fan saying this, confirming a little bit of what I'm saying on this. And I think Fire Poet, without putting words in his mouth, would tell you when he looked back at that Rams game and how we played them, he'd probably say the same thing I told you guys just now. Would you say, look, the Niners were able to move the ball on us by Mac Jones dropping back, hitting his back foot, and getting the ball out of his hand all day long. He wasn't sitting back there holding it. He wasn't patty caking the thing. He wasn't dancing around back there contemplating the great what if. He was getting the ball out of his hand, and they had a tactical approach from a passing standpoint to get him some quick, short options, because that's going to be where the holes of the Rams defense lies. And not because they're crappy or not because they're not a grade A defense. They are. It's that every single defense has a vulnerability built within the schematics of how they're designed. There is no perfect defense in the NFL. You are going to structure to a strength, and that strength that you structure to is going to have an inverse that's going to be the weakness. Seattle Seahawks like to run light boxes and keep less bodies up around the line of scrimmage. They do that so that they can have more bodies back in coverage. Well, you'll limit the passing attack, but now you're going to open some susceptibility to the run. And you're going to be asking a lighter box, fewer men around that line of scrimmage to deal with that run. You're going to be asking safeties to rally up quicker in space to be able to attack the run when they recognize it. So it is one that does have its own weaknesses built within it too. In addition, the Rams, a lot of the similar kind of stuff going on with their defense and how they're set up at times in that way. But there's no perfect defense. And as if I watch, to Fire Poet's point, if I'm watching a game with an offensive coordinator who's going to call a game plan that's going to roll into where that defense is strong and not where they're weak, the first item that's not going to be at the forefront of my brain is, how did the quarterback play so badly? The first item that's going to be at the forefront of my brain is that, to his point, you got to support your quarterback better. Put your guys in a position to succeed. Don't just throw them out there and be like, make it happen. Put them in the actual position for success. And if you're going into the strength of the defense, that's kind of the opposite of setting your guy up for success. It's kind of like asking a running back who's got like an 8-man box, for instance, to the flip side of this. It's like you see 8 men in the line of scrimmage and you ask the running back, you're like, go give me 5 yards. Why aren't you getting me 5 yards? It's like, well, that's the strength of the defense right there. Why would you expect me? No, that's on you, buddy. That's on you, running back. You need to get that 5 yards there. Well, they've got one more guy that we can block up front. They've got a free guy hitting me in the hole. They've got a guy hitting me after I get the handoff. Yeah, that doesn't matter. You got to go find the way through that. That's not what we would say about that, is that? We'd say, well, maybe you don't run into 8-man boxes if you can help it. So I agree, man, Fire Poet. I'm very much in that way. And again, it doesn't let Sam off completely the hook. Has he maybe cooled a little bit here over the past couple of games? Certainly. I to give some rope back to the other folks that might be on their side of this. Yeah, there's maybe been not performing at his greatest, but got to get him some more support too with some of the play calling first, and then I can be more able to provide more criticism onto Sam on that to be like, well, no, it's more of a Sam issue than the play calling issue, which I think it's kind of the opposite on that. Jeffrey with a great point. Thank you for the $2 donation. He says, we start beating good teams, everyone will buy in. It's a great point, man. And it is the part that is another valid point of criticism with this team to say, okay, let's get a signature win here. Jacksonville Jaguars is not a signature win. Houston Texans is not a signature win. You know, they're good wins. They do show you're beating some quality opponents. They're not nothing. But now we're looking for that. Can we beat an actual good team? Can we take down two of these teams that have had our number in this division for quite a few years now? You know, can we see that? And we're going to be watching. We're going to be on the edge of our seat, chomping on our popcorn, and that's going to be the exact thing we're going to be watching for here as we head down the line of this season. And we're going to learn the answer to that very soon. Very soon. Well said, man. Phoebe, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Jake is always a funny read when the Rams lose. Yeah, he doesn't know what to do with himself when they lose. He's kind of just like, I don't know what to do with my hands. You can just put them, what do I put them up here? What do I do with my hands? Down there, Ricky. Down, just put them down, Ricky. You put them down, Ricky. But yeah, he's going to be probably in a little bit this week. He's going to know about the missed opportunity he had because he was already doing that advanced math with the tiebreaker stuff last week where he was going, you know, we could essentially win all these games we should win down the stretch and still lose against the Hawks and still get the division and still maybe get the home field advantage to the playoffs. You know, so this is going to re-engineer his outlook a little bit as far as the potential for their year and what's going to go down here through the rest of the season. Jeffrey, thank you, man, again for all of your support today. So very kind with another $5 donation. It says, according to the national media last offseason, anyone can succeed with these Viking players. I guess not. Yeah, I think that it's a part of the puzzle we haven't talked about with Sam Darnold, that we can get into the intricacies of the quarterback play and strengths and weaknesses, and you can get into the minutia, into the lesser details and the major details. But let's go big picture on this, you know, and look at a couple of combining factors here with this, which is that you have the play of Geno Smith in this offense behind almost the exact same personnel of what Sam Darnold is dealing with. And then you have J.J. McCarthy in the Minnesota Viking offense this year dealing with almost the exact kind of parts that Sam Darnold had last year. And in Darnold in Seattle, you have him having this offense far outperforming what Geno Smith had this offense performing out last year. Now, granted, that was Grubb versus Kubiak, and that's going to be a big part of the benefit. But when you look at, that's why we don't just look at the one side, look to the other side as well. And you look at the other side with Minnesota and J.J. McCarthy not able to sniff the jockstrap of Sam Darnold's season last year. Both of those things should kind of tell you from a big picture standpoint that Sam has done some pretty good work to make this go at these two spots. It'd be one thing if Geno Smith was in here in that last year and that was the best version of Geno Smith that we had seen. And you go, well, Sam's just coming into this offense that's just locked up to the nines. And I mean, it's just stacked up. Talking about this earlier, and that you're spending as little money on this offense as anybody in the NFL. You can't really say that where it's like, oh, you're just loaded for bear. No, you're not. No, you weren't. And the Viking team, if anything, from an offensive line standpoint, has gotten stronger on their line with the additions they brought this offseason. Donovan Jackson, Clark at center. Clark's now been out with a concussion through a lot of this year, but he's still a good player when he's in there. And Will Fries, their free agent addition that they signed this offseason, has been maybe their best offensive lineman outside of Darisaw and maybe O'Neal. So it is one that I think that there's something there on that, looking at that situation and these two different points and the quarterbacks that were there prior and the one that took over. And you see such a difference of performance overall. I mean, Sam Darnold through a lot of this year was at an MVP level with the same supporting cast here in Seattle. Last year playing at MVP level there with the Vikings. These other quarterbacks were not anywhere near that, who were there prior or thereafter there from you. Yeah, that narrative, the O'Connell's a genius narrative, the O'Connell made Darnold narrative, All of that has been dispensed at this point. All of that should be tossed into the trash can where it belongs because it's not an accurate outlook on this at all. Well said, Jeffrey. Well said, man. Let's get over to you guys in the chat here. I want to thank all of the donations too, by the way. So many dono drops in the chat as always with you guys. I really, really appreciate that big time support from all of you. Again, hit that like button if you haven't already, as it does help the channel grow and show. And I really, 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 really do appreciate it. But let's see where you guys are at tonight. Connor says people are too used to explosive plays. Run the rock worked perfect today with our defense shutting down. Yeah. And some of the heavy running is going to come into the second half, especially 32 carries to 26 passing attempts. Some of the big part of this is you got the lead. You can kind of just lean on this team. And that Viking offense wasn't going to do anything against your defense. So just lean on them. And in doing that, a lot of it's just run the ball 3 yards in a cloud of dust. And if you do have a question, comment, if you can, just put B Brando Hawks Nest. I try to catch all the comments, questions if I can, but there's also inner discussion in the chat. So I don't read every comment. That's an inner discussion point. If you just happen to have something you want me to respond to, just hit Brando Hawks Nest. Brian says running plays that are ineffective are just as much a product of a good D as whatever happens on offense. Always has been, always will be. Well said. Brandon says, I've been anticipating it since our first matchup a couple weeks ago. I just can't wait. Rams game's sitting on the horizon. Sitting on that horizon. Ever says the Vikings quit in the third. Brandon says quit might be an understatement. Man, I almost feel sorry for JJ. Not 9. The actual Justin Jeff. Yeah, Justin Jefferson's going through it right now. You can see that on his face. It's been a tough year for our guy. Yeah, he says Bradford stinks. Well, he's got just Bradford stinks. Tan May says, even after factoring in context, the Eskridge over Creed Humphrey and this year's Arroyos over Ratledge still makes me shake my head, especially given our offensive line issues over the past few years. What could have been? John definitely gets into day 2 sometimes, and he can miss it a little bit. To your point, Tan May, and it's frustrating because this line could be looking a lot different. You have those 2 guys on this line. What's this line doing? What's it looking like? Could be quite different. But they did go this other direction. And Royo today, 2 targets, no catches. The team continues to have really no plan for him as a second round pick. Strangely so. I just don't quite always understand why you would have taken him and not have any kind of plan. A day like this where you're struggling to find much sledding. Barner's certainly development has helped a ton. And he led the way with you today with 4 catches for 35 yards. But what could have been, Tan May? What could have been? Casey McCracken, Viking fan base is busy committing Harry Carey. Breeze is a shout out in a game. We weren't firing all cylinders and it was not close. I'm here for it. Me too, man. I'll take these kind of games all day. Grenade says we're going to deck some halls against the Falcons. It might have to be ugly Seahawks sweater week next week against the Falcons. It might have to be ugly Seahawks holiday sweater next week against the Falcons. I think you called it, Hand Grenade. Got to dust that sucker out. Yeah, Kevin, the Eagles look like that offense is regressing. I mean, not even regressing. They're falling apart. TJ said, did we just blow out the Vikings? Haha, nice. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, TJ. Good to see you, brother. I don't know what happened with Chip Kelly, Mark. Chip Kelly was given wrong plays and plays that didn't even exist in Raiders playbook. Yeah, he was giving out wrong plays. He was giving out plays where he was leaving out details of the play calls, which were important play calls on alignment and stuff like that. Chip Kelly, for a guy who come back to the NFL and you think, okay, he's coming back, you earn this chance. Ohio State, all you built up, kind of sounded like he came back in a little bit of autopilot mode a little bit. It's very much a surprise on how that's worked out there with his what we're hearing from the stories, and some of it could be that they're trying to do PR to make it look, Carroll and company there look a little bit better. But oof, Alberto, I'd like to say someone mentioned you guys have only lost by 9 points. The Rams have only lost by 14 points. Eagles by 8. We were down by 1 until they blocked it. San Francisco by 3 in OT, and Carolina by 3. Oh yeah, that's what you guys are legitimate, Alberto. Loss today doesn't change that. Just gives us a crack of having a potential of maybe overtaking you guys in the division. But you're a hell of a team as well, and every bit earning of the right to be looked at as a Super Bowl contender. Carolina does tend to play a little bit differently at home than they do on the road. Got to acknowledge that a bit too. But yeah, same definitely would be true for you guys too on that side of it. Ryan says we did struggle up front. Our offensive line really didn't have much of an answer for Flores' blitz packages and are already not the best run blockers. Yeah, that's accurate. That would be accurately placed. The Warhammer guy, the amount of Vikings fans coping about the decision to let go of Darnold and the current state of their team is breathtaking stuff. The BEL episode with those Viking guys was hard to listen to. Yeah, you do sense they're going through it a little bit. And in football, when the emotionality starts to wreck its way into your brain a little bit as you're going through it, it doesn't always draw out the best thought process or identifying appropriately what's going on with your team and where things are going, because that's what emotions do, is they don't let you think clearly. And the Viking fans are kind of in that place, I think, a little bit right now. And yeah, there's definitely been a lot of coping with the Darnold thing and very little of embracing the shouldn't have let him go thing. Like you said, even the Behind Enemy Lines episode we did, it's sort of like, yeah, you had to do it. You had to do it. Like, did you have to do it? Could you maybe just have moved to McCarthy? Well, you weren't going to get as much from McCarthy. It comes a bit about that sunk cost fallacy thing that can factor into play there, where probably the organization, if you go to O'Connell and be like, do you want to rock with McCarthy in a rookie year next year after a 14-win season, or should we just move McCarthy and then have you roll with Darnold moving into this next year? Well, I'd like to just go with Darnold at that point. Well, then we've got to move on from McCarthy. McCarthy just had a season-ending injury, and his value is not going to be able to be retained back to the first-round pick we got. We might not even get a second-round pick back from at this point. But that's sunk cost fallacy. We've already dumped this first-round pick into it, so we can't let him go. We've got to get value out of him because of it, rather than being determined what's the best choice of action. What's the best pathway for us to really go pick for the upcoming season for our success, to have hopeful success. But that's not the driving force there. The driving force becomes we've got to get some value out of that top 10 first-round pick that we made for McCarthy. This is where you want to be drawn by as an NFL franchise in the right direction, and have your compass pulling you into the right place, because this can happen like this sometimes, where you just keep you double down to a bad decision when the right one was right there for you to be had. Kevin says the Colts are falling off. Definitely not maybe playing their strongest football at the end of the year right now at this point. And you got the fracture in the tibia or whatever it is with Daniel Jones. That's certainly going to affect him a bit. Kevin's confidence is we will dominate. We will dominate in 2 weeks, he says. Robert Can says, should we go get Jefferson, even though we picked up a new wide receiver? No, unfortunately not, Robert. And this just comes down to the fact that you just really can't afford to pay the receivers at the mark that you'd have to pay a guy like Jefferson and Jigba at the same time. I mean, those guys are going to collectively, um, yeah. So it's one where you're going to have to pay two guys at the, I think at this point, Jackson's going to cost you like 42.5 million, somewhere in that neighborhood, probably per year. And Jefferson, you would have the money that he just signed on an extension with the Vikings come off from a bonus standpoint, but he's still going to cost a significant amount. And I just think you're going to end up having to pay too much again for an offense that's going to be really more run based. You want to be led with your defense. You want a strong special teams unit. It's not trying to be kind of the hyper offense that you'd kind of want to set the stage to become if you were going to try to set that up like that with those two guys. So it's great in theory. It's just that the cap and trying to manage the cap doesn't allow you to really be able to pull that off. Reek Woolen just needs to go down the interception. He was smelling a house call, Nick. He was thirsty for that end zone. Nick says, my Buckeyes and Hawks won in back-to-back days. A great football weekend. How about the Michigan Wolverines staying out in the midfield so they don't plant the flag out there? It's pretty funny. It's funny, too, because I think in Michigan last year was like trying to plant the flag on Ohio State, if I'm not mistaken. Alberto says, I'll say again, even though we lost, the chat has been awesome towards this depressed Rams fan. This chat group is top notch, even with a couple of Lamb comments, all in good fun. Brandon, top notch. Well, thank you, Alberto. You've been great as well. And as I say, anytime we ever get Rams fans in here, you guys are nothing but cool here on this side of it as well. And I like to think that we try to be a little bit of a cut above here in our attitude and not just trying to go wholesale at each other's necks or other rivals' necks when they come in here. We want to have other fans come in here and have that perspective. It adds to our understanding of the team, the division, and what's going on in the sport, man. It really does. It all contributes to that, having those kind of different perspectives. But you're always welcome here, brother. Always welcome here. Rundas, what a game for DeMarcus Lawrence. Thanks, Jerry. Thank you, Jerry. All right, I give him to you. Okay. We want him back, though, next year. You got to trade him back now next year. We're going to let you have him for this year. We'll give you back a second-round pick next year for Tank Lawrence. He's a cowboy. Cowboy for life. That's how it should be. Let's call it that. Who had the Bears the number one on their who had the Bears the number one seed on their bingo card? I did not. I just can't think they're going to keep it either, though. I think it's going to be they'll hold it for maybe a week or so, but that ain't going to be long lasting. Kogan says, I can see us winning out if the offense can get out of this slump. Amen, Kogan. Amen. Offense needs to find some footing here down the stretch. Defense can carry the load. Offense has got to do its part. Brandon says, guys, the Panthers are a sucky team that beats good to great teams in random fashion. Yeah. Maybe we should be concerned. Oh, I think it could be easy, man. That's one of those tough games down the stretch there. The good news with them is I think that you do get a little bit of a difference in how that they play at home than they play on the road, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check that. So they're 4-2 at home and they're 3-4 on the road. So a little bit of a difference on that one. But look, that's not going to be an easy game by any measure, man. Yeah, the Vikings had paid Sam Darnold and Geno still wanted out, which probably would have been the way that played out, standard champion. Who would have Seattle gone with instead? You ready to hold on to your butt cheek, standard? Because I can say this with pretty good confidence. If Sam Darnold was not your quarterback, if Geno Smith still asked to be traded, the 2025 quarterback for your Seattle Seahawks would have been Aaron Rodgers. Yeah. It'd be great if you could do this transition, Cup to Jefferson, but yeah, he's going to cost a little bit more. I don't think Seattle's going to want to pay that amount of money it would take to make it go. Okay, Niners are annoying. They just will not go away. Tan May says, Brando, do you think Okada has played his way to being the Hawks' future at free safety, or do you foresee them going after going either the draft or free agent route? I think you're still going to hold on to Julian Love for another year. I mean, there is a way you could do this as far as kind of from a Moneyball standpoint, where you hold on to Tai Okada, you let go of Julian Love, you save some money on his deal, and then you just flip his money over to Kobe Bryant for a little bit of a younger player. I don't think the team's going to do that, though. I think they'll stay with Julian Love. They'll let Kobe Bryant walk in free agency. I don't know if you want as much Tai Okada as a strong safety, but in this defense, the cover two shell and how you ask free safeties to do strong safety stuff and strong safeties do free safety stuff, you could maybe get away with it. But I do, to your question, the heart of your question, I do anticipate that a safety is going to be drafted and probably fairly high in this next upcoming draft, because I think they want to keep Imanwari into the slot. And so that does open that up a bit. But no, I don't think he's played his way into being the future at free safety. Not quite there. He's under contract, though. He does return back next year as part of the puzzle, part of the rotation there. Main Street Paul says, punch the gas now. It's December. Let's go. Hit it. Hit it. Nick says Michigan might have won if they defended the end zone like they did the M logo. Yeah, Rams fans are okay. Whiners can eat a huge corn dogs. King Bombers, the Seahawks are the number 1 seed, baby. Lock in. Let's get it. Let's get this. I hope EJ is okay as well. He was walking off the field at the end with a big smile on his face, so he seems to be all right. But, you know, that knee's not feeling great. Brandon says, if I had to choose between the Niners losing, the Rams losing, I would have taken the Rams. So I'm not too frowny about the Niners win, but it is wild that they won't take their freaking medicine already. It's wild, man. I don't know if I've ever seen a team able to overcome as much as they've overcome this year injury-wise, pulling the record out that they pulled out. This is the degree of difficulty to make this happen from their standpoint can't be undersold. They did have an easier schedule this year, which has helped them. But that Browns team has taken it to teams like Green Bay at home and given them a hard day at the office. And 49ers had them pretty easily today. Antoine Cobb, what's up, Brandon? Do you have any insight on fixing the O-line and what players and positions would you fortify? Love the show and go Hawks. Thank you, Antoine. Yeah, I think that when it comes to fixing the offensive line, the approach here is pretty succinct and pretty clear on what you have to do. If you can find something in free agency, there's a guy named Linderbaum with the Baltimore Ravens who's a top-end center who may become available on the free agent market this offseason. You'd run after him with both guns ablazing to try to go pick that guy up. But what we have learned in free agency is the guys don't tend to be put out on the market and available, or you're going to have to take a major risk if you try to make that the way you're going to run it. So you got to do it really narrows it down to really well. It's got to be draft and development. And what that says to me then is that you have to really kind of swallow difficulty, as this might be for Schneider, into really every year putting one of those day 2 picks towards that offensive line until you have the offensive line really right, until you actually have some depth on that offensive line. And the proof of this is in the pudding. Charles Cross is top, 10 first-round pick. Abraham Lucas is a 3rd-round pick. Say Gray Zabel is a 1st-round pick. What have been the best parts of our offensive line this year? Our left tackle, right tackle, and left guard. So where you put the assets gets you the returns. Christian Haynes shows that this isn't a perfect application in itself, that simply just taking guys in day 2 means you bring out this great offensive line, because you might have a miss here or there. But by and large, you're not going to miss. If you make 4 selections in this 3-year period in day 2 on the offensive line, 3 of those 4 hit in a pretty major way. So why not lean into it and keep doing more of that, even into this draft? Yeah, you're down a 4th and 5th round pick, but you can still in the top of this draft go out there and get some things done here, in my opinion. And where I go to in my mind is go target that right guard, go target that center in this draft. Doesn't have to be 1st round. It can be 2nd round. It can be 3rd round. But day 2 is where you've really got to pick these guys, in my opinion, because it gets harder and harder than ever before to find the guys into day 3. We've tried that. We've tried that with Olu. We've tried that with Bradford. There's been some attempts here to make it go with the later round guys. It's not there as much to be had. So for me, it's really targeting into the day 1 and 2. I would have done this last year. It would have worked out great for us. If we'd taken my approach and what I wanted to do in this last draft, instead of a Milroe and an Arroyo, but actually gotten for a center and gotten a right guard, we'd be going into this next offseason going, hey, we don't have to do anything on our offensive line. We got the future set up. We've got the right now rolling, and the future is good to go. You would have, all the hay would be in the barn, and John could just set all of his sights on to now go and cray on the rest of the team in the draft and free agency. They didn't do that. Now you got to double your way back around to this offseason on this. So that'd be the way I'd go with it, Antoine. It's really center and right guard at this point. You feel good about everything else. You're going to put Charles Cross in a contract extension this offseason. But you've got to really just hammer this in day 1 or 2 as much because of the fact that you're not going to be able to get in free agency. You're not going to be able to probably make a trade for a guy. This is going to be the requirement. Albertos is on the roundtable. I want you to say to Jake that Matthew was seeing ghosts. I just want to see his reaction. I love Jake. He's my bro, but I want to see how he reacts to it. I can't do that with Jake because Jake's been the one that guys had my back, Alberto, on Sam. He's been the one guy with Sam that said the ghost narrative has been one that's played out. So I can't hit him for that because if it was Jesse, I'd do it. And if it was Mike, I might do it. But with Jake, he's been kind on that one, and he's come around to my viewpoint on Sam. So I got to give him a little credit on that one. He'd laugh at me if I did that. Say that though. Mick says, hey, Brandon, what do you think about the Lane Kiffin situation? It's crazy that he's leaving his playoff team to go coach another team. These coaching contracts are insane now. Lane Kiffin's always been a guy that's rubbed me a little bit the wrong way. I don't think he's a bad coach. He certainly doesn't get he's not getting all these jobs unless he knows what he's doing, but he has always kind of seemed a little bit pompous and arrogant to me. And a guy that it's a little bit all about him is a little bit how I feel. And I don't know if I wouldn't want him as my coach, my team, and I wouldn't want him to coach my college program. So, he's kind of a gun for hire that's going to bounce around. He can't really sustain anywhere for any given amount of time. Seems like every 2 or 3 years, he's got to bounce to another destination as though he's kind of burned out his stop there. And I know he's not burned out, but I don't know. It's not a good look. And I'm not a big fan of him. Guy just always seems to get jobs though. Kogan says we have a better record, but still below the Bucs and Eagles in the NFC standings. Kogan, we've got a 9-3 record right now. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have a 7-5 record, and the Eagles have an 8-4. They're above us, technically speaking, but we control our fate at this point, Kogan. We win out. We win the division. We'll have a better record than them. We'll be over the top of them. They're only above us right now because of the fact we're second place. Or said I'd rather have a cheerleader quarterback than Aaron Rodgers. I get it, man. I completely understand that perspective. King Bomber, I think Love and Okada might be our safeties next year. It's very possible. And the split safety nature of this defense and how the requirements work, that you're not looking for the traditional box strong safety or a traditional free safety. That lends itself well to these guys being able to pull it off and make it go. I mean, you might just end up you move Okada to free safety and then you just kick Julian Love to strong. He certainly has done plenty of that in the past. Orlando Road, these fans not know how salary cap works. Laugh my ass off. The only 2 teams in the NFL, or only 1 team in the NFL, really paying 2 receivers top of the market money at the same time. That's really only the Bengals. Technically, the Eagles are kind of doing it, but the Eagles bury so much void year money at the end of those contracts. It's not really a legitimate example because of it. Might be right there, King Bomber, on that. I hadn't thought about that combination, but that might be the combination they roll is they just have Okada go free and Love go back to strong. Yeah, Tammy, that makes sense. I mean, Okada replacing Kobe, not Love, but Pointer stood. Yeah, I can kind of get this as well in this, because what you could do is, I hadn't thought about it. You could move him to free, and then Julian Love has a track record of playing some strong safety a little bit. I think Julian's better as a free, but I think you can get away with it, especially with the defense that you have in front of those guys. Do I think Okada is better than Kobe? No, I think Kobe's better than Okada. But I think Okada's played very strong football for us this year. As King says, Okada at his price better than Kobe, what he'll cost. Just you can't afford to pay both safeties at the same time. You can afford to pay one, and then you got to go a little bit lighter on the other one. So you got to load balance it a little bit. In my opinion, to create the right structure of the team in front of those guys. So I have the money to go get my great pass rusher I want to go get. Or maybe the money to go get a corner that can kind of lock things down over to one side. That becomes more of, to me, the onus for the defense, the importance for the defense. Jeffrey Thistle with another $5 donation. Thank you for that, Jeffrey. Appreciate you for that. Here's a fun question. How do you think Sam would play for the Steelers if we held on to Geno rather than have a cheerleader at quarterback than Aaron Rodgers? So this year, right now, with Aaron Rodgers, the Steelers find themselves at 6-6. They have beaten the Patriots, Vikings, Browns, Jets, Colts, and Bengals. They've lost to the Bills, Bears, Chargers, Packers, Bengals, and Seahawks. I mean, it's a really good question that I don't know if I have a really strong answer for one way or the other there, Jeffrey. Does Sam Darnold playing for the Steelers allow them to be better than they are at 6-6 right now? Maybe. I don't know if Aaron Rodgers has necessarily played per se bad for the Steelers this year. And I haven't done a deep dive education on how he's rolled out there fully. I definitely watched a couple of their games, but not, gone into the heart of it. And certainly the DK experience between him and Aaron Rodgers has not been the greatest. Those guys are super struggling to get on the same page. I mean, you lose 26-7 in this game. Let's see if even DK got a catch in this one. Yeah, he's got 3 catches for 32 yards. They have no idea of how to utilize DK Metcalf at all right now, it would seem like. And that's, I don't know if that's much Aaron Rodgers' problem as much as the connection thing that goes on between those guys. But he might be a game better, Jeffrey. I think that Steeler team kind of is what it is a little bit there. But again, I'm not really sure on how Aaron's exactly played game in and game out through all these. And when you do look at the games that they've lost, they're losing to legitimate opponents. It's not like it's bad teams that are beating them when they lose. It's pretty tough schedule the Steelers had to deal with this year, man. That one is not easy. But it's a good question. I don't know if I have a 100%, I feel confident about it answer to that one. But I appreciate you, Jeffrey. You are awesome, brother. All your support for the channel, man. Brian, see, I was expecting more from the Browns, and then by our men, Cleveland special teams lost that game more than San Francisco won it. Bad teams do bad things, man, and make mistakes to hurt themselves sometimes. Brendan says, okay, I understand that. I just really like what I've seen from Kobe over the past 2 years. Be a hard sell for me. Yeah, it would be for me too. And I love what I've seen from Kobe. I don't want to discount him as being a good player. It's not that at all. It's more of just, I think that really analyzing the Quandary Diggs Jamal Adams situation, feeling the pain of that. It's like the thing about trying to go out there and do this. And it is surprising to me a little bit that there are Hawk fans that there are kind of wanting to sign up for this a little bit and saying, no, I'll pay both Julian and I'll pay Kobe. And you go, guys, we just did this and it didn't work. Like, you have no NFL team trotting this experiment out, probably for a reason. You were the one team that trotted this experiment out a couple of years ago. Your defense was not dominant on the back of it. It did not benefit your defense taking that approach. In retrospect, you would have said we shouldn't have done that. In retrospect, you would not have made the Jamal Adams trade. Now, Jamal's injury does factor in a little bit of this here, but even when Jamal was healthy and out there, they didn't have a dominant defense with those two guys rolling. So to me, that's why I'm a little hard lined on this one, Brandon, and saying you just can't do it. It has really nothing to as much to do with Kobe, who's an above average player, who's a top 20 safety in this sport. It just has to do with we've got the finite amount of cash that we can spend. We got contract extensions that are coming down the line every which way but loose. While you do have cap money to spend this offseason, it's going to get eaten up really fast. It really will. You dole out the extensions to Cross, Witherspoon, and JSN alone. JSN's going to go 42.5. Witherspoon's probably going to be around 15 to 20. Cross is going to be probably 20 to 25 per year on these accounts. So that's almost a third of your cap average per year going to these three guys off of that. So it's going to ding it. You know, you're going to take a nice chunk with those guys there. So you just don't have the money to pay everyone. You're going to have to make some hard decisions somewhere. And if not Kobe, then where? You know, who's the guy that we're going to go then cheaper on in order to afford Kobe would kind of be how it goes. But I like how he's played, man. He's been good. Alberto. We Ram fans are complaining about a loss. Meanwhile, Mike in Arizona says, am I a joke to you? Bomber says, if we win out and the Bears lose one game, we're the number one seed. That's where I do believe we're controlling our destiny at this point. Now, it's going to be hard. You might have to win out, like you say. But when you look at the Bears right now, when I look at what they've got to deal with schedule-wise, you have the Packers next week. You got the Browns the week after that, the Packers again. So Packers twice. They got to play the Niners, and then they got to play the Lions at the end of the season. And that Lions team might be playing for its playoff life at that point. So probably a loss in the schedule remaining for this Bears team, I would measure to guess, King Bomber. Tammy says, can't take Jesse seriously when it comes to Sam as well as Gino when he was on the Hawks. If you can't factor in nuance and are black and white, you tend to discredit yourself, which is what he's done. I think that there's a little blind spot there with him on quarterbacks. I think he's a smart guy when looking at football, and that he tends to see things pretty true. But I do think when it comes to the quarterback position that there's a little bit of a blind spot there that I've tried to, of course, last year and a half chip away with him on, both with the Gino and the Sam discussion. But I don't think, to your point, Tan, I've made a lot of headway with him on that. King says, I think there might be some nuance to where Immanwari is essentially your strong safety in some situations in one high. And when you're in two high, both of those guys are your safeties. Kind of, maybe a little bit. We'll see, because right now they haven't run that way this year up into this point, King, but would certainly be an adjustment that you could accommodate into next year. He's got a safety background. He could essentially maybe eventually slide right back into that a little bit more. The only reason I've been hesitant to maybe call it that's what the team's going to do is because I think that they feel like his impact is much more when he's up there around the line of scrimmage as a strong safety or as a slot, because when he's walked out there as a slot, he's not walked out there as that second safety down the box. He's been walked out there as, if anything, it's been slot to linebacker has been the two positions that they've had him bouncing between, King. But it's possible that they could take that route with it, for sure. Mick says, my mom is a Cowboys fan and is pissed that D-Law is actually healthy and causing havoc for our Hawks. It's a beautiful thing to see, Mick. Beautiful thing. We got him fresh. We got him healthy. We got him rocking and rolling. Well, you got to tell your mom, don't have your defense living on the field 24/7 with bad players around him and wearing him out. You'll get more D-Law. Thomas says, I think Seattle winning with not throwing the ball shows how scary this team can be. Nice win. Beautiful, beautiful dub, Thomas. Beautiful, beautiful dub. King says, Murphy has 7 sacks. Braden Fisk has 2. And Byron actually plays the run, which is another place he's got him beat. We know the Rams wanted Murphy. We know it. King Bomber says, unfortunately, Seattle doesn't have the tiebreaker against the Rams, and there's no way to get it at the moment. Yeah, but that's where you can just get better than them by a game, King. We can remove off the tiebreaker status fully if we can win out. But it's going to be hard to do that, man, especially with the tough schedule that we got mounted up ahead of us. Yeah, unfortunately, Joseph, JSN's going to be knocked off the pace a little bit today. He only had like 23 yards receiving, so it's going to take quite a finish of the season for him to get back the record. Now you have to kind of keep pace every week on this record to make it go. Thomas's dang fantasy team sucks. JSN to go off. Jefferson neither, but Seattle's defense helped out a lot with Josh Allen. Yeah, I've been struggling this year fantasy wise too, man. I'm going through it. Not a good year for me fantasy wise. Jared says, we beat the Lambs. We'll be riding Rams in the number 1 seed. Let's go. Let's go. Jordan says, man, people are pumped after the win. Me too, but top of the NFC West and playoff seed number 1 is getting ahead. We still have San Francisco and LA games left. Yeah, it's not the guarantee that you have it. I think, Jordan, it's just what they're recognizing is the fact that door seemed pretty shut coming into today. Yeah, that you weren't going to see the Carolina Panthers taking down this Rams team as good as they're playing, and that now where the door was once closed, it is opened. And that's, I think, what people are recognizing with that positivity, as well as you just beat a team 26-0. So everything seems possible after a game kind of a little bit like this with that too. Brandon says Jesse thinks because he S on Croc Purdy, he somehow has this godlike pulse on things. Sam is a good quarterback at the very least. Agreed. And he'll dig his feet in. Joe Smith, NFC West, best division. We have 2 of the top offensive minds in football, plus fantastic defensive minds in Sala and McDonald. Whoever gets out of the NFC, which will be a West team, goes the distance. We're going the distance. We built for speed. Love it, man. Well said, Joe. I like this, King Bomber. Darnold better than Purdy pretty clearly. Pretty clearly, man. Jason's going off next week indoors, 250 yards. I'd love to see it. Alberto says every Ram and Seahawks fan hoping to win the Super Bowl at Levi and plant their flag at the center of the field. That'd be awesome. That'd be fun. Jeffrey keeps coming in with all these donos. Thank you for that, Jeffrey. Appreciate you, man. He says, shame. We won't be able to see Kyle Shanahan blow a third 15-point lead in the Super Bowl. If they get a wild card, they will immediately lose. It's over for them. Yeah, I think that the zombified Niners have lurched forward throughout the course of this year, and they have just somehow or another found a way. But the injuries that you have sustained, the guys you're not getting back to this team, the losses on defense especially, your number 1 overall first-round pick that you need to provide you some valuable snaps in there, your Fred Warner gone, No Bosa, he's out of there. You've had a couple of other injuries around that have really hit you and knocked things out. They made it happen. They found a way. You got to give them props on that. Not that they're going to be it's going to be a tough game for us to play at the end of the year. They're going to give us everything that we can take, but I just don't think that this is a team that's going to be able to sustain once you get in the playoffs at that point. They're going to run up to a head on this where it's just got to come due. The Bills got to come due at some point. You give them a tip of the nod and you salute them for being able to pull off what they pulled off this year, but it does feel like it's got to kind of come to the end at some point or another, doesn't it, Jeffrey? Can't last forever. Can't last forever. Third, not going to see a third 15-point lead in a Super Bowl blown, unfortunately. But I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. It'll be interesting what the Niners do to finish up this year. How good they've done, if they can sustain it into the playoffs. You never know, man. Team's just got some special kind of energy working to make this go. I don't have an explanation for it, Jeffrey. I'll tell you that. Thank you, though, man. Appreciate all of your support today, brother. Thomas says, it's crazy. The three best NFL organizations are in the NFC West. At least 85% of the time, it's in the NFC West represents, at least 85% of the time, the NFC West represents the NFC in the Super Bowl. It's pretty crazy that we've kept up this consistency of being this good for this long, and these teams just don't fade. These teams don't get hit. I mean, the Niners this year, you'd think like, okay, the Super Bowl window's closed, and now you got to start the reset process. And the Niner organization kind of themselves acknowledged this by eating $100 million of dead money this year. In a year where you thought maybe the window would still be somewhat cracked, they're like, nah, let's eat $100 million of dead money. Let's try to get this Brandon Ayuk contract off the books. You know, they were sort of punted already. And in a punted year, I think the Niner organization is looking back on that going, man, we got 9 wins at this time with all that we did to kind of hit the reset button on this. And this is what happens. We have such good organizations that are so well run and so thoroughly well run, is you give yourself so much room for error and an ability to overcome where a lot of other teams would have no chance to overcome in these kind of situations. Yeah, Kelda, Saul's doing a great job. If that guy hasn't earned himself another head coaching job this offseason, I don't know what a guy's got to do. He's been so good for them and just admirable to be able to overcome what he's been able to overcome. Injuries here and there and everywhere. And they sustained losses this offseason with Hufanga and Greenlaw moving on. Chivarius Ward moving on. Hasn't knocked them off the path in the least. Very impressive, the job he's done. Antoine, I see the Seahawks as a sleeper with upside. If everything goes right, health, chemistry, clutch plays, they could absolutely make a deep run. It's not a guarantee. The possibility is real. I think you captured this exactly where my feelings are at on this. This is a year, Antoine, where nobody accounted for us to be good. Vegas had us at 7.5 wins. Everybody thought that you move on from Geno and you move on from DK, and now you're hitting this big old reset button. And so in a lot of ways, you're kind of a year ahead of time right now. And that's part of this process of things coming together for the team and what we're trying to look for here to, taking that tangible forward step here to now making the process to become an elite, to become contending. And they're right there to go and take that step here. It's right there. But this is a year ahead of time. And that's that question of it may not happen this year. It may happen this year. I'm going to be a lot more at this point of next year, even if we were at the same record of telling now is the year to happen. You got the second year of Dawn. You got the second year of Kubiak. You got the maturation of that offensive line that should be getting even better, and that the defense gets even better at that point. So that's going to be the time to me where I look at it and go, yeah, now we're ready to go. We're ready to let this thing and be that contender. And they're trying to get there right now, and they're right on the edge of it. I mean, we got our toes right up on the line of that thing right now. Whether we get across it or not doesn't knock off the fact that we are on the right path to getting there. When there are so many teams in this NFL that can't get right, that are on the wrong path, that are an organization that's heading to nowhere, it's not what's happening with us. So it's very possible this year, Antoine. Very possible this year. Just have to try to break through this last bit. And I don't have a prediction one way or another on it. It's going to be fun watching to see if it does happen. Alberto, it's amazing how identical these two teams are. Week 15, Rams versus Lions, game on Fox, and Colts versus Seahawks at 125, game on CBS. Both games are the marquee game for each network. And then 4 days later, Thursday Night Football. Amen, man. Amen. It's going to be a good Thursday night game. God, I'm looking forward to that. Who do we get back from IR next week? I think we should get back Julian Love is by next week. I think that you're still a couple of weeks away, probably the Rams game with the Jaron Reed. Horton is not until the end of the season for Mr. Horton. Who else is there? Ooh, Saubert will be back in probably another 2 weeks. I think that's about it. Thomas, it's sad that the Rams fans are more smarter than Niner fans. All I see is Purdy will beat Seattle when they barely won in Seattle, and now you're without Bosa and Warner. Niner fans have their confidence in Purdy, man. It's one I don't always quite get with that fan, the section of the fan base that's so heartily of like, yeah, Purdy's the guy. What are you really? $53 million a year? You sure? Spaces, I love the fact the Rams lost today. Jake was saying that they'd run the board. Confidence will be knocked off a little bit this week here with them. You can't overstate that. Silos, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Seattle will get eliminated before the Niners do. I don't think so. I think we'll both be in the playoffs, but I think the Niners are not getting past the first round on that. And again, I have a lot of respect for Shanahan and their team and what you guys have done this year. I'm not a short selling that by any measure of it, but you've also gotten to play as we walked into the season. On paper, you had the easiest schedule in the entire NFL. I think it's probably played out pretty close to true on that. And that's been pretty much the way that's rolled for you guys. And so, that you play the schedule that you're given doesn't mean that it doesn't take away anything that you've accomplished this year, but it does to me mean a little bit of once you get into the playoffs and you're down those bodies. I think it's going to make quite a bit of difference. I think if you guys had those if you had one of Warner or Bosa, I think going to the last game of the season, Silos, I'd say this is going to be troubling for us. But losing both those two guys, those guys have had as big impact against us and you guys playing against us over the past 3 or 4 years and driving your wins and driving your success against us as anybody on that defense for you. Those are not any little minor losses that you just sort of go, oh, next man up, no problem. Those are game changers. Those are some of the best players at their position in the sport. And losing that is a major loss, especially when you factor in some of the other losses this year. But thank you for the donation. Appreciate you. Kevin O'Connell says, Raider chat think they'll get 3 first-rounders for Crosby. Well, I know they're going to get 2 first-rounders plus, Kevin. Some of this is going to be derived from whether or not Crosby's going to insist upon getting a contract extension. If there's no extension and you're able to just trade for him purely, you might be in the neighborhood of getting that cumulatively, Kevin. It might not be 3 first-round picks. It might be 2 first-round picks, a second, and a player, and then the other team gets back a third-round pick from the Raiders. Something like that. So the contract is the key part of this, that if he just plays on the deal as is and you get basically Crosby for kind of a cheaper contractual hit than he would cost otherwise, that's the way the Raiders might be able to finagle that. But to your question on this a little bit on, it's not been the industry standard, but guys like this don't often get moved very often either. Joe says we're heading in the right direction, 12s. It's exciting to see the build moving forward. Look at the Cards by comparison. The coach is in his 3rd year. That is more of a typical story. Yeah. Why we celebrate this. Great point, Joe. Perspective. Remember what's going on around this league and other organizations. I mean, it's dark there with Arizona. There is no light. There is no hope. We got to fire this coach. We got to move on from this quarterback. Who are we going to get to replace? What are we going to do? Oh, we're starting back from square one again, which we just did 3 years ago. That's no fun. We are on the other end of the scale, man. We are making progress. Moving the right directions, right, Joe? Jordan Lynn, any thoughts on Darnold not hitting any deep passes this game? Were they playing it safe? He did better going down instead of throwing under pressure. Yeah, I think he's made some adjustments in how he's played and not being as loose and free with the ball, and especially his plays start to break down late and there's nothing there. He's kind of throwing it away. He's accepting incompletion is not the worst result. What happened, in my opinion, in this game, Jordan, was that in the first half, the Vikings unleashed hell on you and sent everybody, and that you were dealing with a lot of blitzing and you didn't have really a good game plan for how to deal with that. If you're going to get down to the deep passing game, you need to have the pass protection hold up so that the long developing routes can get down the field to take those hole shots. If the pass protection is not holding up, you don't even get the long enough drop there to let those routes develop to be able to go and hit them. So I think that was the real preventative part. To your point of your second part of your question, were we playing it safe? Yes. I think as you got into the second half, I think that the defense realized that they had this Vikings team in the blender and that the offense wasn't going to do anything against them. And then it came down to, okay, offense, you need to not turn the ball over today. Offense, you need to not put us on short fields today, especially considering it had already happened earlier on in the game, Jordan. And so I think that they just went, look, we can lean on this team. We'll come away with the win. It's not going to be maybe us lapping them 50-0, but it's going to be a win. And it'll be a comfortable win at that, as long as we can just kind of remove the errors from the offense. It was as much about removing errors from offense as it was being offensively successful in this one. And so second half, you leaned into throwing quicker passes, getting the ball out of his hands, anticipating the blitz, running the ball and staying really consistent with that, staying committed to that. And that got you the other side of it. Thomas says, I keep coming to it. Seattle is still a year away from being a true Super Bowl contender. We may come to find that that's the case this year. I think that's the part that has me intrigued about what comes down the long part of the season, is that I've had suspicions that might be the team that they are this year, Thomas, but I've also known that there's the potential of this year and this team coming together a little bit faster. You never know. It's going to be fun to watch the home stretch of this season to see if it can get that last final stage of development to kick in and allow us to be able to sort of steal this a year early. I don't know what Tennessee was thinking, letting go of Vrabel. It's only 1 year, but look what he's doing in New England. Bad organizations are bad for a reason, and they can't help themselves, and Tennessee's kind of one of those a little bit. Don't know why they let him go either, and they don't look smart in retrospect for doing so. Alberto, are you guys wearing the throwbacks or the all green uniforms? I think we're doing the all green Oregon Duck uniforms for that Thursday night, if I'm not mistaken on that, Alberto. Jeffrey, thank you for another $2 donation, brother. Kick the Cards out of the division. Bring the Packers in. I love that. Oh man, I don't want to go to Lambeau in the winter, man. I don't want to play in that environment. It's cold, it's gross, it's yucky. You get the frostbite out there. And we already got to travel all over the place, Jeffrey. We need to cut down the flight mileage. We don't need to increase it. But Cardinals need to start stepping up, man. You're gonna be the whipping boy of this division for quite a few many more years here at this point if you guys don't get your act together real quick. Of course, they've already kind of been that recently, haven't they? Thank you, Jeffrey. Thomas, I think Pete and Gino are also gone after the season. The Raiders. Tom Brady's going to be in. You're right. Tom will be a big driver of that. Sundell? Oh, I forgot about Sundell. Sundell's still going to be probably about 3 weeks away. I don't even think you're going to get him back for maybe the Rams game would be, I think, when he's due to maybe get back at that point. I think you technically could get him back off the IR technically, I think, by the Colts game, but I would imagine that with Olu and how he's playing, you'll probably give him the extra week. Keldad, great block on Calrup on Charb's TV run. Did an awesome job, man. What's cool about that is he's laying the double team with Barner at first, and then it's a timing thing where it's boom, boom, 1-2 help Barner, and then peel and make sure you've peeled and gotten to the second block by the time the running back's running right past your outside shoulder. It's a very much a timing kind of block as much as it's getting push and getting guys down the field. But he did a great job with the timing of that block to really spring it. And Calrup's a guy that they're very high on, I think, eventually ascending into next year and taking over Eric Saubert's role in this offense is kind of that de facto blocking tight end, that third tight end on your roster, essentially. Shoulder Devils says JSN 150 yards plus per game had to be stopped. It wasn't going to last probably forever. That's true. Gosh, can all three NFC West teams make the playoffs? I think it's looking likely as much as anything at this point, Shoulder Devil. Thomas says 9-3. How many second-year head coaches get to that record? McVay and who? McDonald is so legit. Oh boy, is he ever. That defense is nice. Jeffrey, thank you for the $2 donation. Jeffrey says our uniforms were fire this week. By the way, they were so nice. The throwbacks. Just let's make them full time, please. Seahawks. Everybody wants it. The nation wants it. The country wants it. The continent wants it. The world wants it. Seahawks throwbacks 24/7. Jeffrey speaking the truth. Justin says Bradford was making my eyes bleed. My God. You'll under contract for one more year, Justin. Thomas says, plus the crazy fact is Seattle's beyond deep with the fact that EJ loves Spoon being injured. Now it's time to work on depth on the offense. Very deep defensively. And yeah, let's get this offense right now. Get it right. Alberto, we had the Yellow Crush uniforms in the past, so I can relate. Yeah, and I don't like I'm glad we got rid of the highlighter green, Alberto. It's not a good look. I don't know. Robin Jimenez, Mr. Kane, Christopher Walken, reaction to the Seahawks win. Go Hawks. A beautiful win. The best. When some fans cry, more offense. Darnold not great. Why not that? Me, Walken, I don't care. Give me the dub. Stack those wins. First round bye, home field advantage in the playoffs. Yeah, I want that. I don't care. Pretty, ugly. Get the win. Walk away happy. Walking very happy, Robert. Keep it going now, please. Joseph's Vegas gave us 7.5 wins this season. We're at 9. Likely we'll be at 10 plus. You cannot say really that we're just punching above our weight. We're better than expected and continue to improve. Beautifully put, man. Beautifully put. Beautifully put, my man. Jeffrey, thank you for the $2 donation. He says there are 11 teams with 4 wins. Bottom of the NFL. Oof. Separation is real this year between the top and the bottom. There's a lot of separation, and the cream of the crop is really at the top of that cream, and the bottom is dropped down to the bottom of that glass. It is, it's the way this particular season is run. It is a sport that does tend to lean into parity. I think this is maybe the one year where we're not seeing maybe as much of the parity with, 2-win team, a 1-win team, a couple of 2-win teams, actually. 3 2-win teams and a 1-win team. It's tough. There's a separating thing going on here at times with some of these teams. And maybe that's part of a trend we're going to see, Jeffrey, where there is more of a differentiation, where it's not always going to be as much maybe parity here in the future on this. I think this is just an outlier of a year, but maybe this will be the start of the trend. You never know. They're bad though, man. They're bad. The records aren't just bad where it's like, well, they just got lucky or bad luck and things didn't break in their favor this way or that. And they ended out here. It's not that at all. It's like, whoa, like they are bad all the way around. Giants are just bad. Raiders are just bad. Appreciate you though for everything you do, Jeffrey. You're awesome, man. Don says most people I saw said Seattle would win 4 to 7 games because we'll miss DK and Geno. Seems like we improved the team and getting rid of them. Indeed. Came out the other end of this on the plus side of that, Thomas. I feel that way as well. Spaces, I won 1,300 today for over 8.5 wins. Let's go. Well done by Space. Hopefully all of you guys got a little bit of money down at the start of this year on this Hawks team. As you could see, that 7.5 wins was just not right. Kevin says Chicago Bears are run heavy. Caleb's a liability in their game. You stop the run, you stop them. Yep. Got to force it into Caleb's hand. Make him beat you. Don't let Ben Johnson with his play calling kind of beat you. Space is easy money, Brandon. Amen, man. Well done, Space. Well done. Thomas says, I think it was impressive that Seattle shut out the Vikings, especially with the firepower they have. Truly impressive. Very impressive, man. It's a legit offensive line. 2 receivers on the outside that can get the job done. TJ Hawkinson, Aaron Jones is a functional running back in this league. He can get the job done there too. And boy, you took it to him, Thomas. This defense was ferocious, fierce, intense. Didn't give up an inch today. I mean, they were just on it. Jack says, I honestly don't think our schedule is tough besides the Rams OFC. No easy games, but not one we can't take down either. We can run this, man. It's not going to be easy. It'll be a challenge, but we can run this schedule. Carolina at home. Rams at home. Colts at home. Yeah, you can make it happen. Les Trav says, Rams, I might go. Rams game, I might go. Let's go, Trav. Get it. Get it. Let's get that championship, Brandon. Let's do it, man. Bomber says, I think there's a chance they might sit Ernest and Love this week since it's Atlanta and have them ready to go for Thursday night football. You got the Colts after that, King Bomber. So you probably are going to have them come back by third on the Sunday game for the Colts. But to your point, I wouldn't be surprised if they had them both rest for another week on this one. They've done that on a couple of games this year. I think they could have had guys back faster, but gave them a little bit extra time. Kevin says, if they say the Broncos can get the Super Bowl, then we absolutely can. Amen. Jeffrey, I am number one. You are number one today, man. Let's go. Ricky, this is a strange one. I'd love Geno back if the Raiders release him. It'd be hard to trade him. Darnold is worse. I don't know, man. You might have to sell me on that one. I don't know if teams have figured JSN out, Benelli. I think they figured out our pass protections more than they figured out JSN in this game. Mick says, I'm glad that Peely stood up for his teammate after that dirty hit. Great team stick up for their teammates. Yeah. He was instantaneous. He hammered that guy after he hit Job. Might have concussed Job. What a dirty hit that was. Like, why are you doing that at that point in time in the game? What are you doing even? Like, just offensive linemen can sometimes be weirdos. But yeah, it was cool to see Peely answer back there a little bit. Thomas says, I believe Pete would have lost this game or would have been like 6-0, not 26-0. Possible. I can see where you're coming from with that. He says, Peely almost killed a man today. TMA, is it too late to try Sundell out right guard when he returns? Continuity is important for the offensive line, but with how bad Bradford's playing, not sure that really applies. We'll see with Haynes. I mean, I think Haynes being back healthy, and remember he was injured early on this year, so it just wasn't an option you could call upon. Haynes was out there in this game. I don't know if it was because there was an injury to Bradford or not, but maybe I would guess the team's going to try to see what they have in Haynes out there. Sundell has worked at right guard, though. Tanmay did it in training camp. He has an ability to do that and play there. It is possible. Very possible. Kevin's confidence is we're going 14-3. Let's go. Thomas, that's why I believe Kubiak won't get a head coaching job at the end of the season. You can point to stuff like not running his offense, still working on the run game, etc. I could see it still being a year out before he gets that opportunity. It's very hard on this one to kind of pinpoint that on, Thomas, because you just don't know when one particular team will fall in love with one particular guy out of the blue. These guys don't tend to be on a path where it's a slow incline. You get like little Ben Johnson, where it's like, oh, he's hot. Okay, is he going to be a candidate this year? He's kind of a candidate. He's interviewing. Okay, now he finally gets the job in the third year. There tends to be a real quick jump from kind of like Mike McDaniels, where it just kind of goes from boom to boom. And it's just sort of like in the blink of the eye, the guy's got the head coaching job. That's how it kind of seems a little bit. Dan Mason, Mike Max generally starting to make me believe that in this team, and specifically the defense, like the way I used to during the Legion of Boom era. He's good, man. He is good. $11 teams with 4 wins. Yeah, Joe. A little dark year for the bottom dwellers of the NFL this season. Not a lot of happiness out there. The haves and the have-nots. But now the teams are playing too high on us now, and it's effing working. Our play action hadn't worked in weeks. Definitely might be seeing more of a transition there. I wasn't able to see as much on the cover 2 on the back end on this one, but be looking for that on the tape, Benelli. Definitely possible in what was going down today. Certainly was with the Rams game for sure. Guys, I wonder what excuses Jake will come up with. Probably be like, just one game, Yeah, Coopers, I don't think that Kubiak's a lock to be a head coach. I just think that there's a possibility where a guy can elevate like this, come into a program like this and get pushed up. You came into this game with a third highest scoring offense in the NFL. So if he finishes off the season with the third highest scoring offense in the NFL, you can look at the blemishes, you can look at the warts. That bottom line for a team that last year under Grubb was a pretty miserable offense, where it looked like there was a lot of work that needed to be done for Kubiak to come in here to get this rectified and corrected. And he got it done instantly, rectified and corrected. That's on top of the great job they did with New Orleans. That's on top of the great job he did with Minnesota prior to that. Those kind of guys can get jobs. Is it a little early for him right now? Is it a little premature? It feels like a little bit, but it doesn't throw it outside the bounds of reason that it's a possibility there for sure. Thank you for the dinner, Mom. Mom coming in with the dinner on Sundays. She's always helping me out. She's the true MVP today. True MVP today. Jeffrey, thank you again for all of your donations today. Dropping another $5. Colts game might be easy. Danny March of Dimes is out of change 3-game. Danny March of Dimes is out of change 3-game slide, and they refuse to run the crap out of the ball with Taylor. Definitely Danny's come back down to earth. He's got the fracture in his leg, Jeffrey. This is not the same Colts team that they were earlier this year. You also had today, Sauce Gardner went out with a lower leg injury. So probably likely at this point that you're not going to get Sauce Gardner in that game for the Colts. They gave up 2 first-round picks for. So you're catching him at the right time of year, Jeffrey. Right? It's where sometimes teams in the early part of the year look like, man, that's going to be an insanely tough game. We're going to struggle on that one. But then you get down the line like, well, they're not playing at their hottest, at their best. We've got an inroads here to go and get this win. So, and I'm sure they're trying to probably with Taylor, to your point on not running the crap out of the ball with Taylor, because he's already gotten so many touches this year, because he's a guy that's already had a good amount of touches in his NFL career and going back to college. There's probably a little bit of a management going on there with him, where you're trying to make sure you don't have him burned out by the time you do get to the playoffs. And it's a little bit like what we do with Walker. We're just trying to manage a little bit to keep him healthy, to keep him fresh, to keep him having him at his best at the time of year where you're going to need him most. But thank you. Thank you for the $5 donation, man, and all of your donations today. Jeffrey, you are amazing. Kevin O'Connell says, I think the national announcers should be fired. Instead of wherever you go, the popular caller for each team sit in a booth and announce. So fun for us. It'd be our one and only Steve Rabel. That would be cool. I'd like that too, Kevin. Certainly, I think there's a lot of fans that have so many problems at times with just some of the announcers that are out there that it gets a little bit like, be a lot more popular with the fans that way. That'd be cool. I doubt they would do it, but I would love to see it. Love to see it. You guys are humming along here. We're over 5 hours in and still cooking. I couldn't really see on how Haynes did, man. I can never tell him. I always get asked about offensive line and defensive line play. And when you're doing the play-by-play, man, you have to stay with your eyes on the ball. It's very hard to come back and be doing play-by-play, but looking at the offensive line. So
I'll get you an update on offensive line play and what we saw from Haynes in this game when we get to the roundup later this week and have a chance to look at the all 22. Kel Dad says Bradford hurt his elbow, but Mike said he's okay. It's good to hear. Jordan Lynn, there is a lot of Bradford drama online. People don't like the way he plays the game. People don't like his bad blocks. People don't like his whiffs. He does good blocks on the other side of it. Fans overstated, as they tend to do, Jordan. Fans go over the top. There'll be a point here and they decide that they got to hammer it into the wood and hammer it beneath the wood and hammer that nail into the floorboards. And, it just gets a bit much. He's not a good guard for us. He's not developed. He's not been awesome. He's been a problem. We may not have any really great answers behind him. We may just kind of stuck with what we've got in him and have to roll with that. It's very possible that a guy like Haynes is just not very good. It's very possible a guy like Sundell's better to be a center. So he probably is going to start again this next week, I would say, but you never know. All right, 1 sec. All right. All right. So again, too, if you guys we have a lot of internal discussion going on in the chat right now. Just as again a note on this, if you want me to respond directly to something you're saying, or you got a question or a comment for me specifically, please put Brando, Hey Hawks Nest, anything in there that I can kind of let know, because then there's always a lot. We've got almost over 300 people still cooking along here in the chat, which is awesome. But just if we can make sure to put that in, as I'm trying to kind of sometimes pull through here to get where people are actually having a question or something on that. So we'll go through here. Discussion here. A lot of internal discussion here. I'd rather be flying X-Wing Hawks Nest. I don't understand the Colts playing Jones. If any of my players had a fractured leg, there's no way they'd be playing, let alone my quarterback who is a surprise gem. It's one you wouldn't think you would do this with, but probably don't have a lot of faith in the backup quarterback there to bring him in and have him come in being, I think Anthony Richardson's the guy there. And I think that they know that that's as big a drop off as you may get in the sport with the backup quarterback at play. So they're trying to play for the division. They're trying to win the division. They're trying to go out there and make noise in the playoffs, and they don't want to have Anthony Richardson go out there and then they lose the last 3 or 4 games of the season, knocked out of the playoffs for a year that was so good. Do you do that and know that that's very much even a possibility, but maybe even a likelihood if you bring him out there? Or do you just try to run out with the guy that can go out there and limp along and at least be viable as a player back there for you as a play caller? So I get where you're coming from with it, but Colts want to win this season, and that's a part of this too, is that they feel like probably with Richardson out there, bad as he plays the position, that they're going to go back in a major way if they try to run with that. And that's just not the way teams are going to operate this time of year with this type of stuff. If you can play, if you can be out there on that leg, if you can go, if you're a playoff run, this is the way it's going to roll. They're not going to be thinking like, we got to manage Jones for the long term, 2 to 3 years down the line of this. It's all going to be an in the moment kind of situation. Wu-Tang, I'm going to guess this is a question for me. Did we find out how Jones is? I don't have any updates right now. He was walking off the field, but I'm not sure. Have a good night there, Thomas. Appreciate you, man. See you on the round table. Alberto Brando, did you miss going to this Kingdom and watch the Seahawks games, or do you prefer your current stadium? I prefer the current stadium overall, but I love the Kingdom too, Alberto. I don't know if I have a real preference between the two. They're both awesome for individual reasons. Sometimes the weather can make it not the funnest to be in that stadium, Alberto. When it's winter and it's outdoors, I don't know if I really thought it was a great idea to them to go with an outdoor stadium in Seattle. I think we would have been better served to stay with more of a closed stadium, but I don't really have a real strong opinion on that one. Okay, I'm thinking this again to just we put Brando at the front, guys. Just Brando B, because again we have a ton of conversation going on today right now in the chat. So just but DK Metcalf were in the Seahawks' current offense instead of Cooper Kupp. The fit would be very different, but still strong, depending on Seattle chooses to structure the scheme. Thoughts? Yeah, you'd be having more of DK into more of an X role. You'd be having more of JSN sliding into more of a slot role between the two, and where there's a lot of X receiver from JSN this year. So, yeah, it could have been strong in just a different way, because a lot of what you've done with JSN this year, Antoine, has moved him to the outside and had him operate out there, which you would put DK into that spot and then more of JSN slot and Z. So, yeah, it would have been strong, just different. Just a different kind of way that they would have put it together. I think the thing with the whole thing with the DK situation is it had less to do with the Cooper Kupp and how you're structuring that. It was more, Antoine, with that having to do with the fact that you weren't looking to pay two receivers at $30 and $42 million at the same time on the roster for a roster that's defensively driven and wants to run the football. It just doesn't make sense kind of in putting your team together in that fashion. It's kind of a waste of resources, not a waste of resources, but an inappropriate use of resources to take that direction at it. So yeah. Go Breeze. Brandon is undefeated, by the way. 6,452 streams. No L's. Oh, you're awesome. Go Breeze. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Brian East is, yeah, Jordan, we got 3/5 the O-line. Got to get that other 2/5 figured out. Definitely think the Broncos are overrated too, Benelli. That's for sure, Roy. Brandon W., thank you, Roy. Appreciate that, man. Joe, interesting preliminary revisable numbers coming in. Hawks had approximately 66 offensive snaps today. Defense had approximately 63. I think the turnovers drove the defensive snap count up. Yeah, a little bit. That's right. Brian says, I would suggest tagging Brandon with the HawksNest 12th man because it highlights on his end and he can be seen easier. Yeah, that helps. I just want to make sure, because we're kind of wrapping up. I just want to make sure we get to the questions and stuff. I appreciate all the comments on this, but we're pushing past 5 hours on this. So kind of keep this in relative terms. Still got a wrap up video I got to film tonight. Roy says, Brandon, how does our defense stack up against other teams? Broncos seem like the closest. Texans is tough, but I think that how we played them kind of warped my perception. I think you have as good a call as anybody in this sport right now to say you have the best defense in the sport. And certainly some of the defensive numbers have skewed, especially by the points per game, Roy, have been skewed by the fact that your offense has put your defense on short fields a lot of times, has given up a touchdown that counts against the defense, right? When Sam got sacked, I think, in that Texans game, and they scored a touchdown in that game. So their points per game number doesn't exactly illustrate how great the defense really has been this year. And so you have as good an argument to be made as anybody. Now, who's the team that deserves to be that team over the other, Roy? If I ask a Denver fan, they're going to say that they're the number one defense. If I ask a Los Angeles Rams fan, they're going to say they're the number one defense. If I ask a Houston Texan fan, they're going to be the number one defense. And probably every individual one of these defenses could probably come up with a reason why their particular defense is better than your defense, right? So I'll leave that to more of the fans to kind of argue over. To me, the bottom line point is that you have every much of an argument to be made, Roy, as to why you deserve to be in that discussion. And you have every bit of a rightful reason to say, I can make as strong an argument as being the number one defense in the sport as anybody else in this league. That's kind of for me where the bottom line on it goes, Ricky HawksNest, is there anything scheme-wise the OC can do to help Darnold? It seems like teams have figured out this passing attack. I don't think the teams have figured out the passing attack. Sam Darnold was pretty good last week, pretty around in that same kind of efficient brand of football that he's played in through most of this year. Wasn't perfect, but it was fine. You have 2 weeks of the Rams in this Viking game. My opinion on this, Ricky, comes back to my belief is that the offensive game plan coming into this game, the offensive game plan in the Rams game was not the right one for the type of defense that you were playing. It didn't seem that they were prepared today. This is the thing I don't, because you're not the first one to mention this, Ricky, so it's not a pushback against you per se. It's just the thinking here. I'm not really sure the thinking on they figured us out when you're leaving unblocked blitzers free passes at the quarterback. Like maybe they figured out our pass protection schemes, I guess, but even this hasn't been a problem throughout this year. It was a problem today. So I know we're looking always for a thread of connectivity, Ricky, and saying, you know, there's a pattern I can find here. And we want to find patterns as human beings at all times. And you're looking for patterns in the NFL. And that's where I'm drawing back a little bit here, where it's like, well, last 3 games, you've been figuring out, well, you're throwing the Titans game out that Sam played bad in that game, that the offense was figured out in that game in full. I don't know that it was necessarily. It was another game like this game where you knew defensively you could lean on their offense. You had a rookie quarterback start against you and that you didn't have to do too much offensively to go get the win. I think that's a bit of a style of play that if you're a defensively driven team, you're going to be driven by that style of play. But this week was a different approach than other teams have applied to us this year, in that you got blitzes through the 9s in that first half. And we didn't seem to have an understanding that that's what the Vikings were going to do. But that's not to me figuring out the scheme, because a big part of the figuring out the scheme has been no team taking the page out like the Rams did a couple weeks ago, going with light boxes, protecting against deep. If I saw the last 3 weeks, Ricky, for instance, light boxes, cover 2 shell in the back end, teams have figured us out. They're taking away the deep shots that we always want to take. That would be a connective line of a pattern. But all 3 opponents have done different things to you over the past 3 weeks. And it's not just them dropping to cover 2 shell depth. So it's harder for me on this. I understand the drive that's there, Ricky, and you're not the only one on this, as there's been a few in the chat that have looked to find this pattern within the last couple games offensively on this to try to, pull something as a takeaway from that. I don't know that I would be as pressed to do so. And I do come back to not understanding quite, Ricky, where I keep seeing the name Darnold mentioned every time at the forefront of this. So this is a part where, from people's perspective, that gets so hyper concentrating on the quarterback position as sort of this end all be all to the offense. And that's the part where I don't quite get with this, where why aren't we saying Kubiak's name first, Ricky? Why do we look at that Rams game, light boxes? Ram fans that themselves would tell you, what were the Seahawks doing today offensively, stylistically wise? Yeah, Sam threw 4 interceptions, but why are you trying to throw the ball down the field into this light box, into the cover 2 shell defense? Why would you take that approach? That's not very smart. Why today, in that first half, Ricky, were we not prepared for the blitzes? We had free rushers. Your pass protection weren't ready. You had Sam seemingly trying to throw down the field rather than taking quick, short throws. And then what you did in the second half, Ricky, is you modified it. You adjusted it, throws to the flat. You worked the screen game. You worked the bubble screen in the second half, and you found offensive success. The proof there isn't backtracked to Sam messing up. The proof there is backtracked to your offensive coordinator having a very strange game plan in a couple of these specific games. And even that's not a black mark on your offensive play caller, because by and large, he's been fantastic as a play caller this year. It's just these particular 2 games he was bad in. But let's itemize it correctly. Let's establish what was really the problem in these games. It wasn't Sam bad, Sam play bad, Sam bad. It is that your offensive approach was not the correct one. That's the first issue at play. Now, Sam can also be a part of the problem in addition to that, especially when it comes to not making a bad play worse. But we gotta want to target and itemize what's the highest priority issue of what's causing issues offensively. Who's the biggest problem? Let's deal with the biggest issues in front of us at the plate. And as I see it, I've got 3 games here I can point to with Kubiak where I don't understand, Ricky, what in the name of God he was thinking of coming into that week as to why he chose this game plan. Niners, why are you living in shotgun? Why are you throwing it all over the field? Why? Shotgun? Really? Rams team, why are you throwing in the teeth of the defense and not targeting short? Like the 49ers did in both 2 games, they moved the ball. Why? Why in a game like this aren't you ready for the blitz? Even though you knew that's what they were going to run coming into this week. So I can't quite go to this Darnold thing that gets so much of the concentration, Ricky, gets just so hyper-focused on Darnold. And it becomes a bit of an obsession at times, not just from, not saying to you, but just from where the fan base is at on this team and this offense. And really, I feel like fans would be smarter pushed here to go back and look at this stuff and really look at it through the lens of before you just first reactively go to Darnold, where there's this like knee jerk, like a doctor's hitting your knee and your leg comes up. Before we get to this knee jerk reaction of going back to Darnold on the failure point on these plays and on these designs and what's going on, let's start with Kubiak first. Then let's get down to Darnold. And if we can let Kubiak off the hook, be like, he scripted it up. He had that throw there for you. He had everything blocked up for you. You had all the time in the world and you still made the bad decision. Well, then we can go back to Darnold, but we can't do that yet because unfortunately there's some games here where Kubiak has kind of not had the best of game plans. From your all-22 study, what is your perspective on how Cup has played this year so far? I think he's been fine myself. Yeah, I just another narrative that's been out there is that Cooper Kupp's cooked. My belief on this is that what people are doing is they're looking at stat sheets and they're going, well, he's only targeted once in this game, so I guess he's just not getting open. My perspective on this is that he is getting open, that there is opportunities out there for him. You're not throwing the ball at a high enough rate, Tanmay. You're going to be 32nd in the NFL probably when it's all said and done in passing attempts. Somebody's getting left without a chair to sit in. Somebody's going to be left without productivity you would have thought that they would have had when you're going to throw the ball that amount, that little, that just infrequently, right? You're going to get up on teams in the third quarter. You're going to be barely having to throw the ball. So I understand that the numbers aren't great and how they look on the surface of things, but yes, he's getting open. Cup is not a problem. Cup is not cooked. Cup is not spent. It's just that you're not utilizing him because you're not throwing the ball and you're hyper focusing on JSN when you are throwing the ball. You know, he's getting like 40% of the target share of a passing offense that's 32nd in the NFL in attempts. So it just comes down to more of that for me. Will Valdez, Brandon, if Geno was the quarterback, are the Seahawks still 9-3 right now? No, not in my opinion. I don't think Geno plays as well on time as Sam Darnold does. I don't think Geno operates with the same level of toughness in the pocket that Sam Darnold does. I think some of the hits over the years have added up on Geno and that he's a little gun shy at times and he's going to protect himself at times and Sam will stand in there tall and deliver. I think we probably have a winning record. We're probably still a playoff team, but you're probably a couple games better with Sam here at quarterback, in my opinion. Have a great one, Alberto. I appreciate you, man. Take care. So proud and happy to be a Hawk fan. One of the funnest, is that a word? Season I use it. I mean, it has been one of the funner seasons for a Hawk fan. I agree. 100% agree. I've really enjoyed this, especially these comfortable, easy wins. I like these kind of wins. I don't need it to come down the end of the line. Challenge my heart, make me have a heart attack. Take a couple years off my life. Reek did get greedy on that pick. What are you going to do? You know, he smelled the end zone, man. He was hungry. First interception of the year. Can't blame him. Go Brandon. Great chat. Go 12s. Thank you for that. Cool breeze. Alberto says also a ram and a hawk's nest is a funny image to imagine, but it's cool to be a part of it. Take care, everyone. You barely fit, but there's always plenty of room, Alberto. Barely fit in this nest, but we'll make some space for you. We got you. Joe, it's a great time for us. I got to put the kiddies down. Have a good holidays. We'll see you at the round table. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for that, Joe. Addicted in the house. How you doing, Addicted? Jesse says upgrade from Grubb and Kubiak doesn't seem as stubborn. No, he doesn't. He's embraced the running of the football, whether you're good at it or not. He stays consistent with it. He shows a willingness to make adjustments in his offense like he did in the second half today, Jesse. Agreed. I think he's a big upgrade over Grubb. Going to be watching for the tape on Haynes as well, King Bomber. See how he played. Tam said B, even though they are older, I rather retain Nwosu and D-Law for as long as they remain this effective over some of the youngsters like Mafia or Hall. The vets are studs, fire, skills, and tangibles and all. I agree with you, man. You go through 10 May in this on this, and you're going to have Boye Mafe probably move on as a free agent. I don't think he's done enough for you to elicit much of a contract extension offer to him. Derek Hall's got one more year left on his deal. So you can kind of rock back really 10 May with these three guys into next year where you just go right back with DeMarcus, Uchenna. You bring Hall back in there and you've got your three stack to filter through. You add a fourth guy on in there and you're good to go. So maybe they get a difference maker. That's been one of the reasons that we've kind of at times pushed for that a bit, saying let's go get a Crosby kind of guy if he's out there to go get. But yeah, those guys just haven't really taken firm steps forward in their development. I think Hall has gotten better this year. I think he's gotten better against the run specifically, but I don't know if he's really progressed as well as a pass rusher. So probably going to feel most confident with those two guys. Probably going to reinforce it with somebody else other than Boye Mafe after this season. But yeah, I see it kind of the same way. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for another $2 donation. Jeffrey is buying a retro Wagner jersey, future Hall of Famer and Ring of Honor member. Yes, sir, he is. Yes, sir. That's a good jersey buy right there. That's a hella good jersey buy right there. Glenn says Darnold's problem in this game was he was constantly under duress. Yeah. And he's under duress in a lot of ways because they're putting up all those blitzers up the line of scrimmage. They're getting a free rusher. He's getting hit before he can even hit his drop back. You make the adjustments in the second half, more quick, tangible throws, bam, right out in space, bam, right out in space, get the ball out of his hands. And it worked. You got some consistent drives. You may have not gotten into the end zone as much as you wanted in that second half, but you were able to eat the clock. You were able to lean on the Viking team. We got to remove some of the duress of Sam. We got to remove some of the pressure from Sam on some of these plays. And to me, that comes back to kind of approach. Jordan says, Hawks Nest Cup had a great game today, though, right? Still fighting for yards, which is nice from someone that's staring at retirement soon. Yeah, I mean, he had 4 targets, 3 catches, 24 yards. It's kind of been the way it's been with Cooper Kupp this year. And then when you give him opportunities, he makes the most of it. He's got 50 targets right now, 34 catches for 438 yards and a touchdown. He's doing what he's been given the opportunity to do. That's really where it comes down to it for me on this with him. I don't even think he's like ready to go to retirement this year necessarily. I think it's just you're not utilizing him a lot. If we were a high volume passing approach, the guy probably could be a 1,000-yard receiver in this offense, but it's not going to be required. We're only going to need to throw you the ball 3 or 4 times a game. You might only end up with 30, 35 to 40 catches, but 40 yards, but do the most you can with those. Like you say on the breaking some tackles today and running hard today, he did that. So, I know we're not getting as much out of Kupp as maybe some people thought we would, but I think he's doing just fine. And I don't know if you could have a grade A receiver there as the number 2 option for JSN this year, a guy not at the end of his career or winding down the end of his career like Kupp, and they'd still have about the same production as Kupp just because the target share is what it is. BP says, I guarantee Sam throws for 3 touchdowns next week. I love that. Let's go. Dax's name is Reddit is losing their mind over Bradford. Is he really that bad? Bottom line, he's one of the worst guards in the league. Is what it is. He has the good moments too. He has some dominant moments too, Dak, where he waylays guys and he gets pancakes and he'll get a couple of them over the course of a game. When his blocks are bad, when he whiffs hard. And he whiffs hard to where you can take a screenshot and he looks awful. You know, the screenshot, he looks like he's completely lost. So it's just that the bad moments really stand out for people. Football is this way, where people love to do this with football, where they'll, I'm going to grab that snap. And that told the whole story of this guy's game and what he did in the day, more than just looking at the totality of all the snap stat. You know, Bradford was our highest graded offensive lineman last week. So it's complicated. He's not good. He's not part of the plan going forward. You got him for another year contract after this point. It's ugly at times, but there's some good stuff to it at times too as well. I think fans just kind of always want to sort of state things all into one way or another. And the black and white draw sometimes for fans on players, on schemes, it's such a draw for people to get to. I don't know why, where there's so much more nuance involved. Kevin says, remember when Jefferson made that game-winning touchdown on us last year? I do. See, I made a hell of a play on that one. Man, chat is rolling tonight. Jordan says, the Hawks Nest, I'm buying my wife a Seahawks jersey for Christmas this year. I'm thinking JSN. Who would you get? I think JSN's a great one to go get. I don't know if I've got a better one that I would provide you as a different, as a better option than that one. Witherspoon, maybe. Eamon Wari. But I think all three, any three, can't go wrong with any of those, Jordan. It's good. It's a good gift for her. You'll like it. Like I said, Brian, thanks. Missed all of you 12s and Brandon, but it was great getting out some pent up emotion during the game rather than scaring my wife and renter downstairs. He says we should probably beat the Falcons, Colts, Panthers at minimum, probably the Niners too. Let's get them all. Let's take them all down, man. Jeffrey B. Grubby walked into the NFL, cut a huge fart, and ran back to college. Boy, did he eat as well. He was also, by the way, upwind, and he knew that thing was coming downwind at the same time. But yeah, just probably not cut out for the pros, much like Chip Kelly. He says, man, if we beat the Rams a few weeks ago, this division's ours. If we could have gotten that dub, it would have made a big difference, huh? Every Cup's been fine. I don't know why people are even talking about Cup. Yeah, he's been fine. Good. Nick to Brandon, any thoughts on Rashid Shaheed's play or play calling and the fact the Hawks spent 3 and 4 pick on him? Hawks spent a 4th round and a 5th round pick on him, addicted. So it's I'm okay with that. I'd stay 3 in this draft. You're not going to be trust me, when we get to draft, we're not going to be minding those picks. This draft's looking a little rough. The more I get into it, the more I'm like, oof, yikes. They're still figuring it out with Shaheed, man. 3 targets, 1 catch. They're trying to figure it out. So why is it so difficult and intricate and tough? Hard to bring a guy in mid-year. Training camp has got value. OTA has got value. So you're trying to figure it out on the fly. It's a work in progress, but probably going to be some bumps in the road and getting it figured out midstream like this. Glenn, I like to see Mike going forward 2 and 4th down at the end of the game. Field goal doesn't get you much anything there. Go get a first down. Go bleed more of this clock. Go get a touchdown. Slobby Ones thinks you should be a savage and get a Bradford jersey. B, yeah, I'd totally be down for a Haynes mini experiment at right guard next few weeks prior to Sundell's return to see what we have there. If nothing special, then we can always try Sundell there. Can't hurt. I'm down to do it, to give it a shot too, Tan May. It does seem like the team's pretty intent on bringing Bradford out there despite what the fans would want on this one. They seem to be pretty confident in him, and I'm guessing that Bradford will probably be trotted back out there again next week. I'd guess. Brian says moving lineman in and out of the lineup is not good. Due to injury is not a good move. Moving O lineman in and out due to injury is not a good move this late in the season. Need continuity. Indeed, you would. I think it's just Bradford. People have gotten to the end of the road on that one, and they just are done. I can attest to that in the chat and seen a variety of different times. People are like, I cannot take this anymore. This is too much, which it's probably a little overstated. He ain't that bad. Lots of tip balls from Darnold. Someone was mentioning on my chat earlier, and I think I agree with it. A little bit of the windup is a part of this. A little bit of the short passing attack is a part of this. A little bit of how you try to beat the blitz is a part of this. You're going to throw into the blitz. You're going to throw a shorter, quicker pass to get the ball out of the hand of the quarterback. That's just going to lead to more of the tipped thing going on. And is almost always more involved than this is or that quarterback is bad, especially the way Darnold's played the majority of the season. People seemingly inherently want something to complain about. Yeah, and I just think that when it comes to the quarterback position, people become too hyper-focused on that position, Brandon. And it just becomes, again, where I don't understand why the thinking is this way, but people like to treat the quarterback position as though they operate out there on their own and that there's nothing impacting their play other than they're either getting the job done or they're not. That's really where it comes down to for so many casual fans out there. And I will call you casual if that is your outlook of it, because it is a casual outlook. The sport has 22 players on a field at any one given time. To take one of those players and say that all of the other 22, just 21, doesn't matter at all. Just this guy right here, all the 21 others are irrelevant. But because this guy controls the rock and he's got the ball in his hands, then nothing else matters on it. Play calling doesn't matter on it. And I've seen it too often here in covering this channel, from the Wilson experience, the Geno experience, the Donald experience, and the interactions I've had with so many fans on this one. I've seen it so pervasive. And I don't know why it's such a draw in fans' mind to go here. I think it's part of it's just that there's always that draw from a lot of fans to find the simple. How do I look at this thing that's ultimately so complicated and difficult to discern? And how can I just grind that down to something very simplified? I see a lot of that. That's where people work towards. And I think as a football fan, what you need to be driving to is to fight that instinct. Fight looking for the simplified. Fight looking for the smoking gun. Start understanding that it's a variety of smoking guns that lead to an issue and lead to success. You know, when Sam's lighting up this year and he's got MVP level performance, it ain't just him doing it all on his own either. It ain't him just being amazing, him putting the cape on his back and running faster than a speeding bullet. It is that play calling is grade A. It is that those guys around him are getting the job done. It is a JSN getting open over the top, you know? It's all of that working in favor of it. It doesn't work one way and then not work that way the other way. It works both ways on this. And if I can come up with specific things that I can point to in a guy like Kubiak, all the much more it goes to the OC than the quarterback at that point. Because it starts with the play call, starts with the structure, starts with how you choose to attack that opponent, where that opponent's strong, where that opponent is weak. You played the Los Angeles Rams, you attacked them offensively to their defense where they were strong. You played this Minnesota Vikings team today, and you let them attack you where they're strongest rather than getting after their weakness. And that's, to me, as much of why you didn't find more consistency in these two particular games offensively, more than we get to Darnold on that side of it. But there is a drive there, man. It is a strong drive in fan bases to kind of just hang everything around a quarterback's neck. As it always is said, they get too much credit for the successes and they get too much blame for the failures. It's very much a hardline truth that I've really had my eyes open to over the past few years. Nick Brandon, yep. I already had Pregnon, left guard, and Ratledge reserved in all of my 2026 mock drafts. Well, Pregnon, I was looking at him last night. I think I hung a 3rd round grade on him, addicted, but he's a big dude, big left guard. Might need to make the transition to right guard, but he's a lot of fun. He's a people mover. I don't know with Pregnon too. I'm a little worried with him on. He's such a big dude, you know. He's got big old heavy head, heavy legs. Would he work on a mobile scheme? Would he work in a zone system? Better for more maybe gap. But I like him. Addicted. I won't turn him down. I'll say that. Versus looked it up. Vikings number 7th in yards allowed, 11th for sacks this season so far. It's pretty good defense still. They get the job done. Brian says, I'm just amazed by the myopic view of Darnold by the Eeyores in here. We won by 26 freaking points against the highest blitz rate team in the NFL. Tell me you're not serious about tell me you're not. Well, and that's that thing that comes back to where it's just that this quarterback position thing has just gotten, it's a place that just is hard for fans to kind of fully wrap their head around and understanding. And some of this also is a little bit of the thing, Brian, that we saw with the Geno and the Sam. You know, there were Russell Wilsonites that were never going to be signed up for Geno Smith. And it didn't matter what he was going to do. If he played well or didn't, he's never going to be that guy. You know, that this is the other thing I've learned too, is that fans will also have these quarterbacks where they will put the scarlet red letter A across their chest, and that you are now to be looked at in that view for the rest of eternity. Nothing you can do to get yourself out of that box. That is who you are. And when people have that opinion, you are not changing it. I've had many of discussions with folks on that one where it's just like they will dig in and they'll be like, no, he sucks. No, he is bad. What about this one? No, he just sucks. And you can always tend to see where these conversations go, where you'll have somebody on my end of this being like, well, what about point A, B, C, D, E, F, G, F? And they'll just come back and be like, I don't care what you said about point A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. He just sucks. They'll just give you that kind of magnanimous, because I say it makes it the truth. I don't have to back it up with anything, tangible to make it stick. Brandon forgot to mention I take Oregon center Lapani La'alua too. Addicted is my name, I guess. He's next on my list to take a look at Addicted. So he's a guy I'm going to be looking at as well. The center there out of Oregon. He's a guy up on my list too. Definitely got some guys I'm going to be picking through here. Pregnon was all right though, man. He wasn't bad. I don't mind. I just worry a little bit about whether or not he's got that athletic fit. I think he's got to go to more of a gap-based scheme than a zone-based scheme. Dax says that EJ4 pick 6 was so damn fun. I love this team. It's been a fun year, man. And that was a hell of a pick 6 on his part. Hell of a pick 6. Brandon says absolutely BC. Way too much emphasis on the quarterback spot. It's important, but there are so many moving pieces that make a team great or not great. Exactly. It's not that the quarterback position doesn't matter, but it's that before you get to the evaluation of the quarterback position, make sure you're evaluating some other things that are going to factor into the performance of that quarterback more than just the quarterback getting the job or not getting the job done. It's less about that. And this is applied to the running back position, right? Same thing in running back position is probably even more of a rule of thumb on this, where it's everybody goes, well, how much of a star do you have at the position? How much of a difference maker you have at running back position? That used to be the old way of thinking. Now it's about how good's my scheme? How good are my offensive linemen? Do I have a good defense that allows us to be able to run the ball throughout the game so that we're not behind in games and have to throw the ball over the field? Do I have a quarterback that can keep defenses honest so they can't load the box against that running back? All of that factors into that running back success or failure. Quarterback position works in much of the same way, but fans don't like to hear that. They want to hear you're as a quarterback can leap tall buildings in a single bound or you can't. And it's just kind of unfair to quarterbacks because there's so few of those guys that are actually that way. It's not like there's 7 or 8 of them in the sport. There's maybe 2 or 3. And even those guys can have some variance year by year. Brandon Janis says, I'm a casual fan, but it seems like most casual fans limit everything to the operation of the quarterback spot. They do. I think that there is even some fans that aren't casual that do this, Brandon. And I've called this a little bit of the fallout effect of having 2 kind of GOAT-like quarterbacks come down the line here back-to-back in Brady and Mahomes. And it's created this is now the new standard that you have to have. And I think that skewed things. That doesn't make it the reality. Much more of the reality is that I can go through NFL history and show you great teams that go get Super Bowls more than I'm going to show you some Superman quarterback that's making it all happen. And that's why I often say lean into this other route. Rather than looking for the superhuman quarterback, let's look into building the superhuman team. Much more applicable, much more doable, the latter than the former. How many teams are chasing their tail for years looking for that quarterback in the draft, one after the other? You can get lost in the forest on that one just by the trees all the time. I think Brandon agreed. Pregnon's a load. I was thinking Cross, Zabel, Lalo, Pregno, Zabel, and Lucas would scream switching the run style to pound the rock. They would do that, man. They would definitely do that. That'd be a fun offensive line, man. It'd be a lot of fun. And I think he's got a good high floor on him. I'm not sure where the ceiling's at. I'm not sure if the fit to the zone system with Pregnon, but I do think he has a high floor. He started for 3 straight years. He's got a good acumen of how to play the position, good understanding of the right kind of blocks to apply at the right time. So he is a lot of fun. Just worry a little bit about the foot speed there with him just a tiny bit, but you definitely would be pushing some people back with that offensive line. Glenn Carn, thank you for the $5 donation. He says Sam wasn't going to continue to have offensive explosive games all year. Matt Stafford has been almost perfect and just threw 2 picks and a loss. Good point, Clem. Great point. And this is the nature of an NFL season this is why just stacking up wins is the important thing at times, because Different games are going to play out differently. Things can look a certain way on paper, then play out much differently once you get to the games. And every game's going to be a little bit different. It's like Mike has said at times where there's days the offense has to pick us up. There's days our defense has to pick the offense up. That's kind of the nature. There's days where maybe the special teams can pick you up a bit too, like they kind of did today. You know, you need, there's going to be all of those kind of games throughout an NFL season. It's why you want to build such a great, strong team so you can lean on a variety of different strengths, not just one strength through a year to be your best version of yourself. And no quarterback is perfect. And like Joe Stafford, an MVP guy this year, those two picks are the heavy contributors to their loss today. Not only are it 2 picks, but it's not 2 empty garbage time picks. It's 2 picks that contributed to your loss, contributed to you eventually maybe not getting the number 1 seed, the home field advantage throughout the playoffs. Great points on your part, Glenn. I, of course, agree wholeheartedly all the way through. It wasn't going to be like this through all the way with Sam, with how you play offensively, with how you play defensively, how you run the ball. We just need him to play efficient. We need him to play clean games. We need him to not have any interceptions. You know, remove those turnover-worthy plays. He did that today. I know we had the fumbles, but those weren't really on him as much, in my opinion. So, well said on your part, Glenn. Thank you for the $5 donation, but very, very well said on your part. And Jenna says, exactly, BC. Love it. Team game, no doubt. Team game. We went to a Super Bowl 10 years ago without a quarterback putting a cape on their back. You had a Russell Wilson playing more like a game manager than he played like a superhero. He gave you some superhero moments, but you weren't going first, second, third, fourth quarter with superhero quarterback play. And you won a Super Bowl. You went to back-to-back Super Bowls, almost won 2. So why, as I've said many times over, you guys are probably tired of me hearing it. If it worked just 10 years ago, why can't it work again? If it's worked many times throughout NFL history, why can't it work again? I've yet to hear a good reason as to why I can't. Brian says the Vikes with Flores' scheme and Sam knowledge were the most likely team to give Sam problems, and we beat them 26-0. I'm happy. Let's go. Brian says Eli Manning's famous quote about quarterbacks gets more spot on every year. Dirty Deeds, I've never seen so many tip balls from a quarterback, not even Russell Wilson, and he's 5 inches shorter than Sam. Yeah, Russell, there's a reason for that, Dirty. Number one, Russell didn't target the middle of the field. Seahawks were consistently 32nd in the league in targeting the middle of the field. So you don't target the middle of the field, you're not going to get as many passes knocked down. Another part of this was Russell oftentimes breaking the pocket to get his throws off. Not going to be passes knocked down when you're breaking the pocket. So that's the second contributing factor. The third is the type of offense you're running and then what you're dealing with on this particular game, for instance. I know Sam's has had a lot of tip passes during the year. This was more in this game than any game this year. And that's because you're running a West Coast offense with quick passing attack. And so there's going to be more balls batted with this kind of offense when you're going to apply it this way. With Russell, of course, it was more of the onus upon pushing the ball down the field when you were going to throw it. Some of this is also, just to go back the other way with this and chart all the way out, Dirty, is going to be Sam's windup. And he's got a little bit of a windup to get to the throw. And that's going to give those defenders a little bit of an opportunity to knock those down too. So it's kind of a combination of it, but it's not like Russell wouldn't have been bad with this too as well if he actually had to have worked the middle of the field. If Russ didn't align back 8 yards behind the line of scrimmage in his shotgun, which he would do, he'd get an extra yard or 2 back there in order to get more clear vision over the top. So that's also a bit of a part of it too. Max Bailey says, yo, B-Dog, have you talked about how much a beast DeMarcus Lawrence is? He's better than I thought he would be. Oh, he's been awesome, man. He's playing like a top-end edge this year in pressures and sacks and how he defends the run. You're able to keep him on a nice rotational basis and fresh. He's been a godsend for us. And that, you haven't really gotten the Derek Hall, Boye Mafe development like you thought you would, them taking that next step of their development. But he's come in and he's ripping and roaring. And he looks hungry for a championship, quite frankly. Addicted Brandon mentioning the back-to-back Super Bowls. Is too early to start seeing some jerseys in the rafters? No, you're about the right time where you start to see some of the Cam Chancellors and whatnot. So it's probably coming pretty soon. I'd say it's on the horizon line. Big win by the Panthers, Max. Big win by the Panthers. Tanmay said, I think if more organizations focused on building an elite team as opposed to hoping for the elite quarterback to fall in their laps, there would be less ridiculous deals dealt to quarterbacks because less reliance on them. 100% you're on it. And of course, this isn't just a fan problem. It is an NFL problem. It's a front office problem, right? What's easier to do? Get a lot of little decisions right down the line, or just get one decision right who can clean up all of our other decision making? It's a little bit of a lazy approach from front offices, but one that they definitely do apply, especially those organizations that are hyper fixated on finding that quarterback. And it is the way that this does play out 100%. 100%. And, that's where I think that there's the market opportunity. This is all the more reason, market opportunity wise, where if you're a team not operating like that, you have an opportunity now because those teams aren't leaning into the building the team model. Yeah, they want to build a team, but they're more leaning to getting that quarterback, more to spending that allocation of salary cap to that and giving draft capital to that. So you be another team to go the other way, go the smarter way, go the way that, where everyone else is zigging, you're zagging in so many ways. And so I'm completely with this approach because of that. The reliance is truly a reality on this one. Glenn says, good explanation on Darnold's getting tipped. To his credit, he stands tall in the pocket, doesn't panic at all. No, he doesn't. And I think there'll be a bit of a price of doing business with Darnold on this that I'm okay with. I think tip passes will all be a little bit of what you get with him because of the little bit of the windup. Part of this is also going to be because of the West Coast offense and the nature of getting that at times, as well as if I on a third rung of this, if I have a defense that's going to be blitzing me and hyperactively like the number one rate in the NFL, you're probably going to get more tip passes against those particular teams too as well. Now, most of the time, I think you play a Viking team like this that gets the tip passes and gets the pressure. You're making them pay the price in the back end a couple more times throughout the course of the game to make it a little bit more balanced. Minnesota got away with it in this game of blitzing and not having to pay the price in the back end. But most of the time, you're going to get that out, the other returns from that too as well. Brian says, yippers, get a generational quarterback in order to get butts and seats and just phone it in with the other positions. That's it, man. We go up, we're good there. I mean, I feel like a little bit of like Buffalo does this a little bit. It's like, Josh, save us. Josh, do it all for us. Like, that's a hell of an approach to take, isn't it? Sure are making it hard on that quarterback rather than making it easy. Don't you want to make it easier? If you've got a great quarterback, make it easier on him. Why do we want to have to make it harder on him? Well, we're paying him all that money. Well, that's not a reason in itself to make it hard on him. That's not smart decision made, but this is what teams do. Max says those teams like Jax and Miami seem like they don't know what a great quarterback is. They think they have a top 5 guy in Trevor Lawrence, $50 million to Tua. Bruh. It's a risk-adverse situation here, and no team wants to be the team, and especially a guy like Sam Darnold might, in a lot of ways, only cause teams to get reinforced in this thinking of you have to pay the guy. But it's one that is combination of both, Max. Quarterback, save us, be a superhero, and then also of, well, if we don't pay this guy, then what else are we going to do? Then it becomes fear-based, the approach to the position, which is even worse than at that point. Beyond spending the guy, it becomes like, well, if we let this guy go, then who's going to be the answer? That's how you end up with a Kyler Murray. That's how you end up with a Tua Tagovailoa on a major deal like that. It's just the outlook is kind of a little bit broken when it comes to the QB position, I think, across the board. Fandom, front office-wise, team by team. Ryan says, ahead of the time, the D will blitz and even before the snap, but knowing which guy's coming is another thing. Saw it today. Yeah. It's part of why I love blitzing so much, especially the stacked boxes, simulated pressures, zone drops, because you just make the quarterbacks, you put them in a guessing game as far as that goes. Rand says, Bradford just missing, no shade. I don't Bradford has been all bad, but that was such a poor display that pointed out on replay on that counter near the end zone. Sounds like he had one of his worst games based on what I'm hearing from the fans there, Brandon. And he's had some brutal games. Yeah. Doesn't feel like it's really coming forward there. Ryan says, yeah, part of the problem is quarterbacks command so much money. There's nothing left to build a team with. I do think we need a salary cap on QBs. I do too. Yeah, I agree. And it is what makes it hard, man. You pay the price when you pay the money to those quarterbacks. But that's why you have to be sure about the QB you're paying when you're going to pay him that kind of money. You're going to pay Brock Purdy $53 million. You can't come back at it less than a year later and being like, man, we really regret that deal. That means you weren't as sure in when you gave the money out. But none of those teams want to take that step and be careful. They just all want to like ready, fire, aim when it comes to giving the contract. Addicted Brandon, any thoughts on giving Cody White more snaps, catches? I mean, who's he going to eat into? You run already so much 12 personnel and 13 personnel, and you rarely run 3 wide receivers. And are you taking Rashid Shaheed out of the game to put Cody White out there? Or I don't know. You're not running 4 wide receiver sets. You know what I mean? I don't want to take off JSN off the field, obviously. So no, I like what Cody's given us, but no, I'm okay with where he's at right now. Brian says, whoops, sorry, didn't take my own advice. Hawks Nest. Yeah, part of the problem is quarterbacks command so much money, there's nothing left to build. Sorry, I read that one. I already read that one. B, I agree, B. It might be wiser, especially in the long run, to actually pass on the mid-level quarterback like Tua and suck it for a year, then get stuck long-term in mediocrity after overpaying him out of a fear-based decision. Agreed, yes. And I think there's so many of these deals in recent years that you can look back on in retrospect saying that's the reality of it. That's something that you shouldn't have done. We saw this with Goff. We saw this with Carson Wentz. We've seen this with Kyler Murray. We've seen this with Tua Tagovailoa. Maybe at this point, Trevor Lawrence is another guy that you could throw into the mix on this. You pay these guys, and you got to pay him. You just got to pay him. You just got to pay him. You listen to the pundits; they all say the same thing. You got to pay him. You got to pay him. They Colin Cowherd's the best guy. Colin Cowherd, every quarterback, got to pay him. Got to pay him. Got to pay him. Then Cowherd comes back a year later, and you should never pay that guy. You never pay that guy. So you shouldn't do it. I agree with you. Don't do the fear-based thing. Take the Niners situation. Hold Purdy to the line. Make him play out the rest of this year of his last rookie deal. You ain't getting to force your way out of town. How? You stay here on the 4th year rookie deal. Or hell, trade him, run Mac Jones out there. How much more could you have done with that $53 million if you kept Mac in the house, rolled with him? How much of a better team would you be? But teams don't like to make that decision, right? You just pay him. Dick to Brandon, I was thinking maybe a little less Shaheed if he's still learning the playbook. I think some of what Shaheed brings is a little bit of the speed element that you need in running coverages off for guys like JSN. Cody White's not going to have that same kind of speed. So I think you're going to want to, you gave up the investment of a 4th and 5th round pick. You don't want to just punt that away now because he hasn't lit the world on fire in his first couple of weeks with the team. You want to be patient with the situation and just kind of let it, play out. Glenn says Snyder scored on getting Dan Sam signed for what we're paying him. Great teams have great management with their limited resources. Yeah, this is a place where John's been at the forefront of this, where he did this with Geno Smith. He's doing this again with Sam. He's finding the mid-level contract that other teams can't seem to ever find with their QBs. I definitely think John's as a forerunner here a little bit in what he's done and been so impressive because it's not easy to do. It's not clear. It's not what every other team in the league's doing. He's been an outlier to the situation. Everybody after you moved on from Russell was like, you got to draft your next quarterback. Got to draft your next quarterback. Got to draft your next quarterback. Got to get your quarterback, John. Get in this guy. Malik Willis, John. Desmond Ridder, John. Pickett, John. Pickett. Grab any of them, John. Just grab one, John. You got to grab one, right? He was being hammered on it, but he held the line and he made smart decisions with these quarterbacks and how much he's paying them. And he's getting great pay for play performance from these QBs because of it. It's one of the areas that John's very smart on, but doesn't get a lot of credit from this fan base in regards to that. Playlist Trav says, hey, B, you should check out the 250 left in the second quarter. Derek Hall, legit. Joe Frazier's a guy during the play. Would love to make a great clip. I appreciate you actually letting me know. I remember the play you're talking about, Trav. I remember the play you're talking about. One second. Let me get my pen. Thank you for the note. If you guys ever have any ideas on these like little, especially for the short videos, guys, like Travis putting up here, you guys ever have any ideas for a short video off something that's happened in the game and you caught, and hey, this is the one thing I saw, just even if it's not in the main action, exactly what Travis is talking about. It looked like at one point, Derek Hall completely Joe Frazier to guy, sent him flying. And yeah, I will try to put a clip of that together because that looked like fun. God, that looked awesome. I kind of caught it out of the corner of my eye, Trav, and they didn't do a replay. They were awful in this game about the replays, frankly. But I did see that moment that you mentioned in there, and I'll see if I can put that together for a clip for the channel. Trying to get more of those clips out on the channel a little bit more here as we get in the off season. Great catch on your part, though. Yeah, Randy says, yeah, for playlist, make a clip of Derek Hall throwing a roundhouse and decking on O-line. I got to do it, man. It was too cool looking. He sent that guy flying. flying. It was kind of surprised you didn't get a little bit hit with like a flag or something. You know what I mean? Like, ooh, they're gonna let him get away with that. All right. But we got a bad bunch out there, man. We got some bad mamma jammas on defense. We really do. We got a physical, throw you around kind of defense. Big guys, long, strong. Got to get the friction on. Fellas, yeah. I'm gonna go with it on that. All right. Well, we are about to crack 6 hours here into the show today. Let me do a shout out to the sponsor of my show, which is going to be Sleeper. Sleeper, of course, showing some love this year to the channel. If I can get the stupid thing to show up right where I want it to go. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. What's going on here? Here we go. All right. Well, Sleeper's rolling right now for you. It's supposed to be rolling in Seattle. I think we've had some issues in getting this thing to fully show up right now. And in the state of Washington, they're trying to get some last minute of deals and stuff like that figured out as far as the details and taxation and all that boring stuff. But you can use my code right now on the Sleeper app. It's the #1 sports app running right now. They've got so many variety of different picks. You can tease picks up a little bit. You can go over the top on certain things as far as if you really got a feeling about stuff. You got sports knowledge. Put that sports knowledge to use. Go make yourself some money today on the Sleeper app. And when you use my code, they will match you up to 100% first deposit up to $100. So $100 from me to you through the Sleeper app. It's called a win-win-win. Now, there are some restrictions in the state of Washington, but if you do use right now, and soon these restrictions should be opened up in full as our politicians move so slowly. But if you are in a casino, you can use the app in full 100%. They also have a free $20. Just create a login. Don't even have to do a deposit. Free $20 into your pocket just for creating a login there on the Sleeper app. Please see their site for terms and conditions do apply. As you can see here, my picks today didn't do great. I had Kenneth Walker at 9.5 receiving yards. He was able to get over the top of that. Jordan Mason had 47 yards rushing, so I did well there. But of course, Sammy D did not get any touchdowns thrown, so I unfortunately came up bumpkiss. But I have been able to win myself some money this year. I've done really well overall on my picks. You can win yourself some money today. Basketball, football, pair them all together, the over, the under, the daily fantasy, the weekly fantasy, whatever you want to get into, Dave got you set over at the Sleeper app. Please use their code today and go win yourself some moolah. We'll get the last couple of comments here in the chalice, and then we're going to go ahead and put a wrap up on this one. I do appreciate you guys watching. If you can for me, hit that like button. I'd really appreciate it. It helps this channel show, helps me grow. I drop some F-bombs every once in a while myself. I'm not above an occasional F-bomb. So, LeBron, how many games have we had over 300 yards thrown on us this year? Feels kind of like one. You got the Buccaneer game, of course. Just the Bucs game, man. That's it. Brandon refuses to quit. I do refuse to quit. Hawks are really fun to watch, Max. They really are. Yeah, just Baker. Just Baker was the only one. I mean, I know the Vikings aren't happy and good reason, but your star players just looking dead. Even JS, the first quarter is not a good look for Kevin O'Connell, or am I reading too much? It's been a frustrating season for them, and I think that it's a fair outlook of where their body language was at, and it's disconcerting. But as well, they were out of it coming into this game. That's not you can't lie to these players. They know what's up. You can tell them fight to the last minute. It's like, look, our quarterback position's ass. We're going nowhere. It doesn't matter what I do out here. I can't have any effect on that bottom line. And when it comes to that, I think you kind of understand on that where you go, you want the guys to play hard, but you get it as well. And it's no fun having hope removed from your body a little bit, which is how you felt from them out there. It's been a hellacious season for a team that had such big expectations coming into this year. It's part of why I'm worried as I go into this next offseason, Phoebe. When we might be that Viking team set up this next offseason for where they were this last offseason, where they're like, oh, now we're going to really hit the injector button. Now we're really going to take the top off. Now we're really going to be our best version of our team. We're going to be improved off the 14-win season we had last year. So it's part of the expectation that hurts them so much on this one, but you got to feel for where they're coming from too a little bit. Clip the D-Law presser, F-bomb clip. Man, all the defensive players dropping some F-bombs there. Let's go. I don't care about no fine. I don't care about no fine. He's got enough dollar bills to pay for. You know he does. I'll take a look. I'll see if I can clip that one out. I'll clip that one out with Ernest's F-bomb from a couple weeks ago. Playlist. Fit them in together, man. Fit them in together. All right. Well, we're going to call it a day on that note, you guys. Again, please hit that like button. Appreciate the great discussion as ever here in the chat, as you guys are just awesome as ever here with all of the support, 88 donations and membership notes put through on the channel today. So many people like Jeffrey Thistle and Dogzilla coming in $20 donation, and Megan DeLevy, Keon Lund. Just tons of support to the channel here. You guys are amazing and very, very kind to me. I don't know if I deserve it, but I appreciate it. And you guys do allow me to get to do what I do here, which is go 24/7 with nothing but football. It's starting to get into the college draft process and begin that. And I was thinking that I was going to get into it with some reticence this year, but I'm finding myself excited. I'm enjoying it. It's just part of the yearly process we go through as we're going and looking at this team and what's going on with the game and all that. And another great day with you guys here in the chat. I know it's easy to have everything really great when we get a win and we're rolling along and we're 9-3 and tied for first place in the NFC West, but still cool to see, even with some of the disagreement that we have in the chat here, that everything stays respectful, cool, and that we can just have great, honest discussion, even have people come in from other fan bases, and everything just kind of flows and goes in the right fashion, how I'd love it to be here. So thank you guys for doing that. Remember the channel, keep an eye on your community post. We'll be getting off the PFF scores tomorrow for you guys. We'll be trying to do a call-in show this week at some point as well, as we're about due for that. If you are a member of the channel, we got a good Thursday night football game up on deck as well. So if you are a member, keep an eye on your community post, as we'll be getting those membership benefits out to you very, very soon. Use my code there on the Sleeper app, NEST. I would really, really, really appreciate you guys doing that. And we'll be back soon. So we'll back here by Tuesday, bare minimum. See if we got a behind enemy lines. We got the roundtable on Tuesday. Maybe we'll come back even a little bit faster than that if I got something I want to talk about. There's been some subjects I've been wanting to maybe deal with specifically with you guys on the channel here. So we'll see if we might come around to that on the other side of it. But I thank you guys for watching today. I really thank you for all of your guys' support. You have a football team that is 9-3 for one of the few times in its history. You may have fans, you may have people online you're hearing chatter-wise that are going to talk a little bit about trying to pick around on the edges of this team. And well, this isn't that right. And this isn't perfect to where I want it to be. Like, this team is in grade A shape. They are moving in the right direction. Nothing is ever going to be perfect in football. You just try to be at your best at the end of the season, try to be at your healthiest at the end of the season, try to be playing your best football on both sides of the ball, along with special teams at the end of the season. And everything right now is in the sight line for the Seattle Seahawks to be able to accomplish that. Don't know if they will. It's going to be fun for the rest of this year playing out, but be encouraged by what you're seeing on this team. They are oversetting expectations by a mile. Vegas had you at 7.5 wins this year. You're at 9 with plenty of games left to go. So should be nothing but encouragement out there. Should be nothing but you thinking about this team and the greatness that it seems to be right on the precipice of being able to overtake. We're this close, my fellow Seahawks faithful. 26-0. We were this close to stepping over that mark, and it might just happen this year. It's going to be very fun to watch it play out. Hopefully you're as excited as I am to see how this season concludes. But it's been a hell of a ride so far, and it has been so wonderful being able to experience it with you. Thank you for riding with me this year. Thank you for hanging with me through the games and through the post game. We will be back very soon, but until then, I shouldn't have to remind you of the 9-3 team. Until then, I shouldn't have to remind you of the team that now has the #1 seed and home field advantage right there in front of them, right there for the taking, for the grabbing, if they can just fulfill the rest of this season, if they can just reach that final best form. We'll see how it goes. I appreciate you watching. Be back soon, but until next time, shouldn't have to remind me, but I will anyway. Please don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.